Anna, a Paradox story, written by E.G. Rowley. The sequel to Paradox. Published by Jumpmaster Press and produced by Gene Rowley Voiceover. Read by the author. Prologue. John Messer created a universe with the flip of a 67-cent Radio Shack switch. From the conclusion of Paradox. John waited. He waited for the crack of matter and energy swapping places in the many universes. He waited for the crash of a cold floor against his body. Neither happened. He opened his eyes to brilliant light and his garage, many garages in fact, too many to count. In every direction he glimpsed instance after instance of this same place and this one time. In one, he stood behind the control console. In another, he walked toward the device, a John on the phone excitedly talking to his friend, a frustrated John pacing the room, a John kicking the pallets holding up the base of the device, a John sitting at the desk with his head in his hands, a John sprawled on the floor at the foot of the machine, motionless. These instances rushed toward him, enveloped him. He materialized in them all, and none of them at the same time. In one, he saw Mary and the girls rush into the room, only to plug their ears from the noise. In another, they ran into the garage, rushed toward him, and hugged him enthusiastically. In still more vestiges of this montage, the girls ran into an inferno that erupted from the center of the machine. John yelled. He felt dizzy. The world spun. Outside the windows, stars floated by, planets, moons, nebula, solar systems, and entire galaxies. Through it all, the room remained. Through the grimy windows he saw streets and houses, cities and grand vistas, new buildings going up and mountains eroding, and still the room spun. He rolled to another garage covered in snow, and yet more instances of this place, many engulfed in flames. In one, he staggered through the flames toward the stairs, yelling for Mary. In another, he slumped, collapsed on the stairs. John watched the flames lick the walls of the garage. The papers on his desk ignited. The Yoda bobblehead melted and dripped green and black ooze into a swirling puddle on the desk. Suddenly, a person emerged from the device. Not the huge form of a World 1 agent or even an instance of John from Citadel. Smaller, thinner, and faster. The shadow moved through the house with practiced ease, avoiding the fire as though ignoring it. The figure raced to the collapsed man on the stairs, grabbed him under the arms, and tugged him toward the door, toward safety. John spun away from this instance of his house, this universe that he had created. He craned his neck to see, but the instance folded in on itself and vanished. Like so many possible universes around him, they ebbed and flowed, twisting in on themselves. A brilliant light flashed, and John squinted against it, holding his arms up. He had never seen a brighter light, so bright, so fierce. No matter what he tried, John couldn't stop its intensity from piercing him. It expanded all around him. When it finally subsided, John opened his eyes, and before him 2 instances of his garage appeared. The only 2 universes that mattered. All the other instances vanished, and only these 2 possible outcomes remained. One empty, formless, like looking into the void of a vast chasm. He knew down there a bottom existed, somewhere below the mist, just out of view. It felt like sheer nothingness, and it frightened him. The other instance mirrored his garage exactly, as it looked the day he activated the device. The machine sat motionless, the balls hovering perfectly above the plastic base on a shabby table made of pallets from behind the Walmart. Without warning, the silver balls flew apart. They shot haphazardly in all directions, bouncing on the cement floor, off the walls, rolling aimlessly before slowly coming to rest. John turned back to the void. It seemed closer, and not as menacing as when he had first seen it. It welcomed him. Now I know how it ends, John thought to himself. He closed his eyes and slipped into the light of nothingness. Chapter 1. 4 years later. The dream always followed the headache, and the nightmare always followed the dream. This sequence overtook her in the night, never changing, merciless, remorseless, always and without exception. Anna rocked in her bed as the images came into focus in her mind. From a blurry jumble of colors, the 5 smiling faces of a man, a woman, and 3 young girls emerged. Each person snapped into her view one by one, each holding the other's hand. When all 5 people popped into sight, the house rushed up behind them, stopping just short of running them over. They stood on the greenest grass Anna could ever have conceived of, with an incredibly brilliant sun beaming down rays of orange and yellow light. Playing in the grass at their feet, a strange, shaggy gray animal rolled and yelped. Anna tensed as the image reminded her of a wolf, yet not a wolf. The animal's fur reflected beams of light, and his white teeth looked all the whiter against his pink tongue. This wolf smiled instead of snarled. The family stood locked in that happy moment, the people and the animal, as if drawn in crayon on bright construction paper stuck to the front of a refrigerator door with a plastic letter S. Anna braced herself for what came next. She had seen this moment in her mind virtually every night for the past 4 years, ever since she arrived at this domicile from the reconditioning facility. 1,000 times over, these images flooded her mind, and she knew what always materialized next. It never changed, never altered, and never varied. The fire. The fire started small, nearly invisible, hiding in the shadows, full of power and hunger, like a pack of wild predators stalking their prey in a twilight forest. Then the red sparks, like the soulless crimson eyes of the alpha predator, jumped out to attack. Unlike the vision of the happy people in their intensely green grass, Anna burned in the fire. Panting, she choked on the roiling smoke. She felt the heat-filled winds buffet against her skin with nearly hurricane force. The popping of embers sounded like yipping hyena laughter as flames licked and climbed the walls around her, charring studs and peeling paint, clawing into the walls. Roof supports creaked overhead, making low, throaty, menacing-sounding growls as the timber stretched and warped beneath the rising, encroaching heat. She heard the roaring flames and watched as they tore at her bedsheets like hungry mouths. In her mind, she screamed until her throat closed, filling with choking smoke. As always, Anna desperately searched for an escape route, only to find surging walls of flame in every direction. Backpedaling, she worked farther up the mattress, curling into a ball at the headboard as flames danced up and over the foot of the bed. She heard a man's voice yelling for the woman, "Mary!" The voice shouted over and over for them to get out. The door burst open. A woman with dark hair lunged into the room. On her hip she carried a crying baby, and in the opposite hand drug a younger girl. The woman's face looked red and determined. "Here!" she yelled, pointing toward a corner. Anna stood and lurched herself over the flames into the corner, crashing into a small shelf. Glass figurines of lizards that filled the shelf jostled and rattled. The woman threw herself into the corner with the other children and pulled the blanket over them all, trying to shield them from the flames. "We're going to be okay," she repeated into their ears. The children cried, the woman comforted, and the flames drew closer. "Mary, get out!" the man called, coughing. Anna couldn't get out. If she moved, she would find herself consumed. Her flesh and blood would feed the relentless, remorseless hunger beyond the shelter of the blanket. She would fall prey to the emotionless, devouring force, the fire, or the wolf. Chapter 2. Anna huddled in a kneeling position, gasping for breath. Her head pounded from the pain and droplets of sweat ran down her arms. Slowly her dizziness subsided, and she raised her head. She knelt on the clean, freshly tended grass in the middle of Citizen Recreational Area 2. Her blurry vision and foggy memory cleared as her breathing continued to calm. To her left, Anna bumped something hard, the base of a statue, causing bits of memory to rattle together in her mind. She had been cleaning the statue of glazed terracotta when another attack struck without warning. "Are you all right, citizen?" a soft female voice said from behind her. "May I assist?" Anna felt something behind her and reached out an arm to steady herself. "I was just tending this space and—" she croaked, her voice low and cracked. She raised herself gingerly to rest on one knee.
"Do I have your permission to make physical contact to assist, citizen?" "Yes, thank you,"
Anna said as she turned to see the face behind the voice, her head still swimming. A woman dressed in gray medical scrubs, who appeared to be in her mid-30s with brunette hair pulled into a tight bun behind her head, stood blankly staring at her. She wore no jewelry, carried no purse, and wore plain gray tennis shoes that matched the color of her pants and shirt. Her expressionless face appeared careworn, and her voice sounded bland but genuine. Anna staggered again and leaned against the woman for support. Around her, more people gathered, all wearing the same gray jumpsuits. Bland calls of, "May I assist, citizen?" came from several. Anna's head whirled. Her knees buckled, sending her into the arms of one of the bystanders.
"I think if I sit for a moment, I might feel better,"
Anna managed, remembering in broken shards. This morning, the sudden but familiar headache assaulted her as soon as she entered the recreational area to begin her daily tending duties. As she approached the statue of Austin, she had swooned, and her mind blazed in furious pain. It continued to burn even now. First the headache, then the people, then the fire. Her episodes, as she called them, always happened in the same order. This one hit her with abnormally intense power and grew stronger the closer she drew to the base of the statue. She tried to stand on her own, so the woman released her, but Anna leaned quickly against the base of the statue again as the pain returned. Using the foot of the figure to steady herself brought expressions of indignation from the small crowd.
"We can't have her propping on Austin like that. She needs aid, citizens,"
the woman said to the growing crowd, not from any outright concern for the girl, but more for a sense of resentment at the apparent desecration of the statue.
"She has granted me physical permission for assistance."
Approving ahs came from the small crowd. "Shall I call a peacemaker?" a man asked the crowd.
"I believe she needs bearing, citizens,"
said an older woman.
"Do you need a bearer, citizen?"
the old woman said louder, this time directly to Anna. Anna's world closed in around her as she slid down the concrete and marble base, rolled over in the grass, and closed her eyes. Pale, expressionless faces hovered over her, around her, as the accustomed sequence initiated in her mind. First the headache, then the people, then the fire, then the wolf. Chapter 3. Anna awoke slowly, the fog clearing in her mind like the pages of a book slowly revealing the story. Her bloodshot eyes opened to blurry whiteness, and it took a moment to realize she looked up at a pale ceiling. A hospital room? She pushed herself up to a half-sitting position and looked around. Beds virtually filled every available space, arranged like a criss-cross checkerboard. Men and women, some conscious, most not, made the room stuffy and hot. A small television, shrouded by a protective metal cage, hung from one corner of the room. A muffled, monotone news program droned on regarding a newly passed statute by the Board of Governors that will greatly reduce waste in the pouring of concrete. In a unanimous decision, the board has wisely reduced the width of all pedestrian walkways by... Anna searched the faces of the people watching the program. They fixated on the small television news program and every word from the presenter. Some of them coughed, while still others clutched wounds of varying severity. Still more lay comatose on wheeled beds or makeshift gurneys. Anna turned to the woman in the bed next to her.
"Excuse me, citizen," she said gently.
The woman rolled slightly to turn her dull-lidded eyes toward Anna, but said nothing.
"Can you tell me where I am, please?"
Anna asked. A commotion rippled through the room as the muddled newsreader's voice grew in excitement and vigor as he announced an important message: the conviction. Those conscious and able-bodied rolled off their beds and stood. Some with leg wounds stood anyway, perched on one leg as they stared at the tiny screen. Those unable to stand reared up on their beds to crane their necks toward the announcement. Anna gingerly slid from her bed and attempted to stand on unreliable legs. The image of the news presenter vanished, and a new figure appeared on the screen. Anna surveyed the expressions in the room, and for the first time since regaining consciousness, she saw emotion emerge on their faces. Pride welled within her, and she stood a little straighter as she too stared at the TV screen in reverence and awe. Not fully recovered from her recent episode, she wavered back and bumped into her gurney, which rolled into the wall with a metallic clang. Some of the other patients turned to look at her. Their expressions changed briefly to annoyance, even anger, before returning to the figure coming into view on the television. "Our way of life is perfect, citizens." A clear, strong voice boomed from the screen. "Don't you agree?" "Our way of life is perfect, Austin," those in the room echoed softly. "We must all make sacrifices to maintain our perfect way of life," the figure said. His voice betrayed little emotion, as though reciting well-rehearsed and often repeated assurances. The man stood tall and barrel-chested, with his face in shadow. Behind him a brilliant blue flag waved, billowing the enormous white star at its center, making the emblem resemble white foam tossed on a dark, stormy sea. "We must make sacrifices, Austin," the chorus responded in almost a whisper, Anna included. "It is because of you that we live in such perfection and harmony." The crowd stared at the man and said with reverence, "It is because of you, Austin." Their emotionless faces, now set free in the glow of the little screen, showed unchecked expressions: glee, adoration, love. Genuine love for the man on TV. Anna felt it. This was Austin. Of course she loved him. Everyone loved him. "We will remain strong. We will not falter. We are one." "We are one, Austin," the room echoed. "We are one," the television roared with increased volume. "We are one, Austin," the people in the room said, following suit. "Loyalty above self," the volume of the television steadily increased. "Loyalty above self," the patients repeated, their chins raised in adulation and pride. Anna's head throbbed, but she couldn't show weakness, not in front of Austin. "Loyalty above self." "Loyalty above self, Austin." The pain grew, and she put a hand on her temple while steadying herself against the gurney. A young woman, maybe in her early 20s, questioningly cut her eyes toward Anna. "Country above all," the television speaker blasted into the room, echoing from the walls, bombarding her head. "Country above all, Austin." The room shuddered with shouting. The clamor siphoned from outside the room as well, as raucous devotion rang out from everywhere. Still her head hammered, the pain growing. Shouts of "Austin!" detonated through the walls. Anna closed her eyes against the torment in her mind. "Austin, our savior!" blasted through the ceiling from the rooms above. Anna slumped to the gurney as the blurry image of the man, woman, and 3 girls grew in her mind, slowly coming into focus. "No," she thought. "Not now. Not here." As the group shouted, the looks directed at Anna showed fear and disgust. Behind her clenched eyelids, her vision cleared as the image of a house slid up behind them, holding hands in the overly green yard. Everyone in the room looked at the girl, not shouting, not convicted. They took up the call even louder. "Austin, above all!" "Pan Americas forever!" the television figure shouted and raised a fist into the air. First come the headaches, then the people, then the fire. "Pan Americas forever!" the group resounded, and those who were able thrust their fists into the air. Anna's vision of the smiling group of people exploded in fire, and she slid from the gurney to the small patch of floor beneath her. Now the jeers showed of genuine terror. They looked at Anna, then back to the screen. "Pan Americas forever!" They shouted and placed their fists to their chests. "Austin forever!" Anna opened her eyes. The woman in the gurney next to hers pleaded with her eyes for Anna to stand and join in. She flashed from the screen to Anna, betraying her intense fear. She looked as though the man on the television would know that within their hospital room something was not right, as though he might step down from the little square box hanging in the corner and punish them all. And they all knew the punishment.
Austin forever! Austin forever! Austin forever!
The cries emanated from everywhere around her, feeding the fire in Anna's mind. She could feel the heat of it on her skin. It spread as easily as the wind, consuming everything in its path. Everything but the wolf. Through the flames in her dream, she saw the great black beast, ever present and prowling at the edges of her consciousness. The red-eyed wolf terrified Anna more than the snapping, howling fire. It never burned the wolf, never consumed him. In her cognizance, she knew why. The wolf controlled the fire, used it, sent it after those it hunted, like the man, the woman, and the 3 girls. Anna rolled to her side. A slight tremble rippled through her body. The man on the screen regained his composure, looked directly into the camera, into the eyes of the people in this very room, and said, "Good night," in a calm and monotone voice. Almost instantly the room returned to the drab and dull place it had been when Anna awoke. People shuffled back to their beds as blank looks returned to their faces. The dreary newsreader appeared on the screen again, now talking about the hard-working citizens of the agricultural zones who, for the glory of Austin, have increased the harvest again this season. Be looking for an increase in the bread provision this period, all thanks to these outstanding citizens and Austin. The door opened and a woman walked in with a clipboard wearing the same gray scrubs, her hair twisted into a tight knot behind her head. On the left side of her shirt was a small, shiny blue pin. The pin displayed a smiling man waist up. Behind him a dark blue flag with one massive white star in the middle appeared to flap in the wind. She stopped just inside the door, scanned down the paper, and said,
"Melissa, Domicile 3, Street 9, Block 5?
Her voice emotionless, and her gaze dull, she repeated,
"Melissa, 593.
Her pale eyes swept the room, and when Melissa 593 did not respond, she turned to leave.
"Excuse me,"
Anna said softly as she climbed the gurney and held out a hand to her. Several people in the room, the conscious ones, all turned to look at her.
"I'm not sure where I am,"
she said. The ashen-faced woman glanced dully at the clipboard.
"Name?" "Anna. Domicile 5, Street 8, Block 17. "Yes, 1785,
the woman said through a sigh. She looked Anna up and down, then focused on a small band of paper twisted around her wrist.
"I'll let the CHM know you're awake,"
the nurse said with a hint of annoyance, and walked out of the room. The older woman in the bed next to Anna turned away from the television and stared at her. Anna returned her look curiously and said nothing. The woman's face remained placid, her eyes locked on the girl.
"Can I help you?"
Anna finally asked.
"Your hair is out of regulation,"
the woman curtly replied.
"Yes, out of regulation. That will have to be reported, and corrective measures will need to be taken."
The woman barked a hacking, wet cough. Anna reached up to feel her hair. During her headache episode, it had slipped from the back of her head, and now thin tendrils scraped at her shoulders. The woman swallowed the knot of phlegm her lungs expelled and continued. "Must be reported, yes. And failing to join the conviction is an even worse infraction. I will have to report that as well." She wheezed a stifling laugh. "I shouldn't even be talking to you." "I tried," Anna managed, working to get her hair back behind her head. "Are you a loyal citizen?" the woman croaked. "Yes," Anna said as she twisted her hair around the bun she piled behind her. "I wonder. A loyal citizen would have finished the conviction. You didn't." Anna began, interrupted by the door opening beside her. A middle-aged man wearing a dingy white coat with spectacles parked on the end of his nose entered. He stopped inside the door and looked directly at Anna. "Anna, 1785? The old woman, one gurney over, raised herself to her elbows and said, "She isn't a loyal citizen. Look at her hair." She nodded vigorously at Anna and coughed again. At the accusation, several other people in the room turned toward the man, echoing the woman's claims. "She's not loyal, by Austin," and
I'd get a peacemaker,
and didn't show proper respect, and
puts herself above Austin for sure.
At this last comment, people in the room gasped and placed their fists over their chests, muttering under their breath,
Austin forever.
At each statement, Anna tried to defend herself.
No,
And,
but,
and,
that's not true.
Calm, citizens, the man said. Calm. This is Anna, and at this time, we don't know what's wrong with her. But once we diagnose her ailment, and she is properly reconditioned, she will be back to normal, just like the rest of us. Thank you for all your sacrifices today. Several in the room harumphed, but this generally appeased them as the news presenter droned on about grand strides in the purification of habitat zone wastewater.
Reconditioned?
Anna thought. First the headaches, then the people, then the fire, then the wolf. The CHM, the nurse called him, motioned for Anna to follow. He led her into the outer hallway where more beds lined every inch of the walls and people vied for any available tract. Some stood, some leaned against door frames, some had beds to lie on, while others jockeyed for open floor space. On the walls hung large posters of barrel-chested men in dark green military uniforms holding flags of dark blue emblazoned with a single white star. Printed in large, bold letters across the bottom of the poster, "Country Above Self," stood in contrast to the green uniforms. An immaculate and very large portrait of a smiling man in a dark gray suit, arms folded across his chest, hung behind a nurse's station. Fawning people below him, dressed in bright clothing, offered up a dazzling array of colorful flowers. Others held pamphlets portraying the blue flag and star, while still more carried thick brown books with one word, Austin, embossed on the covers. A dark wooden frame wrapped the entire portrait and appeared spotless and highly polished. The frame stood out as the only object in the whole hospital wing which appeared new and well kept. Above the picture, a spotlight bathed the entire image in brilliant white light. Everyone wore the same gray clothing. Hospital personnel adorned their shirts with matching blue metal pins, displaying the likeness of the man bathed in a blue flag background, Austin. The CHM led Anna to a pitifully small and drab examination room, no bigger than a walk-in closet. Inside the room, a rolling stool, a sink, and a wooden chair set into the corner sufficed as its only amenities. "Have a seat, citizen," he instructed. Anna dutifully took her seat as he set the clipboard beside the sink and washed his hands. "I'm Aaron, the community health manager. Are you well this afternoon, citizen?"
"I feel much better,"
Anna replied. "Good, that's good," Aaron said. He dried his hands, pulled the rolling stool close to her, sat, and began reading notes from the clipboard under his breath. "Anna, 1785, age 19? He looked at her, then back to the clipboard. "You're a tender and collapsed at the foot of a statue of Austin in CRA-2. That's a serious infraction." He paused. "But we'll overlook that one for now. History of headaches, seen at 3 other facilities, previously prescribed orphenadrine, metaxalone, and cyclobenzaprine." He whistled to himself. "Unconscious, 2 bearers. Okay," Aaron concluded. "Well,
where am I?"
Anna asked, interrupting him. "Memory loss?" he asked in more of a statement than a question.
"Not really. I just don't know where I am,"
Anna replied. Aaron wrote something on his clipboard. "This is health facility number 3. You were brought here from Citizen Recreational Area 2 by the 2 bearers and 1 peacemaker. You were unconscious when you arrived and were placed in reception with the other citizen patients awaiting treatment. When your treatment is complete, you will be remanded to the peacemaker for your hair infraction." Anna started to respond, but a shrill tone coming from a small speaker above the door cut her off. Aaron promptly stood and placed the clipboard next to the small sink. Anna instinctively rose to her feet as well. The pair remained motionless as a drab voice announced, "Census." Speakers outside the door and throughout the hallway echoed, "Census, citizens." Aaron turned to face the door as a red light sprang from the speaker. It cast a thin line on the opposite wall, hovering there a few seconds before sliding toward the floor, expanding as it lowered. The pair remained motionless as the red band scanned over the crown of their heads and down their faces. It reached the floor, paused momentarily, then reversed direction, and climbed back toward the ceiling. The red probe scanned them as it returned to its position on the wall opposite the speaker, then vanished. Aaron turned, retrieved his clipboard, and sat again on the rolling stool, dryly resuming his interview effortlessly where he left off. "Any trouble going to the bathroom?" he asked. Anna sat as well.
"I don't think so."
Yes.
"Can you tell me how long I was unconscious?"
"Well, you were in reception before midday conviction, and as it is now just after evening census, I would say most of the day, probably. Not a very productive day for you, citizen. Your guardians have been notified, and I assume you'll be assigned to the same domicile after reconditioning." Anna sat still, trying to process the last hour.
"Well, I feel much better. I don't think I—"
He interrupted. "That's good, citizen. I'll make a note of it. So let's have a look at you. Please disrobe." Anna brought both hands to her chest.
"I really do feel better,"
she said with a hint of fear in her voice. "Nurse," Aaron called.
Yes. Please remove your clothing and place them on the hook."
A woman opened the door and squeezed her way into the tiny room.
"Yes, sir,"
she droned.
"Good. This is Anna, 1785, and we are going to do a physical examination due to the loss of consciousness,"
Aaron said and stood. The two shuffled around each other to change positions.
"Please remove your clothing and place them on the hook,"
the nurse repeated. Anna did not move. She clutched the fastener of her gray blouse, pulse racing.
"But I feel better."
The CHM, who now faced the door, said, "That's good, Anna."
"Please remove your clothing and place—"
Anna stood, slowly removed her blouse and hung it on the hook. She unfastened her string belt and removed the gray pants, handing them to the nurse who hung them on the hook. Although not naked due to her undergarments, Anna felt helpless and exposed. The standard issue cotton undershirt and boxer-style shorts afforded her little protection from the prying eyes of the nurse. The woman considered her dully from head to toe.
"Turn, please,"
she said, sounding bored. Anna turned a full circle in the cramped room.
"Please put your clothes back on,"
the nurse said. Anna retrieved her gray work clothes from the hook and quickly dressed. The nurse turned to face the back of the community health manager, who continued to face the door during the entire examination.
"No signs of physical trauma, sir. A slight contusion on the right rear thigh, probably from a recent fall."
"Okay," Aaron said and made more notes on his clipboard. The two danced around each other in the examination room as Anna finished putting on her blouse and sat. The nurse left the room, and Aaron stepped in the doorway holding it open. "Well," he said, "no sign of physical trauma. You say you're feeling better. I don't think there is anything else we need to do here." He smiled and gestured for Anna to follow. Anna stood, passing him into the hall. "So, all that remains is reconditioning and then back to your domicile," he said in a subtly deceptive voice.
"Reconditioning?"
Anna asked.
"But I feel better. I don't need—"
A door across the outer room opened, and two men in white scrubs entered. "These bearers will help you from here," Aaron said. Anna took an instinctive step backward as the two men approached. They wore practiced smiles, but their eyes betrayed their vicious intent.
"I don't want—"
she managed as one of them took her by the wrist and the other deftly slid the needle into her soft skin. As the fast-acting halothane took effect, her eyes rolled back into her forehead, and she wilted into their waiting arms. Chapter 4. Anna dreamed. She stood on the edge of a cliff, overlooking a frozen expanse expanding far into the distance. She shivered against the cold and wrapped her arms around her chest. A brisk gale enveloped her, rippling her white linen gown as it caressed her and coaxed her toward the rocky height. She took an instinctive step away from the precipice and turned to survey her surroundings, crunching snow underfoot. She stood on the bluff of an Arctic tundra, high above a broad valley floor. Whistling wind and snow swirled from the cliff face, making patterns in the air, inviting her to step from the edge. The devilishly playful wind pulled loose bits of grass and dirt over the edge, then suddenly shifted direction to run up the escarpment, blasting tufts of greenery that clung for life to the jutting, jagged rocks. "Hello?" she yelled, looking around for shelter from the wind and the cold. In the distance, the cyclone murmured a muted response. Anna shivered again. Her breathing grew deep, and large plumes of steam marked each exhalation like mist from a breaching ocean creature. Anna moved farther away from the steep rock wall, pushing against the driving wind. She felt colder than she ever had. "Hello?" she tried again. Her foot slipped on the icy grass, and she tumbled to the frozen ground, landing hard. The scene around her changed. It twisted and morphed from a dark, overcast sky to a bright blue vista. Instead of the harsh, cold wind, a peaceful breeze ruffled her gown, and birds sang to her from the tops of high palms. Anna found herself kneeling on warm sand, not desolate frozen tundra. She stood, turned in a full circle, and looked out over brilliant blue water. A light breeze that smelled like sea salt and tropical fruit wafted past, cooling her skin. The sun hung high overhead, and she felt its heat radiate on her face. More salt air blew in as cool surf rhythmically drowned her feet, pulling her toes deeper into the fine sand. A profound sense of euphoria inundated her, an understanding that this is where she wanted to be. Then, from nowhere and everywhere, a booming voice announced, "Austin!" The sound, so loud, it filled the air and shook the trees, sending birds into the air. Anna shrank from the noise, but its intensity and abruptness did not fill her with fear, but with awe. She turned another circle, trying to see the source of the voice, and questioned how it echoed only in her mind. "Austin!" The thunderous voice pounded again, shaking the ground, rumbling the sand around her. "Yes," Anna called, more of an answer than a question. "I am here." Her voice sounded distant and weak. "Austin!" The name bombarded her, shook her as she stood in the warm sunlight, waiting for the owner of the voice to appear. The world mutated again, twisting in on itself like a coiled spring, blending colors and scenery. Dark clouds replaced the warm sunlight, and harsh blowing snow emerged from the spiraling sea breeze. Anna stood again on the sharp edge of the snowy crag. The utter cold bit at her skin again like 1,000 hungry mouths. "Are you there? Who are you?" Anna yelled into the storm. Shivering against the cold, she desperately longed to be standing on the beach facing the clear blue water, back with the booming voice. She took several labored steps away from the edge, crunching through ice and snow. Every few feet she saw small patches of scrub grass poking through the snow like tiny brown islands on an ocean of white. She tried to only step on these islands, as though her crunching through the snow emitted an offensive sound. The wind pushed against her, stung her, forcing her to wince and fight against it. Her chattering teeth did nothing to drown out the soft, calculated crunch of snow from behind her. Anna whirled at the sound. A colossal black and gray wolf removed its paw from a patch of cracked ice. It raised and shook the paw, then placed it steadily on a patch of frozen grass. Anna froze. Its eyes, gleaming red orbs, fixed on her, like the laser from a steady sniper's scope. Neither moved for a moment before the wolf resumed hunting her. It tracked in calculated strides, now avoiding the snow patches and sticking to the brown dots of short grass. Its growl started low, rumbling. The low, rolling snarl added to the ghostly howling of the wind, together the most terrifying sound Anna had ever heard. She unwrapped her arms from her chest and stepped slowly away from the snarling animal. No matter how she tried to walk away from the open cliff face and the monster, she soon found herself backed against the chasm and the beast ever closer. Her heels slipped from the sheer edge, finding only open air. Pitifully, she said, I don't want any trouble." She put her hands in front of her and searched the ground with a desperate gaze for any form of weapon, a stick, a rock, anything. The wolf's gleaming red eyes never wavered. His bare teeth flashed large and white in his panting, hungry maw. His growl remained low, menacing, and purposeful.
"Please,"
Anna pleaded. Then the wolf, the tundra, the cliff, the valley, and the danger vanished as the frozen world swirled around her again. Anna stood on the beach once more. The sun beamed down, and water gently lapped the shore. She sighed and closed her eyes as an instant, powerful sense of peace and euphoria ran through her. Anna loved existing in this place, far from the cliff, the cold, and the wolf. "Austin!" A voice rumbled directly above her. Anna opened her eyes, lifted her face, and stared into the clear blue sky.
"Where are you?"
she yelled.
"I want to see you."
"Austin!"
"I want to stay here with you."
Anna pleaded and brought her arms to her chest, anticipating the coming cold. The worlds swam, shifting positions, colors, and sensations, sending her back to the cliff, back to the prowling wolf.
"No!"
Anna cried. Cold crawled up and down her body as razor-edged shards of snow blasted her from every angle. The hulking black wolf materialized in front of her, glinting teeth wider than before. Closer.
"No!"
Anna yelled and readied for the impending attack. She balled her fists, her only weapons, and crouched slightly, never removing her eyes from the animal, yet wary of the rocky height behind her. The beast padded slowly forward, crouching lower, flattening its ears against its black furry head. The snarling ceased as it froze, staring at her, poised for the attack. Flexed muscles twitched along its body, and thick fur fluttered in the snow driven by the wind. The monster stood motionless, as though invisible. Anna yearned for the worlds to spin, to twist together and remove her from this place. She wanted to stand on the beach, in the sun, listening to the water lap the shore, feel her toes bury in the warm sand, anything to get away from the wolf. The animal launched forward from powerful hind legs, its teeth bared, paws outstretched, claws like razors, ready to tear into her flesh. Through the air the great brute flew, closing the distance in one mammoth bound. Anna braced herself for the impact as the enormous wolf slammed into her guarding arms, throwing her backward. The pair toppled, Anna onto her back, the wolf crouched inches from her chest, jaws snapping. Their momentum carried them over again, this time rolling them off the edge of the cliff wall. The frozen world spiraled as she and the wolf tumbled through the frigid air. Wind rushed past, whistling in her ears, drowning out the wolf just inches away, clawing and biting the air, trying desperately to reach her. Snow appeared to fall upward as she plummeted, descending toward the bottom of the chasm. Chapter 5. Anna awoke. Her light blue gown clung to her, sticky with warm sweat. Wires and tubes jutting from her arms rattled against the bed when she jerked awake from the fall. Clear glass bottles hanging from metal poles clinked together as their unknown internal liquids sloshed in rhythm to her sudden movement. Her neck hurt. A nurse in a crisp white uniform, her hair bound tightly to the back of her head, moved to Anna's bedside and fumbled with the nozzles and tubes feeding Anna's intravenous needles. "Austin!" A booming voice sounded from a speaker attached to the head of her bed. Anna blinked, willing her eyes to open a fraction. Through the slits, she squinted into brilliant radiance. Suspended inches above her face hung a single intense light. A silver shroud around the bulb reflected its light into her face, so close she could feel its heat. The light switched off, leaving a blurry, bright afterimage in her vision. A blower fan set to the side of the bed clicked on as the room went nearly completely black. In the light from the hallway, the nurse added some notes to a chart, considered the girl questioningly, and altered the drip from one of the glass containers. Anna opened her eyes a bit wider and tried to speak. "The wolf," she managed in a dry, hoarse voice. The fan ticked off as the suspended bulb blasted on again, cascading blinding light onto her face. Anna clamped her eyes shut, seeing red behind her eyelids. "Austin!" roared the speaker. A valve in the plastic tubing connected to her arm opened, and fresh drugs pumped into her veins. Anna grew very still, her body sinking back into the mattress, listless. "Austin!" The nurse noted the change in drip settings and the patient's reaction to the treatment. She hung the clipboard on a hook at the foot of the bed, yawned, and left the room. The valve closed automatically according to the predetermined treatment timeline. The light switched off, the fan blew, and darkness again filled the small room. Anna shivered and muttered in a drowsy voice,
"Please, stop."
The bulb burst on again, showering her face in light. "Austin!" Anna sat on a wooden bench, a long string of drool extending from her gaping mouth to her knee.
"And how are we today, citizen?"
a soothing voice asked. Slowly, Anna raised her head and muttered something unintelligible.
"Good, citizen,"
the nurse said.
"That's good. You're doing very well. Soon you'll be ready to return to your domicile."
The nurse paused, reached down, flipped a card attached to Anna's smock up so she could read it.
"Anna, 1785.
The nurse sat on the bench next to Anna and continued to read her identification badge. She spoke slowly in a sing-song voice, as though to a very young child.
"This says you're a tender, Anna. Thank you for your sacrifice of keeping our beautiful recreation areas so well maintained."
Anna's drool grew until it rolled off her knee onto the floor.
"Oh, now you've soiled your jumper, and just before conviction,"
the nurse chided in an annoyingly pedantic tone. She stood to notify an attendant but stopped, frozen by the small television hanging in the corner of the room. A clear, strong voice from the box rang out. "Our way of life is perfect, citizens." At the sound of the voice, Anna wanted to stand and join her fellow citizens. Her brain willed her to rise, but her body only wavered as more drool spilled down her knee.
"Our way of life is perfect, Austin,"
she whispered, struggling to form the words. "Our way of life is perfect, Austin." Those in the room repeated as best they could. "We must all make sacrifices to maintain our perfect way of life," the man on the television prompted.
"We must make sacrifices, Austin,"
Anna responded, a hint of a whimper following her pronouncement. Her words came in unintelligible labored bursts to those around her, but in her mind she sounded clear, strong, and proud. "It is because of you that we live in such perfection and harmony." Emotion-filled tears welled in Anna's eyes as her brain responded with glory.
"It is because of you, Austin."
"We will remain strong. We will not falter. We are one."
"We are one, Austin,"
Anna echoed in her mind. "We are one," the television repeated louder.
"We are one, Austin,"
the people in the room sang, following suit. What came from Anna's mouth, in between gushes of saliva, squawked something close to,
"Where is there?"
though her inner voice grew in intensity and power, keeping pace with the volume of the television presenter. "Loyalty above self."
"Loyalty above self, Austin,"
Anna shouted in her mind. "Loyalty above self."
"Loyalty above self, Austin,"
Anna repeated. "Country above all," the screen blared.
"Country above all, Austin."
In her mind, Anna felt euphoric, wonderful, alive. "Pan-Americas forever," the television presenter shouted. Anna raised a weak arm to place a fist over her chest.
"Pan-America forever,"
she tried to shout, sending spit dribbling down her smock. The entire group of citizens in Post-Reconditioning Ward 3 of Citizens Habitat Zone 7 placed ragged fists over their chests and shouted, "Pan-Americas forever! Austin forever!"
"Austin forever! Austin forever!"
Anna recited the words in her mind and tried to speak them with her comrades. She felt warm sunlight on her face, felt spongy sand under her feet, and smelled the cool sea air wafting past her. She felt as though she could rise into the clear sky above her, as though the name itself lifted her towards that endless blue heaven. Her imagination burst with happy singing birds and the lapping of water against the shore. Her face twisted from a blank stare to a contorted smile of ecstasy. The television presenter's voice returned to normal, and those in the room returned to their previous activities. Some worked simple puzzles, still more drew with stubby pencils. Others, like Anna, simply leaned against walls, drooling from gaping mouths and sagging faces, reeling from their reconditioning treatment.
"This citizen needs a new jumper,"
the nurse said to an attendant stationed by a set of doors. She turned toward Anna.
"Oh, look at you, standing for conviction. Well done, citizen,"
she said, giving Anna a bright smile. Anna sank to the bench and positioned herself against the wall as fresh spittle escaped the corner of her mouth on its slow ride to the floor. The nurse produced a cloth from inside one of the generous pockets of her uniform and wiped under Anna's chin.
"We'll need to get this under control before we can release you to your guardians, young lady," the nurse said.
The attendant, a dull-faced young man, approached as the nurse held a towel under Anna's chin, cupping her waterfall of saliva.
"Take this citizen to processing. She should be ready to return to her domicile in a few hours," the nurse instructed.
The attendant nodded, took the towel, and slipped an arm around Anna's back under her shoulder. He lifted her from the bench, her head lolling onto his shoulder. Shuffling, the pair left post-reconditioning Ward 3 on their way to processing.
"There now,"
the attendant whispered in her ear.
"We'll get you right as rain, citizen."
Anna did not respond. She loosely clung to the young man. When her eyes slid closed, the black wolf resumed its prowl in her mind. Chapter 6. After receiving a new set of clothing, gray smock, loose-fitting pants, and tennis shoes, Anna grew more lucid as the attendant led her to a long metal bench under an awning. She joined a waiting queue of reconditioned patients in the chilly pre-dawn air, some aware of their surroundings, others in various states of post-drug delirium. A ramshackle bus rattled up to the curb in front of them. Like a school bus picking up children, the front double doors swung open with a shrill squeak, and attendants at the head of the bench began shuffling people up the low steps. One by one, the patients stood, presented their badges for inspection by the attendants, and boarded the bus. When her turn came, Anna stood, still shaky from her reconditioning, and shuffled forward. She jumped slightly as the attendant snapped the badge off her shirt. "Anna is 1785, the attendant said as he flipped pages on his clipboard. He tore a sheet of paper from a thick stack and plunged it deep into a pocket of her blouse. "Standard reconditioning instructions," he said too loudly. Anna paid him no attention, studying the wheels of the bus. A long-forgotten children's song cascaded into the forefront of her consciousness.
"The wheels on the bus go round and round,"
she lackadaisically sang to herself. The attendant snapped his fingers in front of her face several times. "Hey," he said, annoyed. He reached into her pocket, pulled out the instructions, and flapped it in front of her as she turned her face toward him. "Instructions, okay? Give them to your guardians." He jammed the paper back into her pocket and snapped her badge back onto her shirt. Anna stood there, swaying.
"The horn on the bus goes beep, beep, beep."
"Scan your badge with the driver," he said and pointed to the bus. "Next." Anna turned and ambled up the worn steps with generous use of the handrail. Another attendant stood atop the stairs, hurrying patients to their seats. Behind the wheel, wearing blue coveralls, sat the driver, who gave her a dull look. "Card?" he asked. Anna stared at the ceiling. The patchwork of rips and black dots in the ancient-looking acoustic fabric locked her attention.
"The roof of the bus goes rip, rip, rip,"
she sang softly to herself and giggled at her joke. "Citizen, card," the driver more forcefully announced. The attendant turned toward her and snatched the card from Anna's blouse as soon as he came within arm's reach. "Anna 1785? he asked, waiting for her reply.
"Yes,"
Anna said softly.
"Anna 71085.
Still reeling from the liquids in her system, her voice sounded far away as if someone else spoke from deep within. "Right," the attendant said and handed the badge to the driver. The driver marked his clipboard and handed back Anna's identification. When she didn't take it, he harumphed and jabbed it into her pocket with the crumpled reconditioning instructions. The attendant turned her brusquely and pushed her along the rows of waiting passengers. Organized with 2 inner and 2 outer rows, the interior of the bus forced passengers seated on the inside, with their backs to each other, to face the passengers sitting on the outer rows, who faced inward. Attendants, tasked with maximizing the available space, crammed lethargic patients into seats and verified that every passenger sat with 2 other people's knees between their own. The gruff attendant led Anna to her seat, helped her sit, then pressed against her side to ensure she sat as close to her fellow passenger as possible. The next patient, with the help of the attendant, took an open seat across from her, and his knee slid between hers. People packed the bus, all tightly squeezing each other's knees like a zipper grabbing the next tooth in the chain. The attendant exited, the doors closed, and the vehicle rumbled away from the curb, belching a thick cloud of exhaust. Checking his list as he went, the driver barked out names and domicile numbers through a black microphone attached above his head with a rusty black coiled cable. He read the list bottom to top as clearly as possible for the hazy patients to hear their names, but the barely intelligible squawking emanating from the speakers throughout the bus made it nearly impossible. "Philip 3447, came his scratchy voice accompanied by an ear-piercing whine. Habitat Zone 7, identical to all other habitat zones, consisted of 81 identical modules, called blocks. Surrounding a central block, Recreational Area 3, 44 domicile blocks made up the bulk of the habitat zone. Each domicile block contained 10 streets, running west to east, with each street holding 10 domiciles. Each domicile housed 4 citizens, making the habitat's zone population exactly 17,600 citizens. Each street looked exactly like the next, with all the gray housing units facing the same direction, south. Terminating each domicile block were roads running north and south, labeled with letters A through H. Within each habitat zone were 4 medical facilities ranging from minor medical needs to radical surgery to mental health and reconditioning facilities. Each habitat zone had 5 identical recreational areas with a statue of Austin at its center. Surrounding the habitat zone were 28 farming blocks, and encompassing the entire habitat zone, a 15-meter-tall concrete and metal barrier. One by one, the driver called names as the bus came to a stop in front of one identical gray box after another. Each time a patient exited the bus, the driver gave him or her a, "Have a wonderful day, citizen. Thank you for your sacrifice." "Andrew 629, have a wonderful day, citizen. Thank you for your sacrifice." "Heather 4510-2, have a wonderful day, citizen. Thank you for your sacrifice." The vehicle rounded corner after identical corner onto street after indistinguishable street. "Mary 1438, the driver called. Anna turned sharply at the name to see a dark-haired woman stand, collect her meager belongings, shuffle off the bus, dismissing the driver's rehearsed send-off, and walk up the path to her assigned domicile. "Mary." Anna grimaced and raised a hand to her temple. The brief flash in her mind of another woman named Mary brought with it a sharp pain. Thankfully, the pain in the memory vanished as instantly as it started. The bus rumbled along again, gray box house after gray box house, and one insincere farewell after another. The vehicle rolled to a stop in the middle of another dimly lit street. "Anna, 1785, the driver called to where she sat next in line to disembark. Anna stared through the grimy window at a row of unremarkable gray boxes, but did not move. "This is your domicile, citizen," the driver said, annoyance on the edge of his tone. Reluctantly, Anna stood and gathered her things from the seat. In a small gray satchel, she carried a few sheets of paper on which she had drawn a picture of a peaceful beach, a stubby pencil, and a half-eaten plain turkey sandwich which she smuggled from the PRW3 cafeteria. She moved to the front of the small bus. "Thank you," she said more clearly than she had spoken that day. "Have a wonderful day, citizen. Thank you for your sacrifice," the driver droned in a sluggish voice. "Mm-hmm," Anna agreed. When her feet hit the road's pavement, the door behind her wrenched its way closed, and the old bus meandered off down the street. Anna stood in front of Domicile 5, on Street 8 of Block 17, according to a small sign next to the door. She looked up and down the street. Every house, window, and walkway looked identical, right down to the grass in each yard, precisely mowed, edged, and the exact same color green. The small sign identifying the domicile number, the only perceptible difference. Each domicile, 2-story gray boxes, held a small set of concrete stairs at the end of walkways that led to the only visible doors. 3 small windows evenly distributed on the front wall allowed light in from outside. Anna walked to the door and knocked on it. A woman answered.
"Oh, Anna," the woman said dryly. "We've been worried about you. Stephen," she called dully. "Anna's back."
As though not hearing the woman, Anna said quietly,
"I am Anna. I have been assigned to this domicile."
Her voice still sounded bland and distant, not her own. She took the scrunched paper, the reconditioning instructions, from her pocket and extended it to the woman who took it. The door opened wider, and Anna walked into the small house, stopping just inside. A young boy greeted her with a flat smile, quickly joined by a man in gray overalls. The woman, still holding the instructions, closed the door and joined the others. "Anna, do you remember us?" the man asked. "My name is Stephen." He pointed a thumb at the woman. "Meredith and I are your guardians. This is Joseph." He put a hand on the boy's shoulders. "He is also our ward."
"I am Anna. I have been assigned to this domicile,"
was all she could manage. Stephen turned to Meredith.
"She was taken for reconditioning after being assigned to tend Recreational Area 2.
Stephen turned back to Anna. "Did you have another headache?" he asked.
"I am Anna. I have been assigned—"
Before she could finish, a tone sounded from a speaker mounted above the door. "Census," a voice said. Instinctively, Anna moved next to the boy, opposite Meredith and Stephen. She tilted her head to look at the woman, then quickly back to the red light that appeared in the speaker. Chapter 7. Anna's nightmares were almost unbearable and returned a few months after her most recent reconditioning treatment. Worse, she had not slept restfully in weeks because of the vivid imagery playing in her dreams. She would close her eyes, drift off, and be transported to strange places that spun around in circles. Some were peaceful, filled with smiling faces, while others terrified her. No matter where her sleeping mind took her, she always ended up in the same burning house, the same screams invading her mind, the same people holding hands. The fire always consumed her, burned her, and the dreams came in such vivid detail that she felt the burning heat on her skin, even after waking. Recently, a new aspect of her nightmares surfaced. Her own twisting and contorting face crowded into her dreams, pushing other visions away as though focusing her unconscious thoughts solely on her own existence. In her mind, she spiraled from one place to another, and along with her a different version of her face, as though she were different people from different places, all crowded into one young woman's body and psyche. Her reflection staring back from a mirror, her face as an old man, as a beggar, as a doctor. Ultimately, she ended up in the burning house as fuel for the consuming flame until she burst awake gasping for air. Some nights the visions appeared so vividly that she swore tendrils of smoke trailed behind her back into the real world. She and Joseph, the younger ward of Stephen and Meredith, shared a room, and he always awoke when she had nightmares to watch over her. This meant he, too, remained awake most nights.
"Same one?"
Joseph asked, propped up in his bed.
"Yes,"
Anna managed.
"Where were you this time?"
"Machines," Anna replied.
"The half-people, half-machine one?"
"Yeah."
"And the house?" "Always,"
Anna replied. Softly, Joseph said,
"I'm glad I don't have nightmares."
"Me too," Anna agreed. Early the next morning, the pair sat around a paltry table set off from a meager kitchen. Meredith stood at a small sink, washing the morning's breakfast bowls while Stephen cleared the table of utensils. "Today's schedule has us at RA2, he paused. "Are you going to be okay today, Anna?"
"I should be,"
she answered.
"Why?"
Meredith turned.
"At our last scheduled RA2 tending, you had—"
She hesitated, choosing her words carefully.
an episode.
Stephen walked up behind her, placing the utensils in the small sink.
He
looked at Meredith.
Care about you. That's all. I'll be fine,
Anna encouraged. Joseph hit her shin with his foot under the table and nodded his head toward the two adults leaning against the counter. Anna continued cautiously.
I did have another nightmare last night, though. They've been happening more frequently.
Meredith moved to the table and sat across from her.
The same one? The half-machine people one,
Joseph said. Meredith gave him a stern look in reply.
Anna quickly said, But I'll be fine today.
Well, stay close to Meredith just in case you have any trouble, Stephen said as he collected his things. I'll be there with lots of flowers for you to plant. He smiled at Anna, knowing that to be her favorite part of tending. Like clockwork, the crew of zone beautification attendants, which Anna's domicile unit had been assigned, returned to Citizens Recreational Area 2. Several months had gone by, and according to the rotating cycle, this zone was next to be maintained. Tended, as the citizens called it. Large trucks, one driven by Stephen, rolled through the habitat zone carrying sod, mulch, flowers, mowers, and various hand tools to be distributed to the teams of tenders throughout the designated recreational zone. Anna excelled at being a tender until the headaches and nightmares began to interfere with her productivity. Since then, she assumed a reputation for consistently falling behind on her daily quota, and she had been late for her duty shift on 3 occasions. Her behavior attracted the attention of Jason, the recreational area's supervisor, and since her unspeakable infraction of losing consciousness at the foot of the statue of Austine's triumphant ride, a complete sign of disrespect, Anna remained under his microscope. She knelt in the soft ground, making holes with a well-used trowel when Jason approached.
Anna, I trust we won't have any problems like we did last time, Jason impetuously asked. No, sir,
Anna answered, placing a purple bellflower into the hole and covering it with fresh topsoil.
That's good to hear, citizen, Jason said. When you're done, I think it appropriate for you to pay special attention to our monument of Austine, considering that this is where
He drew in a breath and paused momentarily for effect.
Where your infraction occurred.
He said the last part in a mocking tone while making air quotations with his fingers.
I trust you'll make up for last cycle's mishap.
Yes, sir, Anna replied, keeping her tone dry to match her impassive expression.
Good,
Jason said as he turned to monitor the progress of the other tenders. Anna moved a bit to her side and dug the garden tool back into the soft earth. She hid well that her head pounded. Sharp, darting pain started blazing through her mind almost the moment she and the other tenders arrived at Recreational Area 2 that morning. She fought back the misery and focused on doing her assigned job, although a little slower than normal. Meredith approached.
How are you feeling? Fine,
Anna managed through gritted teeth.
Tell me the truth,
Meredith spurred.
I know you, remember?
Anna sighed and leaned on the trowel jutting from the dirt.
My head really hurts.
Did you take your medication this morning?
Yes, but they don't help anymore.
What did Jason say to you? Meredith asked.
That when I'm done here to go clean the monument.
Are you going to be able to do it? Anna looked at her guardian sternly.
Do I have a choice?
Meredith said nothing, just returned a wry smile. When their eyes met, they both understood that if Meredith could have taken the task from Anna, she willingly would have. Anna finished the row of bellflowers, gathered her garden tools, and walked to Stephen's truck. He worked with several other men, unloading a pallet of sod used to fill a gap made by the demolition of a nearby sidewalk. Anna dropped her gardening tools in the bed of the truck as Stephen grunted over to her and patted the slabs of sod on his shoulder.
We are saving concrete by making the sidewalks narrower. I wonder what they will do with the concrete the other crew broke out of here this morning. Can you recycle concrete?
Anna asked. Stephen huffed out a breath as a worker loaded more sod onto his shoulder. I don't know. All I know is that they break up concrete, pour the new sidewalk, and we lay down more grass. That's what they tell me to do. That's what I do.
Anna grabbed a bottle of cleaning solution and a bundle of rags from a bucket in the back of the truck and turned to face the enormous statue of Austin, erected in the middle of a wide grass and flagstone area. Each recreational area lifted a stylized vision of Austin high into the air on a concrete and marble base. Anna thought this statue silly because although Austin wore a suit while riding a horse, he also wore a trench coat. Anna had never actually seen a horse, let alone ridden one, but in her memory, Austin's clothing appeared inappropriate and ostentatious. The bronze statue depicted Austin mounted on a magnificent steed, one hand on his chest holding the reins, the other outstretched as though reaching for something glorious. The immense animal, caught in mid-stride, flared its nostrils as its mighty front hooves reached high into the air as though charging an enemy in battle. Austin's face looked skyward, and his chin jutted proudly, defiantly. Trailing behind him, as if to billow in the galloping wind of his triumphant ride, flapped the tails of his iconic trench coat. Anna had cleaned similar statues in the other recreational areas, depicting numerous visages of Austin, their supreme leader. But this particular statue terrified her. This is the spot she experienced her worst headache to date. A headache so intensely jarring she lost consciousness and had no memory of the actual event. All she knew is it happened a few months ago, and she had been reconditioned because of it. That in itself terrified her. She leaned against the side of the truck, staring at the enormous bronze man. "You have to do this. You can do this," she reassured herself. From the corner of her eye, she saw Jason watching intently, looking for any sign of indiscretion or infraction. Anna straightened. Her headache raging, she walked stiffly toward the statue. With each step, the driving agony in her head grew like a wildfire in dry underbrush. She grimaced, fighting against it, desperate not to display anything on her face but reverence. She paced slowly around the gleaming white base, looking for any obvious scraps of wind-blown debris caught in the grass. She meticulously scanned the seams between the flagstones for anything that would raise Jason's ire. Once satisfied the area surrounding the statue met with inspection, Anna moved to the hard stone base. She again walked full circle around the pedestal, intensely looking for any imperfections, smudges, scratches, or bird droppings. She ran her hand along the smooth marble facade, the torment in her head raging like a penned bull. The stone felt energetic under her touch, as though some force throbbed electrical tendrils through her fingers. This only intensified the thundering in her head. Only when she stood opposite the statue from Jason did she pause to massage her fingers deep into her temples, trying to alleviate the shooting spikes in her mind. Knowing he watched intently, she took only a brief respite before continuing her inspection. She sprayed the cleaning and polishing solution onto a rag and worked it into the stone in small spirals, following the highest point she could reach. Anna worked her way along one side, turned the corner, sprayed more liquid into her hand — she would never spray it directly on the statue itself, that would mean certain punishment — and continued along the top edge. She worked side to side, spiraling the rag around the entire base of the platform until she reached the bottom, where the brilliant white marble met the soft gray flagstones. That's when she saw the crack. A thick black line ran along the base, beginning from one corner, arcing up slightly just above the stones beneath. Barely perceptible when standing and admiring Austin's triumphant ride, Anna saw it clearly from where she knelt. Her heart began to pound as fast as her head resounded in deafening torment. "Jason will undoubtedly blame me for this," she thought, horrified. "It's just dirt. Please be dirt." Anna reapplied cleaning solution to the rag and bent low to change her angle on the ugly scar. She rubbed it in with small circles, near the bottom of the pedestal, gradually applying pressure, praying the defect would vanish under her rag. It did not. She straightened, looked around for something that would remove the line, aware that Jason eyed her every movement as he leaned against a work truck, poorly managing the other laborers. Anna had nothing. She sprayed more solution onto the rag and bent back to work, this time pressing with all her might. "Please come off, please." The harsh snapping sound that emanated from the statue's base startled her at first. The gash remained after removing the rag, sending her heart into overdrive. She pressed so hard, the thin crack snapped and became a dark open wound on the side of Austine's triumphant ride. A hole, large enough for several of her fingers, could not be hidden when Jason approached. She rocked back on her knees this time, looking desperately from side to side for somewhere to run. Jason stood and moved in her direction, reacting to the sound and Anna's sudden strange behavior. Anna saw him coming and fell upon the statue, desperately trying to cover the hole, stuffing the rag in, hoping to make it look like polished marble or a blemish yet to be cleaned. "If I can find the piece that broke off, I might be able to," Anna thought in desperation. She slipped several fingers into the hole, feeling for the missing piece. The stone felt unbelievably thin to be real marble, and her probing fingertips touched something else inside. "Wood? It's hollow," she said aloud and licked her lips. Jason marched straight for her, attracting the attention of other tenders, especially her guardians. Anna's fingers curled around something she thought the missing piece, and she pulled gingerly, only managing to dislodge a larger fragment of the fabricated stone covering. The hole, now as large as her fist, called to her like a puzzle that required solving. She reached in again. "That is wood," she confirmed. "Someone stacked wood inside the statue." Resigned to the fact that she had no way of turning back, and knowing that any attempt to hide the damage to Austine's statue would just add to this atrocity, she reached in further. Jason would find her kneeling at the scene of the crime with her arm halfway inside the base, and most certainly call a peacemaker who would haul her away to who knows where and an unpleasant punishment. Anna eyed the internals of the pedestal. It looked like thin strips of wood haphazardly stacked inside the platform. She picked at the fake marble exterior, flaking off piece after piece. The more she exposed, the more intriguing the interior appeared, and though her headache raged, breaking thin shards of the facade felt somewhat soothing and medicinal. Jason rounded the corner and gasped. "What have you done?" he questioned, exasperated. Anna tried. "No," Jason explained. "You—" He started, but couldn't find the words. Anna flaked off another piece. "It's fake," she said, and held it up to him. He recoiled, as though she handed him the toothy end of a venomous snake. "How dare you desecrate a statue of Austine? Peacemaker!" he yelled. "Peacemaker!" When other tenders and Anna's guardians came into view of the gaping hole in the side of the pedestal, each gawked in astonishment that Anna could cause such wanton destruction. One woman dropped to her knees, convulsing at the state of the Supreme Leader's statue. Stephen descended on her, pushing her aside. "What have you done?" He whirled on Jason, still yelling for the authorities, now in almost a shrill, frantic wail. "Jason, we can fix it. We'll fix it," Stephen desperately pleaded. Anna stood, the cataclysm of agony in her mind reaching full peak. Between the shrieking of Jason, the pleading of Stephen, and the gasps of exasperation from the crowd, Anna allowed the burning in her mind to spill over to full outrage. Defiantly, she reached inside the hole, pressed her entire arm against the inside of the panel, and pulled with all her might. A wide panel of the base dislodged and crumbled to the ground. "It's fake!" she said loud enough for the crowd to hear. One woman fainted. Most took steps backward as though the wrath of Austine himself would burst forth from the statue and slaughter them all. Stephen turned toward Anna, frantic. Meredith approached from behind, clutched Anna with both hands around the shoulders, and pulled her away from the destruction. "Anna!" she exclaimed. Two uniformed peacemakers ran toward the crowd, reacting to Jason's frenzied calls for assistance. Several tenders shied away, preferring to return to their duties, lest they be implicated in the impending investigation. "What has happened here?" one of the peacemakers asked. "This girl has destroyed the statue of Austine," Jason blurted. Stephen pushed forward with both arms raised, palms out, repeating, "We can fix it! We can fix it!" One of the peacemakers brushed past him to inspect the gaping hole in the side of the pedestal. He turned toward Anna. "Did you do this?" he asked evenly. "Yes," Anna replied. "There was a crack." Jason burst forward, cutting her off. You see? She admits her desecration. We can fix it. Peacemakers, please, Stephen continued. The peacemaker looked at the wooden pallets jumbled haphazardly under the giant statue, then turned back to Anna. He gestured for her to join him. Meredith let Anna go, and she cautiously walked up beside the huge man. "What is all this?" he asked, pointing to the stacked wooden pallets. "I don't know, sir." "But you did this," waving his baton around the exterior of the hole. "I tried to clean the base of the statue, and it broke." The peacemaker looked inside again. "And the wood? You don't know anything about that?" "It was already in there," Anna said. "As well as the other stuff?" "Other stuff?" she asked. The peacemaker moved aside and gestured with his thumb for her to look inside. Inside the pedestal of Austine's triumphant ride, on top of the jumbled wooden slats, sat a thick white tile as long as her forearm. Anna knelt again and craned her neck to look further inside the statue. Above the white tile, silver balls hung motionless in the air. She looked at the peacemaker with a questioning expression, then back at the sight that defied her logic. She reached in deeper, trying to grasp the nearest silver sphere. "I wouldn't do that," the peacemaker said. That was the last thing Anna heard. As soon as her fingers slipped around the silver ball, the world she knelt in instantly changed. The crowd, the park, the statue itself suddenly shifted sideways around her and began to spiral and melt together. She felt an unseen force pull her toward the floating metal balls. Stephen, arm still raised as a peace offering, morphed and twisted sideways. Meredith, a concerned look on her face, bled away from her as well, like watercolors running together on a dry canvas. Her world stretched far below her, elongating and spinning into an indistinct vortex. She felt lifted by an invisible force, thrust high into the air, while at the same time she saw herself squeeze into the base of the platform, as if she stood in two places at once. The silver ball she reached for whipped past her, now the size of her domicile. Anna felt a rush of air blast past her, sucking the breath from her, before the spinning met the spiraling in her mind. Chapter 8. Anna tumbled to the ground, gasping. She felt the air stripped from her lungs and instantly wanted something to satisfy her sudden burst of hunger. Pale evening light streamed into where she materialized, and as her eyes took in her new surroundings, the pounding in her brain slowly subsided. Her mysterious hunger vanished as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. "I was in the recreational zone," she thought. "Now I'm here." She stood. It was just after morning conviction, and now the sun is setting. Anna paced the small room, not venturing too far from her landing spot. "Hello?" she called sotto voce. "Is anyone here?" She moved to where dull light flowed into the room and looked out on an empty street. She cupped her hands around her eyes and looked again. At first, she thought she must be looking out the back of a domicile. She saw the fronts of the domiciles across the street, which didn't make sense. She had never seen anything but the rear of the houses on the next street over. Why would their houses be facing the street? She mused. Anna stepped away from the grimy windows, paused, then went back for another, more discerning look. The grass around the street grew unchecked, and the walkway pavement appeared cracked and worn. Austine would never approve of such unkept disarray, she thought. The thought of Austine's displeasure made her heart race, as did Jason's screaming for the peacemaker, and her impending punishment for her infraction against the statue. With the light to her back, she turned and scanned the room, which sat in a state of disarray and chaos that caused her pulse to quicken even more. If I am caught in such a place, I'll be blamed for this too. "Hello?" she called again, hoping to alert someone to the unacceptable state of their workspace. Once informed, of course, she would immediately alert a peacemaker who would issue stern corrective measures. "You really should clean this up," she called as she walked across the room past the floating silver balls. She stopped and wheeled on the device. "This is how I got here. I touched one of the balls and arrived here." She tentatively reached for another floating orb, then drew her hand back. Although disheveled and chaotic, the room appeared relatively clean. Its contents surrounded her, all ordered, in place, and intact, but could do with a serious dusting. Allowing a domicile to reach this level of neglect could result in severe punishment. To the right of the small windows, several wheeled vehicles were stacked in a corner. A tree limb protruded through the glass in a door between the two wheeled things, and an assortment of tending tools hung on pegs near another door. Anna smiled at the rakes and long-handled hose. To the side of this door sat a desk, and beside it a table. Behind the table, more tools hung from some pegboard. Anna moved to the desk and scanned the jumbled papers for any clue of where she was or how to get back to Meredith and Stephen. She sat in the chair and tried to read several faded notes pinned to a corkboard against the wall. She opened the drawers and rifled through the pens and papers haphazardly arranged within. In the top drawer, Anna found a thick, leather-bound book, a journal. She withdrew it, set it on the desk, and hesitated to flip it open. She turned in the chair and looked around the room again in case someone had entered without her knowledge. "I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm opening your book," she announced. "I apologize for the offense." She swiveled back to the desk and opened the front flap of the book. It read, "The Journal of John Messer, Day 1. Initial designs for the machine look promising. By using the Mayan system of linear time measurements, I have overcome the issue of time distortion between destination and point of origin. Indications are that my initial hypothesis holds true in all constructs of special relativity. My calculations result in a coherent connection between stable boundaries for transmission. This actually might work." Anna didn't understand what any of that meant, so she flipped a few more thin pages and kept reading. Day 26. The pallets fell over again yesterday. I'm really getting sick of constantly having to fix the base. I need to reconsider just buying another folding table. Then again, one more midnight acquisition excursion should do the trick. If this works, I'll build a proper base for this thing. Today's real triumph was the initial power-up of the control console. Everything has been wired, and I have double-checked the system. Once I get the base situation handled, I'll be ready to pour the spheres. I believe I have enough tungsten. By my calculations, the electron configuration of XE 4F to the 14th 5D to the 4th 6S squared should be perfect for the formation of the effect. Anna flipped the page. Day 27. I'm having trouble getting the temperature up to the required 3,422 degrees. Success! I got the tungsten melting and should be ready to pour this afternoon. Note: Mary doesn't like the smell of tungsten. The journal grew harder to read in the failing light and did not yield any clues as to her current whereabouts or how to get back to Stephen and Meredith. She stood, walked to the machine in the center of the room and considered it. The silver balls hung motionless, several inches above the white block by some unseen force. To be sure, Anna passed her hand under them, waving side to side. Otherwise unremarkable but for the fact that she had never witnessed anything floating before. What captured her imagination was the shimmering, undulating center, like the gentle swaying of a calm lake glistening in sunlight. A memory shot through her mind of just such an image, although no lakes existed in Habitat Zone 7. Anna turned, walked toward the door at the opposite end of the small room, and rapped softly. No reply. Perhaps the occupants of this domicile have not yet returned from their daily activities, she thought. She opened the door, peered inside, and gawked at the expansive room beyond. Anna's experience with domiciles extended to Domicile 5 of Street 8 on Block 17, which she knew to be identical to every other domicile within the habitat zone. This domicile appeared to continue on for a considerable distance, easily the most abundant living space she had ever seen. Cautiously, Anna eased the door open a bit wider. "Hello?" she tried again. "I don't mean to intrude, citizens, but I'm lost and need assistance." The door led to a short hallway, which opened into an enormous kitchen, enormous by her standard. On one side of the room, shelving and large boxes hung from the ceiling. Anna opened one to find additional, smaller shelves on the inside, holding sparkling plates and bowls. Made of a gleaming, white, unknown material, Anna removed one of the plates and stared into its shiny surface. "Wow," she said aloud, seeing her reflection gawking back. Anna replaced the plate, turned and considered a large black metal box set against a large sink and the wall. Split almost in half from top to bottom, this box sported large rounded handles on its front, inviting her to open it. She gripped one of the handles and pulled the door away from its framing with a sick peeling sound. A hidden inner seal resisted her tugging, but eventually gave way with her prodding. She cautiously peered inside, as if a monster contained within might come bursting out to devour her. The interior resembled the box shelves on the wall, but made with a different material other than wood. These were metal and hard plastic, and sat empty. The top door opened to a large hollow cavity. "Why have two kinds of shelves in the same room?" she asked herself, perplexed. Anna turned, walking deeper into the domicile, until the floor suddenly changed at the end of the kitchen. For no reason she could think of, the hard, shiny floor of the kitchen merged with a strange, bumpy one. It looked like brown fur, like the fur of a wolf. Anna didn't trust this new patch of ground and took an instinctive step back. She knelt and tentatively reached toward the fur. It felt soft, exactly how she imagined a wolf would feel. She pressed her fingers into it, feeling the solid floor beneath. She stood and cautiously extended a toe to test a section, like dipping a foot into a bathtub to test the water. She looked back at the garage before pressing more of her weight onto it. Could it be a trap? She asked herself. She once saw something similar used to catch a runaway pig that escaped from a processing facility. Workers used a blanket, which they laid over a large hole, and funneled the pig toward the hole using brooms and rakes. They beat on barrels, swished the floors while whooping and hollering at the poor little pig. Eventually, when it ran across the blanket, into the hole it went. She also recalled the peacemakers escorting away the workers responsible for the pig's initial escape. Anna turned back to the box shelves and removed a small, shiny bowl. She moved to the end of the kitchen floor and tossed the bowl into the center of the next room. It bounced and rolled against a surprisingly low table in front of a very wide chair. Anna considered the strange chair. It looked much wider than any person she had ever seen. "The people from this place must look very strange to fit in a chair that wide," she thought. "And short, if that is the size of table they need." Anna took a tenuous step onto the strange floor, still not trusting it entirely with her weight. It held, and she ventured into the furry floor room. To her right, large windows looked out into an expansive back recreational area. Overgrown and dark in the fading light, she frowned at the state of the tending. In front of the too-low table sat a broken wooden box. Next to it sat another box, this one with a curved glass front. Such a strange place, she thought. What could this place be? Was this a test? She knew of such places where people were taken to be tested, although she had never actually seen them, and thankfully so. Should she stand at attention for Austin to see? What if they watched her right now, just standing in front of this weird chair? Was she failing their test even now? "Hello? I'm sorry if I failed your test. I don't know what to do," Anna said pitifully. She did not expect a reply, nor did she receive one. To her left, another room wrapped around and behind her as the domicile kept going, eventually ending at a set of stairs. Anna did not dare go up them. Her mind raced with what she might find up there. Peacemakers? Reconditioning? Dead people? The wolf? For some time she stared at the stairs, as a memory flashed into her vision. Something familiar about the angle or the look of them prodded deep within her. She turned back toward the wide chair. It looked very comfortable, and in the growing darkness, Anna figured it would make an excellent place to rest for the coming night. She pressed into it several times, testing its softness, the cushions giving easily under her weight. Gingerly at first, she sat in the middle of the chair and reached her arms out to either side. Her mind tried to figure out the proper way to sit on such a long chair. Obviously, more than one person could sit in this chair, she thought. But why? She rolled to one side and kicked her legs up to the other end. Laying on the strange chair turned out to be surprisingly comfortable as she stretched to one end with her toes and the other with her fingers. Maybe this is what it's for. She was not tired, but with nothing else to do in the growing darkness, she closed her eyes, slowed her breathing, and reflected on her bizarre day. Eventually, she slept. Anna woke early the next morning, at first light, as conditioned to do. She stretched, stood, and walked into the kitchen. Her teeth needed cleaning, and her mouth tasted terrible. She tried the faucet, but only a soupy glob of brown rust plopped into the sink. She returned to the room where she initially emerged from the ring of spheres. Dawn light pierced the small windows, bright and playfully orange. Looking out into the street again gave her little hope of seeing another person. The scene lay neglected, abandoned. She turned, walked past the machine to the desk, and flipped further along in the journal's colorless pages. Day 36. I don't know how to describe the feelings I'm experiencing. As soon as I fed power to the machine, it came to life. I don't know any other way to describe it. Something came out of it, expanding to fill the whole room, then dissipated through the walls into the outside. It was like an energy wave, but fiercely more intense. The machine made a terrible noise for a few hours afterward, and I checked the entire system to see if I missed something. Everything looked good. Sometime during the night, the spheres settled into a static position, and since I came in this morning, it has just been sitting there, motionless. When I check the instruments, it appears to still be working. I need to test it, but don't really know how. I'll give it some thought. I still can't believe I actually invented a time machine. Thank you, Einstein. Anna turned to look at the machine. Silver balls hanging frozen in mid-air. A time machine? She thought. It did not look like any clock she had ever seen. She turned back to the journal and continued reading the page. Someone has been in the garage. When I came in, I noticed some clothes on the floor next to the machine and a folded note under the device. I searched the clothing and strangely found everything still inside the pockets. I think Chris is playing a trick on me. I'll pay him back when he picks me up for coffee. The note read, "It works, but something is wrong, and everyone is gone." I'm trying to figure out what that means. Chris should be here in a minute. Anna flipped the page. Chris never showed for coffee like we agreed last night, and no answer on his phone either. So I went to the coffee shop expecting to see him there. I didn't see anyone. Something is very wrong. I didn't see anybody. Somehow everybody has disappeared. I am going to write a note to myself and send it back. This will be the first official test of the machine. I have a sick feeling in my stomach that I know what happened. The note is through, and I am off to see if I can find anyone, but I'm pretty sure that I'm alone on this planet. Anna read down to the last entry. May God have mercy on my soul for what I've done. J.M. She closed the book and placed it neatly back in the drawer where she found it. She struggled with most of the strange words. Coffee, shop, phone. Her mind worked on the problem until she grasped a rudimentary understanding of the writer's meaning. It's not a clock at all, but some kind of machine that can send things to yesterday. She looked around the room as the realization hit her. This must be my yesterday, she whispered. Anna stood and walked to the machine. This brought me here. Maybe it can send me back. An amusing thought crossed her mind, and she placed a hand to her lips. Jason must be furious that I'm not there to be punished. Then, should I go back? She turned back to the desk, removed the journal, and flipped through the pages looking for instructions on how to use J.M.'s machine. She found a few notes describing something called a control console and various mentions of time, but the language and overall concepts escaped her. She had no idea what a Mayan could be, or how knowing what one was helped J.M. Other words meant nothing to her, words like physics, singularity, traversable wormhole. Anna sighed, flopped in the chair, and closed the journal again, this time frustrated. Worm, she thought and sighed. From the entire book, she understood the word worm. Worms have nothing to do with clocks, she said, swiveled around again and stared at the device. Time machine. It's a time machine, Anna repeated to herself. She stood, walked to the table with the flashing lights, and considered the various gauges, dials, and switches. None of it made any sense to her. Needles bounced in their dials, lights blinked, and numbers flew by on some kind of counter. She took in a breath, held it, and looked over the table at the shiny balls. Time machine. Anna walked around the table to the center of the room and turned slowly in a circle. Could I stay here for the rest of my life? She asked herself. What if it doesn't take me back? She huffed out a breath as the realization dawned on her that life was already better here. Even though she had no water or food, slept on a funny long chair, found no other person, and had no concept of certain things, no one wanted to punish her here. In Habitat 7, she would be taken into custody by a peacemaker, and probably sent to reconditioning again, or worse. Anna paced around the machine as she worked it out in her head. If I stay here, I will be completely alone. If I go back, I don't know what they'll do to me. Then a third option popped into her mind, and she turned to face the motionless orbs. This could take me back, or somewhere else where there could be people, she thought. She flipped the journal open again and reread the last passage. I didn't see anybody. Somehow everybody has disappeared. I am going to write a note to myself and send it back. This will be the first official test of the machine. I have a sick feeling in my stomach that I know what happened. The note is through, and I am off to see if I can find anyone. But I'm pretty sure that I'm alone on this planet. Anna's fear of being alone forced her to take the risk. She took a deep breath and slowly reached for a floating silver ball as she had before. As her fingers plunged into the glowing center, her surroundings whirled around her faster and faster, then stretched away far beneath her. The room became a swirl of colors around her as the time machine pulled her through its vortex into her unknown future. Chapter 9. Again, Anna emerged with a loud crack that drowned out a squeal of surprise from the corner of the room. This time, when Anna swirled out of the device, she did not collapse to the floor, but stood on wobbly legs, bracing herself against the rickety stack of pallets. She let out her breath and felt strange, a little queasy, as though the room around her continued to spin. Well, I'm not back where I started, Anna mused, looking at her familiar surroundings. She stood in the same room she had just left, although the darkness coming through the windows meant it was not the same time. Time machine, she thought. Hello? She called and waited for a reply. Hey! A voice called back sharply. No fair! Startled, Anna backed away from the voice, using the machine as a shield. Who's there? A young girl popped up from behind the control console. There's no way you counted to 50 already! You cheated! The girl said. Her face tightened into a frown, and she jammed her hands on her hips. What? Anna asked, confused. She knew what happened to people accused of cheating, and her eyes darted around the room. Ready or not, here I come! A distant voice called from inside the house. The younger girl behind the console looked at Anna, then to the kitchen door, and back to Anna, bewilderment evident on her face. Then a wide grin crossed her face, making her cheeks bubble up with red. Hide, quick! She said, and ducked back behind the console. Hide? Anna thought, desperately looking for a place to hide from whatever searched for them. Not a cheater! Not a cheater! Ran through her mind, terrified of being accused of something and the punishment that came with that accusation. The young girl shot up again. Hurry, she's coming! And plopped back down out of sight. She? Anna didn't know what to do. She stepped directly opposite the machine from the door and crouched as low as she could, her back to the pallets. I hear you in there! The voice called happily from the kitchen. Terrified, Anna pulled her knees to her chest and held her breath. 100 questions raced through her mind. What did I do? Is it a peacemaker? Hiding only makes the punishment worse. The door opened, and a giggling yet stern voice called into the garage. I know you're in here, Sam. You know Dad said this was out of bounds. Come on out. Out of bounds? Anna closed her eyes. We are in trouble. She sat petrified, hoping the peacemaker would go away without seeing her. The girl behind the control console stood up. No fair! You find me too fast in the house! She huffed around the table and saw Anna crouched against the machine. She looked at her sister in the doorway, then back to the Anna on the floor. Come on out, the girl said, accompanied by a long sigh. She got us. Us? The girl in the doorway asked. Anna stood with her head lowered and her eyes glued to the floor. Never look at a peacemaker unless you have to. Who are you? Anna looked up at a familiar face. The two girls looked almost identical, save for a few years' difference in age, and this girl wore a white and yellow flower-patterned sundress. Anna looked down at her dingy gray scrubs, then back at her perturbed reflection in the doorway. Younger Anna turned on her little sister. You let someone in the house? Into Dad's garage? She demanded. You're in so much trouble? The younger girl ran to Anna, still standing behind the machine, looking for an escape route again. Where she came from, a peacemaker would not stand for unauthorized entry anywhere, and the threat of punishment for entering restricted zones kept everyone away. The younger girl grabbed Anna from behind, using her to block the wrath of her older sister. Anna didn't know what to do. I didn't do it, she yelled and pushed the younger girl away from her, who stumbled, hitting her knee hard against the floor. Hey! She cried at the pain. Girls! A voice from inside the domicile called out. Anna shook. This voice sounded older, in charge. Sam grabbed her knee, wailing. You better not be in the garage, the older voice rang out. Anna stood between the girls in a full panic. Peacemaker will find me in here unauthorized, and now I've hurt this other girl. She stepped forward to the machine and looked at the girl in the doorway who had a scared expression on her face. Footfalls through the house reinforced what Anna decided to do. Escape! She lunged for the center of the machine, and as her hand touched the shimmering center, the girl in the sundress swirled sideways. The room stretched beneath her, and the girls grew very tall in an instant. The room melted away from her, swallowed into the spinning blackness. Mary entered the garage behind her daughter as a loud crack reverberated off the walls. You know you're not supposed to play in here, she said, annoyed. The girls did not move. Sam sat across the garage holding her knee, no longer crying. A stunned expression covered her face. Anna? Mary said, and she walked around her to look after Sam. She turned to see the same expression on the older girl's face. There was, Anna paused, a girl. She fought to get the words out, and her voice sounded distant. What girl? Mary asked. She, Anna muttered, unable to finish her thought. Mary turned her around and pushed her into the kitchen. Go on, she said forcefully, and turned to check on her younger daughter. Are you okay? You know you're not supposed to play in here. How is your knee? Sam sat perfectly still, clutching her knee. Mama? She asked in almost a whisper. What, baby? I think Anna's in trouble. You both are, Mary retorted jokingly and helped her daughter up. They walked toward the kitchen. Sam stopped and whirled to face the machine. No, Mama. I think that Anna is in trouble, she said and pointed to the machine. Anna's in there. I don't understand, honey. She looked scared, Mommy, Sam said. Her mother turned her and walked her slowly to the kitchen with a soft, encouraging push. Before leaving the garage, Mary turned back to the device. She walked over to the hovering, shiny spheres, focusing on the smooth, shimmering center. She's in there? She questioned. Shaking her head, she reached for the device. In her pocket, her phone buzzed, causing her to jump. Oh, dear Lord! She started, then laughed at herself as John's smiling face appeared on the screen. Hey, she answered. The phone scared me. Hey, I'm almost home, he cheerfully proclaimed. What do you guys want for dinner?
Chapter 10. Anna expected to see a similar room come into focus instead of the dark, wet cave that twirled around her as she exited the machine. She sucked in a deep breath of stale, cool air and squinted into the darkness.
The walls that circled the room shimmered and ebbed around her, as if flowing down the outside of a large window. She sat against the base of the machine, slowly looking around. Above her, a single point of faint yellow light flickered, sending dull rays through the roof of this strange room. An upside-down bowl? She questioned. The cold air in the room chilled her, and she wrapped her arms around her chest, shivering. It smelled strange, wet and pungent like decaying plants. The gray floor looked similar to the place with the two girls, except slick with moisture and green with slime. Anna moved toward the edge of the floor where, in another universe, she previously looked out small windows onto a desolate landscape. No windows existed here. When she reached out for the shifting wall, her hand plunged directly through it. Anna recoiled, her hand dripping wet. "Water," she whispered. She turned back toward the machine, which sat bathed in dull light, barely visible from just a few steps away. She looked up. The cone of water crested over her, like a wave flowing high overhead, but did not crash down on her. Somehow, suspended, the water wall continued up, sloping toward the light. "I'm under water," she said to herself. Anna turned back to the wall and moved closer to see what lay outside the protective bubble. Greenish-blue water surrounded the entire space, and remnants of low walls just outside the bubble faded into the distance. Small, wavy animals lazily swam by, paying the strange girl in the air bubble no notice. "What is keeping the water out?" she asked herself. Anna walked across the room to the control console. The end of the control table extended past the edge of the protective bubble as water lapped against the floor. At the desk, Anna again searched through the drawers, looking for anything that could help her understand the strange world she occupied. She spun in the chair and looked at the device, her only way out of this strange place. Or was it? She looked up again at the light and thought, "I can't be that deep." Anna walked toward the control console, where the table jutted into the water, slowly slid her hand through the wall and withdrew it. She went in again, this time pushing the length of her arm in. The barrier put up no resistance as she took a breath, closed her eyes, and submerged her face into the water. She opened her eyes, squinted into the dark blue, hazy water for a moment, and stepped back into the room. She let out the breath and wiped her face. Anna took one last look at the machine, took a large gulp of air, held it, and stepped through the barrier. The air in her lungs forced her body to become positively buoyant as she floated briefly just outside the barrier, and the sudden change in pressure made her ears hurt. Anna pushed off hard against the bottom, rocketing toward the surface. Her body lurched instinctively, wanting to take a breath. She underestimated the distance, clamping her mouth closed as her lungs twitched for air. Up she swam, desperately grabbing handfuls of water, slowly dragging herself upward. Anna's legs kicked furiously, climbing ever farther from the safety of the bubble and the machine. Finally, she shot out of the water, heaving in great breaths. Her hair flopped over her forehead, clogging her nose and mouth as she gasped for air. She shook her head, pulling hair out of her face, and continued to huff as she splashed and tread water. The low sun cast a red-orange glow across the sky. Anna looked into the water at the bubble below her, almost completely obscured by water in the failing light. Low islands loomed in the distance, barely jutting from the surface of the water. Anna swam toward the nearest and largest spit of land. The swim to the island proved arduous and slow, as Anna proved better at planting flowers than distance swimming. Eventually, she crawled onto the rocky beach and sank to the ground from exhaustion. Her body ached, and her chest groaned from overexertion. The setting sun cast long shadows. The temperature dropped, and Anna wrapped her arms around herself. She felt the cold, her shivering amplified by her wet clothes. She stood, looking one way up the beach, then the other. Just up from the beach, a long ridgeline ran into the distance, following the shore. She considered her options and chose the least rocky of the two directions. Anna walked a few steps, then stopped and looked out over the water. "I need to remember this spot," she told herself. Picking up several of the larger stones, she moved to the embankment and scratched out a large arrow from the soft earth. In the narrow dug groove, she piled stone after stone, and after a few minutes, she stepped back in the fading light and smiled at her work, a large arrow pointing into the sky, running up the steep embankment.
After a brief walk, the steep hill to her right eased to a climbable slope. Rocks, roots, and ruts followed up the side of the dirt slope, giving her plenty of places to aid her ascent. She scampered from place to place, up the loose dirt wall, using roots as ladder rungs and only trusting her weight to the largest of protruding rocks. At the top, she turned and gazed out over the water, breathing heavy. The climb warmed her, but also made her aware of her hunger and need for shelter for the coming night. The forest, running the length of the embankment, stood thick and lush, like forests Anna had seen only in pictures. She pushed her way into the brush, sinking between open spots of tugging undergrowth. As she moved, she looked for a sheltered place to spend the night, hoping for a dry, warm day tomorrow. Through the trees, a faint orange light emerged, dancing in the distance. Anna stopped. The light grew suddenly brighter, illuminating the forest with a reddish glow. Cautiously, she crept forward, bounding from tree to tree. A fire, she thought. Once close enough to see the fire, Anna crouched, watching from the safety of the shadows. Around the fire bounded a lumpy, hairy figure. It spun, bounced, and howled into the night, raising and lowering its thick, shaggy arms. Anna watched it rotate around the fire as the bright embers soared into the night sky as though joining their fellow stars. Around and around it danced, scratching the ground as it went, moaning into the darkness. The roaring fire cast flickering shadows from anything near it, and Anna caught sight of another long gray animal lounging on its side, paying no attention to the spinning monster or her. Anna stood, moved a tree trunk closer, and sunk to a knee again. The twirling fury beast wore thick black hair that reflected millions of tiny orange stars from the fire it danced around. The ears on the gray animal pricked, and it raised its head, sniffing at the air. Noticing the other animal's reaction, the hairy figure stopped dancing around the fire, settled, and to Anna's surprise, appeared to shrink in size. It turned directly toward her hiding place. Anna shrank back and held in a breath.
"Well, if you've come to kill me, get on with it,"
a soft, raspy voice called. Anna peered around the trunk of the tree. She had not come to kill anyone. Seeing movement in the darkness, the figure reached for a long, sharpened stick that sat nearby and held it forward, ready for the impending attack.
"I'm not getting any younger. Out with you."
The lounging animal stood, shook itself from head to tail in the warm glow of the fire, and watched the exchange. Anna searched for a way to escape. The surrounding, ominous woods offered no paths in the darkness. She stood, trying to keep the tree between herself and the beast, and inched backward.
"I hear you,"
the scratchy voice called. Anna froze. The beast's voice turned suddenly softer, friendlier.
"If you're not here to send me home, then come and get warm by the fire."
Anna inched around the tree. The silhouette of the hairy creature put down the spear, rolled its great fur down its waist, and sat on a log.
"Come on, then,"
the welcoming voice called to her. Slowly, Anna moved around the tree and stepped toward the light.
"Why, you're just a girl."
The black fur fell over the log, and an old woman emerged from the skin, moving toward Anna.
"And you're wet. Come get warm and dry those rags, dear."
Anna moved closer at the invitation, still eyeing the gray animal and the draped dark fur. A great, broad smile crossed the old woman's face as she stepped up to Anna.
"Come, sit, get warm. Don't worry about Livia. She wore her teeth down years ago, chewing on that wisp of a tail."
Anna sat on the log as the woman pulled the fur skin over her shoulders, tucking it tightly under her chin. In an instant, she felt better. The old woman padded into the forest, quickly returning with a small, wrapped bundle.
"Food," she
said, and touched her hand to her mouth.
"Food. Eat."
Anna accepted the bundle, unwrapped it, and sniffed the contents. A crust of bread, a small yellowish carrot, and something lumpy she could not identify. The old woman walked into the trees again, this time returning with another furry skin, which she wrapped around herself and sat opposite the fire.
"Can you talk?"
the woman asked. Anna crunched on the carrot.
"I can talk."
The old woman's face lit up at the sound of Anna's voice. Her voice hitched.
You're the first person I've talked to, and—" She looked briefly into the sky before continuing. "Well, I don't know how long." Anna warily studied the gray animal. "Is that friendly?" It looked friendly, but it sat with its eyes locked on the bundle in her lap, as though waiting for something. "Oh, Livia? Oh, she's friendly enough. That dog there has been my only companion since my man went home. She doesn't talk, as a fact. She doesn't do much of anything these days," the woman said, laughing at her joke. "Dog?" Anna asked. The old woman looked from Anna to Livia, who turned her own shaggy head to the sound of her name, again expecting something to be tossed her way. "You know, a dog," the woman said. "You've never seen a dog?" Anna shook her head. "We learned about a few animals, but nothing about—" She paused. "Dog? If you want her to be your friend, toss her a piece of that fish." Anna considered the bundle in her lap. The fish had to be the lumpy thing she couldn't identify. She picked up a small piece and turned it over in her fingers. "Fish," she said. When the morsel of lumpy fish emerged from the rag, Livia's head lifted, her mouth opened, and her tongue expectantly licked the outside of her muzzle. Anna tossed the small nugget to the dog, who scooped it off the dirt in one gulp, then looked up at Anna again. "What's your name, dear?" "Anna." "Anna. What a lovely name." The old woman's eyes tunneled into her as though trying to recall a long-forgotten memory. "It's nice to meet you, Anna. My name is—" She paused, licked her lips, and gave the fire a momentary glance. "Well, She paused again, scratching her head, and smiled. "I don't rightly remember my given name, but the youngsters called me Gammy." She sighed once she said the name, as though putting down a heavy weight. "I suppose you should just call me Gammy, too." The dry bread parched Anna's mouth, but she managed, "Gammy," and smiled. The fire dwindled, and the food in Anna's belly made her yawn. Livia lazily rolled to warm her other side and let out a wheezing groan. Gammy pulled her skins around her as she slid down to lay against the log, tucking the ends of the skin beneath her. Anna did the same. The side of the log, warmed by the fire, snuggled against her back, and she pulled the thick, black, insulating fur around her. Before dozing off, she heard Gammy softly humming into the night air in rhythm with the popping embers. As the sun crested the treetops hours later, Anna snuggled with the log she fell asleep against the previous night. Crisp morning air drilled into her lungs, and she drew her feet up into the protection of the warm fur skin. Livia stretched her old bones and yawned until her tongue popped out in a great loop. Anna stretched as well, sat up, and looked for signs of Gammy. Livia shook the dirt from her fur, lumbered over to Anna, and sniffed at her shoes. "Dog," Anna said, and slowly reached out a hand. Livia stiffened at the strange hand coming toward her. The dog carried a thin coat of white fur, grayed with age and not much more than thin fuzz over her taut, underfed skin. She took another cautious step forward and sniffed at Anna's pant leg before allowing the girl to touch her on the head. Anna gingerly put her hand on the old dog's scruff, lightly petting. Livia curled under the gentle touch, slinking beneath it and putting Anna's hand where she needed a good scrub. "Oh, Livia, leave the girl alone," Gammy said as she walked into the small clearing. She set down a small bushel of berries near Anna and plopped onto a nearby log. "Hungry?" Anna sat up straighter. "Yes." "These are the last of the fresh ones. Not much left on the vines this season. I have some mashed ones I've been saving for winter." A pitiful laugh escaped her. "Doubt I'll need those." Anna took a small handful of the fruit. The black and bumpy berries exploded with tart juice in her mouth, something she had not expected. Noticing Anna's expression, Gammy said, "They used to be sweeter." She popped a few in her mouth, crunched down on them, and puckered up like an enthusiastic kisser. Anna laughed. How long had it been since she last laughed? She quickly stifled the emotional outburst and returned to her tart berries. Livia muddled over to Gammy for her morning scratch, and the old woman happily obliged. Not as steady as her younger days, Livia toppled as she raised a back leg, trying to scratch her underbelly in ecstasy. The leg didn't get very high, as Livia needed it to keep from falling completely over. Gammy's hand raked her back, up went the leg, over went the dog, down went the leg at the last minute. Anna watched in amusement as this ritual repeated itself several times. After a few more good scratches along the dog's back, Gammy gave her a good slap on the backside, which sent the remnants of last night's ground sleep into the air. She dusted the dog off and scrubbed her head while giving Livia a hearty, "That's a good girl," and more than one, "Oh, you like that, don't you? Yes." "Gammy?" Anna asked in mid-scruff. "What is this place?" The old woman considered the question. "This is where I live. Me and old Livia here," she replied and scuffed the dog up a bit harder. Anna continued, "I'm alone here, and I don't know what to do." "Stay alive, I guess," Gammy absently replied. "Before you snuck in from the trunks, Livia and I thought we were the last people. I knew there had to be more out there somewhere. Every few years someone would come along, raiding or scavenging. To be honest, I don't know how long it's been since a raider passed my homestead. We ne'er did venture far from Sano. Didn't need to. What's left of the cabin is off yonder," she said and pointed over her shoulder into the woods. In the distance, Anna just made out the remains of a thatched roof through the trees. "I still keep the food and stores in there. I couldn't repair it myself, and old Livia's a pretty useless helper at such things, aren't you, girl?" she asked the dog. "But now that you're here," she cheerfully inferred, adding a genuine toothy smile. "I'll do what I can," Anna said. "Sano? Is that the name of this island?" "Montesano, a mountain," Gammy said, and waited for a look of understanding. She continued, "When I was a girl, this was a mountain behind our house. Then the ice moon came and the rain started. Things changed then. It gets harder to remember as my time moves on." Anna didn't understand. Gammy stood and stretched. "Well," she said and clapped her hands to her thighs, "chores aren't going to do themselves. Let's get a move on, girl." After a full day's work picking berries, checking nets along the shoreline, collecting wood, and following the old woman around the island, Gammy built a small fire from the embers left burning throughout the day. Anna sat against her log, and Gammy stood at the tree line inspecting the ruins of the homestead. She turned with a forlorn expression and lumbered toward the fire. "Gammy, tell me about the ice moon," Anna asked. She sat quietly for several minutes. Almost in a whisper, she started. "When I was much younger, I used to look up at the moon and dream about going there. We did that once, you know. Went to the moon." Anna looked up into the sky, searching for the moon, as thoughts of what it could be like filled her head. Gammy continued, "I don't remember things as good as I used to, but I can tell you right where I was and exactly what I was doing when the ice moon came. I had just left school and stopped at Mr. Lapham's corner store with 85 cents left over lunch money. He sold these old-fashioned candy sticks that I used to absolutely love," she said, licking her lips as though she tasted the sweet candy. Anna smiled at the story, even though she struggled with most of the words. "I had just walked into the store, the money already in my hand, when Mr. Lapham's son, William, coming in after me, almost bowled me over. He shouted to his dad to turn on the news channel. Something had happened." Anna sat quietly, following along as best she could while watching the tips of the fire dance. Mr. Lapham calmed William down and turned on the news station. By then, the great shadow had already rolled over the town we lived in. Gammy pointed into the woods. Over there a ways, under the water. Anna instinctively looked in the direction she pointed. It grew steadily darker for a few hours after that. I ran all the way home, looking over my shoulder at the great shadow that blotted out the sun. Over the next few days, the rain started. In school, for about a week or so, it's all anyone talked about. Apparently, an enormous comet made completely of ice had entered Earth's atmosphere. But instead of crashing into the planet, the moon slowed it down, so it kind of got stuck up there. Anna looked into the night sky again, relieved to see the moon shining back at her. Gammy huffed out a breath. Well, that comet caused quite a rigmarole. Anna laughed at the sound of the strange word. She did not know most of the words Gammy used. News, station, old-fashioned, but followed along enough to understand her story. It just sat there, slowly melting away, for 20-something years, and Lord, did it rain. All over the world it rained, as this planet-sized chunk of ice slowly melted into our atmosphere. You know, we shot people up to it who walked on it. Can you imagine? We tried blowing it up, drilling into it, all kinds of silly ideas. All the while the oceans grew deeper, the tides rose, the rivers swelled, and the world turned into a soggy, cantankerous mess. Anna giggled as she mouthed the funny words. Cantanker us. What? Gammy asked. Anna smiled. Nothing. I like your words. Gammy returned her grin and finished her story. Well, as the rain fell, we had to move to higher ground. I heard some people tried to make a life on the water and some under it. I heard tell of an entire city somewhere out there under water. She waved her arm at the woods again. I don't take much stock in rumors. What got told as fewer and fewer people came this way. Life was pretty good here on the Sano, and we didn't need any underwater anything. She sighed. Eventually the rains stopped, and that's when the fancy government scientists realized there was no way for us to remove the water. They said the seas had risen over 700 feet. I have no idea how deep that is, but it sure sounds impressive, eh? Anna didn't understand how deep 700 feet was either, but she smiled politely in agreement as Gammy spoke. Right, I know. I remember watching as the floodwaters came to our house. My parents moved us up here with countless other families. Over time, everyone slowly went home. She looked at Livia, who sprawled in front of the fire in the same spot as the previous night. Now it's just this old dog and me. Anna smiled at old Livia, who stretched her paws at the word dog. Gammy sighed and smiled at Anna. Thank you for letting me tell you that story. I think that might be why I haven't gone home with my family. Family, Anna thought. Another word she didn't know. Maybe I've been kept alive all this time, just to tell you how the world ended. She laughed. Who knows? I might be the last person alive who remembers. She looked into the darkening sky and watched the sparking embers rise higher and higher until they ultimately winked out. Yeah, she started. I think I'm ready to go home. I want to see my family, who will be there waiting for me. Anna rolled to the ground, exhausted from a long day of work, and snuggled against the warm side of the log. Family, she said to herself again. Images of Stephen, Meredith, and Joseph floated through her memory as the popping of the fire lulled her to sleep. Anna shivered against the cold in her mind, her arms the only protection against the harsh wind. The wolf sniffed the air as it circled her, smelling the girl's sweat and fear. Its gleaming eyes never wavered from her shivering form. No! Anna yelled as brilliant fire erupted around her. Its searing heat licked at her, reached for her. The edge of the frozen cliff suddenly became the edge of a bed, its blankets blackening to char as the hungry flames advanced. The door burst open as a woman carrying a child on her hip yelled for her. "Anna!" A growing, devilish wheezing rolled through the door behind her, engulfing the woman and her child in an orange explosion. Anna burst awake and rolled into the log. Her chest heaved as remnants of the nightmare faded back into the dark places of her mind. The lingering fire, nothing more than pale gray ash in the early morning light, smoldered next to her. Across the fire, Gammy lay quietly against her own log, Livia tucked in next to her. Anna pulled herself up to sit on the log, stretched her arms, yawned, and rubbed her eyes. "Gammy?" she said softly, expecting Livia to stir at her groggy morning voice. "Where did you put the berries from yesterday?" Anna asked, hungry. She stood, stretched again, and walked into the forest toward the remains of the cabin. Slipping under the caved-in roof support, she rooted through the containers and baskets stacked against a wall. She found a half-empty skin of water, which she drained, removing the last dry mouth-inducing vestiges of the nightmare. Under a chair, Anna found the basket holding the remaining fresh berries. She tucked it, a linen-wrapped bundle of edible mushrooms, and the empty water skin under one arm and returned to the fire circle. She set everything down behind Gammy's log and walked to the stream to fill the skin with fresh water. "Gammy?" Anna called as she emerged from the tree line. She walked into the circle and plopped onto her log. Neither Gammy or Livia moved. "Gammy?" Anna set the skin down and knelt beside the old woman. Her knee crushed several small red berries into the dark ground, staining her pants. A thin red line ran from the corner of the woman's stained lips. Anna's head sank to her chest in realization as she placed a soft hand on Livia's side, feeling the coldness within. "Oh, Gammy," she whispered. Tears welled in her, and she swallowed hard against the emotional knot growing behind her throat. She sank to the ground with her back to her log and wept. After Anna scrubbed the last tears away, she spent the rest of the morning bringing stones from the beach, carefully arranging them around the pair, gently covering them in a makeshift grave. With the gruesome work finished, Anna stood in the fire circle with a knapsack slung over one shoulder and looked down at the pile of stones. "I hope you found your home, Gammy," she said softly, turned, and sauntered toward the shoreline, her head slung low and her breathing deliberate and deep. "I'm alone again," Anna thought. She found the stone arrow dug into the steep embankment and turned toward the lapping water. The sun glinted off the water as again Anna faced a terrible choice. Stay here alone or try to find another yesterday through the time machine. She huffed out a determined breath and tugged a large log toward the water, running half of it away from the rocky shore. She placed several large stones in the knapsack until she could barely lift it. Satisfied with its weight, she ran the log fully into the water and waded out with it until her feet no longer touched the bottom. Using the log to float directly away from the stone arrow, Anna looked deep into the water. When she saw the dim light below, she panted out several deep breaths, held the last one, and released the log, sinking instantly. The heavy knapsack pulled her toward the bottom like an anchor, and her ears popped as she sank toward the growing bubble. Her body shuddered, asking for breath. Anna reached up, clasped her nose, and cleared the pressure from her ears, the stone weights pulling her ever deeper. The water grew dark around her, and her lungs burned for release. Suddenly her satchel pierced the bubble below her, dragging her through the barrier. Her arms, head, chest, waist, and legs quickly followed, sucked in by the lower pressure. Anna tumbled to the floor, crashing against the wet, blotched concrete, nearly landing on the bag of stones, and lay there for several minutes, gasping in the stale air. When her breathing mellowed, she checked herself for injury. Green algae slime covered her pant legs. Her knee ached from grazing the bag of rocks, and a rope burn around her wrist stung from the water. But otherwise, she felt fine. She stood, walked to the control console, and surveyed the gauges, switches, and dials. She huffed out a breath and peered over the controls at the floating, motionless silver balls. "Where will you take me next?" she whispered. Resolute, Anna moved to the middle of the bubble, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and inched her dripping fingers into the machine. Chapter 11. Anna emerged from the machine and collapsed to the floor, shivering as she surveyed her new surroundings. She stood, propping herself against the wooden pallets in the center of a bright circle of light. Growing darkness stretched in all directions, but in the fading light Anna made out shapes and familiar objects. Inside her mind, the seed of a headache grew. "Are you all right, child?" a soft voice asked from the shadows. Anna jumped at the voice, turned toward it, and saw only extending darkness. "Where am I?" she managed. "You're in my laboratory," the voice replied. "Laboratory?" Anna asked, growing uneasy at the unfamiliar and unfriendly-sounding word. "There's nothing for you to fear here," the voice answered. Anna watched as the silhouette of an old man came into view from the blackness. He walked hunched over and took small, labored steps into the circle of light toward her. A kind face and aged, careworn eyes emerged under the bathing light as his thin wisps of white hair danced around his shoulders. Anna's headache grew in intensity as the old man drew closer, and she instinctively put a hand to her temple. "I want to go home," she managed. "No, you don't," the old man said, smiling. "You and I both know that you don't really even know where home is, Anna." "How do you know my name?" He smiled. "I know more about you than you know about you," answering her question with a riddle. "I can teach you a great many things here, if you'll let me." Anna felt uneasy. She paused. "Need to go home." The words came out broken and weak. She put her weight against the pallets as the pain increased with the coming dream. First the headache, then the people, then the wolf. "Anna, I know how to make the wolf go away," the man said flatly. She looked up at him, stunned. Something about his eyes made her trust him, but also intensified the detonations in her skull. Her head exploded in pain, and she grimaced, doubling over, now with both hands pressing hard against her head. "Let me help," the old man offered. He turned, walked into the darkness to a tall metal cabinet next to a workbench. He returned with a small, shiny metal cylinder with a flat, round piece at one end. In the center of the round piece stood a white, rounded protrusion like a small marble. The old man helped Anna to straighten, slowly moved her hands, and placed the cylinder against her temple. The instant he activated the device, it made a soft, whirring sound, and Anna's pain vanished. "Now then, that's better, isn't it?" the old man cooed. For the first time Anna could remember, her mind felt completely free of pain. She rolled her head on her neck and sighed long and deep. The old man waved the device around her head in small circular movements, brushing hair as he went. "You've been through a lot, haven't you, young lady? Where you just were must have been very unpleasant." Anna, still enjoying the silence in her mind, simply replied with an extended, "Mm-hmm." The old man returned to the darkness behind the table as Anna turned toward him, thanking him. In the darkness, Anna thought she saw a small smile cross his lips. "Will you send me home?" "No, dear," the man said. Anna tensed. "I won't send you back to that place you think is your home. It isn't, after all. This is where you belong." "I don't understand," Anna said. "I know you don't, dear. If you will allow me, I can show you incredible things you couldn't have imagined. I can tell you who you really are, and I can make the wolf go away permanently." Anna stood frozen. "How do you know about the wolf?" "In due time, I will tell you everything I know," the old man said. "Who are you?" Anna asked. In the time you spend here, you will call me many things, some more pleasant than others, but for now you may simply address me as Professor.
Professor?
Anna parroted, thinking it a silly name. In this place, I invent things that help me study the universe. In another age, when universities still existed, I taught young people such as yourself. And now I'm a watcher, a student of time. So, yes, Professor will do for now.
How do you know so much, Professor?
She asked, saying his name slowly, holding the middle syllable longer than required. He laughed. Because I'm so old. Anna moved toward him, her eyes quickly adjusting to the change in light level. I've been learning from the universes for, so many years, dear. I have seen amazing sights, and terrifying ones. He cleared his throat while waving a hand around his laboratory. I have invented or acquired so many wondrous things that help me see into the heart of the universes. For example, that device I used for your headache. That came from universe 7342.82745, a very advanced place. Anna didn't understand his strange words. Universe? The professor turned toward her with an understanding smile on his face. Of course, you have no idea what I'm talking about. In time, though, I will show you. Anna took a step back. I'd really just like to go home. The professor sighed. Anna, you don't know where your real home is. What if I told you that the place you think is your home really isn't? That you came from somewhere else, somewhere very special. She couldn't make sense of it. All she remembered was Domicile 5 on Street 8 of Block 17 in Habitat Zone 7. How could she be from anywhere else? Something about this old man, though, this man named Professor, told her to trust him. Anna could not put her finger on it. He used strange words and talked about things she did not comprehend. Through all of it, Anna never felt threatened by the tottering old man with the innocent smile. Plus, he did just make her headache go away. Seeing her hesitation and uncertainty, the professor decided to try a different tack. Are you hungry? He asked. She was. The last food she'd eaten were berries taken from Gammy's ruined hovel. At the thought of Gammy and the pile of stones, Anna's voice hitched. Yes, she said. Good. Come with me, the professor said. Before moving, he changed some controls on the board in front of him, and a popping noise came from the center of the room. Anna turned to look at the noise. Don't worry about that, the old man said, and walked further into the darkness. I'll show you that later. Come along. Anna followed him, turning several times to look at the machine, her only path of escape. He led her through a door and down a narrow hallway. Shelves lined the walls, displaying gadgets of every conceivable shape and configuration. Anna marveled at the strange objects haphazardly strewn on every surface. Such clutter never allowed in her domicile or any habitat building. She stopped to examine one of the oddities. The old man turned and followed her gaze to the shelf. These are just some of the things I've collected. You'll have plenty of time to explore and find all the marvelous things in this place. He placed a soft hand on her shoulder, immediately withdrawing it as Anna recoiled. I'm sorry, Anna. I'm not going to hurt you. He turned and continued walking. Anna followed at a distance. In an adjacent room, the professor prepared food. At one end of a short table sat a bowl into which he ladled a spicy brown soup, which to Anna smelled delicious. The professor invited her to sit at the end opposite him before presenting her a large plate of fresh vegetables chopped into a salad. Crisp green lettuce, bright red tomatoes, brilliant orange carrots, and all varieties of colorful garden treasures adorned the plate in front of her. She drew in a breath at the sight. I never, she managed, and looked at the professor, then back to the plate. Before digging in, Anna cut her eyes from side to side as though looking for the peacemakers to rush from the shadows and accuse her of stealing food. Hesitantly, she poked at a cherry tomato, picked it up, looked at the professor, who smiled and gave her a little nod before popping it into her mouth. The burst of exuberance on her face matched the rush of flavor in her mouth. Between bites, she asked, "What is this called?" picking up another tomato. "That is a tomato," the professor replied. "They are your favorite vegetable." Anna crunched on a wet, savory carrot slice and smiled at the old man's gaffe. "How could they be my favorite? I've never had one before." She picked up another, holding it out to him. "Have you tried one?" He smiled. "Yes, I like them too." The conversation dwindled as Anna dug into the salad and the professor spooned mouthfuls of his French onion soup. After dinner, the pair moved to a quiet sitting room where the professor put his feet on an ottoman, sighing heavily. Anna recognized the long chair and sunk into the overstuffed cushion directly in the middle, reaching her hands from side to side. The professor noticed her odd reaction. "It's called a couch." Anna mimicked his word under her breath. Couch. She looked around the room, thinking on her recent strange experiences and this new person she had met, only the second since leaving Habitat 7. Her thoughts turned to Stephen and Meredith, hoping they would not be punished in her absence. The professor started snoring. Anna stood quietly, walked beside his chair, and looked down at the old man. Something about his face itched her memory, but she could not find it. She reached down, pulled a worn blanket from the arm of the chair, spread it over him, and returned to the couch, initially sitting in the middle, then sliding over and lying down. The soft cushions enveloped her small frame, hugging her. Anna's eyes fluttered closed, and eventually her mind ceased racing with thoughts of Gammy and Livia. Softly, she mouthed the funny new words she learned today. Couch. She yawned as the professor's rhythmic snoring lulled her to sleep. Tomato. Chapter 12. The next morning, Anna awoke alone, and for the first time in her memory, she did not wake in the night from the fire or the wolf. Sometime in the night, the professor roused and covered her with a thick, warm comforter. Groggily, she dug herself out of the cushion's embrace and sat on the edge of the couch to get her bearings. In front of her, on a small table, sat a bundle of clothes. Several of the articles made sense to her, while others confounded her. One in particular caught her attention, and she examined its thin, delicate material, recognizing its shape like that of a woman's chest. She ran the soft stitching between her fingers, trying to figure out how it worked. Understanding that her breasts went into the cups, she slipped it over her shirt and wriggled one arm through a frilly loop. The professor walked into the room, carrying a steaming mug, a warm smile crossing his face. Anna looked up like an animal caught in a trap. "Good morning," he said. "Let me help you with that." Anna extricated herself from the noose, handing it over to the old man. "It's called a bra," he said, holding it in front of him. "Women wear it under their clothing." Anna pulled up her gray blouse, revealing a dingy white undershirt. "This is what I've always worn. What does a bra," she said the word slowly, "do?" "Well," the professor began gingerly, "it holds things in place, I guess. Here, let me show you." He slid his arms through the straps, holding the front tightly to his chest. A soft laugh escaped him. "You'll need to help me with this next part." He turned away from her. "There are some hooks back there that will, He trailed off. Anna moved behind him, tugged on the side straps, causing the old man to gasp for breath. She inspected the tiny loops with their corresponding hooks, slipped one end over the other, and pressed them tightly together. The professor grunted and turned back toward her. Anna took a step back, examined the old man as a crooked smile appeared on her face. "You look funny." He laughed with her in between quick breaths. "I suppose I do." "Why do women wear these?" Anna asked. The professor paused at the question. Finally he said, "I don't really know. He turned his back to her again. "Do you mind?" Anna moved in again, pulled on the straps trying to undo the bra. She tugged several times from both sides and harumphed. "It's much easier to," she huffed, "put on than remove." As soon as the clasps came free, the professor let out a loud sigh. He handed the bra over to Anna, who reluctantly took it. The professor said, "You can start using that when you're more comfortable with its operation." Anna picked up the rest of the clothing, and the professor showed her to a place to change. The new clothing felt strange and good at the same time. She had never worn pants that fit so tight, and the butterfly pattern on the shirt made her spin several times, trying to see them flutter. After a breakfast of fruit, which Anna learned consisted of things called strawberries and bananas, and a sweet, crispy cereal, she joined the professor in a small room with a single desk at its center. Anna sat at the desk while the professor stood before a well-used chalkboard. Behind her, along the wall, stood tall shelves holding ancient-looking books of varying sizes, colors, and thicknesses. She tentatively eyed the array of books. They did not look like the books she had used during her education cycles. The professor cleared his throat, and she turned in her chair to face him. "Anna, this is going to be your classroom. Do you like learning things?" She exuberantly answered, "Oh, yes." "I'm going to start slowly and build on what you already know. Over time, you will know everything I know. You will learn to use the various machines here, and you will become a very different person. Are you okay with that?" The professor asked this last question with exaggerated hesitation. Anna did not immediately answer. She found this new world exciting, although a bit intimidating. No peacemakers roamed the streets looking for infractions, or came in the night to take her for reconditioning treatments. Plus, since coming here yesterday, the professor removed the pain from her head, and she slept through the night without a nightmare. The wolf no longer invaded her mind. Could this old man completely take the wolf away as he claimed? "Yes," she whispered. The professor smiled. "I must tell you that initially it will be difficult. Adjusting to this place will take time, but you will adjust, I assure you." He took a deep breath. "Part of that is to help you remember who you are and where you truly come from." Anna did not understand. The professor continued, "Each day we will make progress together. I promise you I'll be here with you the entire time. Do you trust me?" Had Anna ever trusted anyone? Had she been given a reason to trust? "Yes," she replied. "Thank you." The professor walked past her to the bookshelf, removed several books, and padded to her desk. In front of her he placed a worn 6th-grade dictionary, a wide workbook, and a thick book adorned with a soft golden face of an animal. He tapped the animal on the nose. "Do you know what that is?" Anna considered the flowing hair surrounding the tender golden face. It had a large nose and huge gleaming brown eyes. "Is it a kind of cat?" Anna asked. "Very good," the professor said. "It's called a lion." "It looks friendly," Anna remarked. "This lion is very friendly. You'll learn that his name is Aslan." "Aslan," Anna repeated slowly and stroked the flowing hair on the book's cover. She turned the book over in her hands and labored to read the words on the back. "Narnia," she tried, sounding out the letters. "A land frozen in eternal winter. A country waiting to be set free." The professor, hearing her words, sniffled and placed a hand on her shoulder. Anna's head snapped toward the gentle touch, but she did not pull away as before. She had never been touched like this, softly, with caring energy. She looked up at him with a glow on her face, and he returned her smile. "Once a king or queen of Narnia, always a king or queen," he said softly. Chapter 13. After leaving the classroom, the professor led Anna back to the main part of the laboratory, then through a large double doorway just out of sight from the light circle. Inside, the room opened into an amazing expanse. The dim lighting in this room made it difficult to make out specific objects, but to Anna, the place looked packed from end to end and floor to ceiling. Boxes piled 5 and 6 high filled every open floor space. Overhead, shelves held larger objects wrapped in white cloth or worn sheets of clear plastic. Stacks upon stacks of papers littered the tops of the many tables, desks, countertops, and lecterns within. "What is this place?" Anna asked in wonderment. "I call it," he said, pausing for humorous effect, "the gallery." He waved his arms around the room, trying to make the word gallery sound grander and more exciting. He rotated a switch near the door, and the overhead lights came to life, growing steadily brighter. Everywhere Anna looked, she saw an ever-growing menagerie of wonders. In all her time in Habitat 7, Anna never dreamed of such a place. Most of the objects in the professor's collection she could not identify, and the objects she could did not appear displayed in any recognizable order. The professor walked down the narrow central walkway. "Over the years, my children have collected objects from more places than I can count." "Your children?" Anna asked. "My probes, dear," the professor said, smiling. "I never had children of my own, although I longed to have a daughter." He turned briefly, smiling at her over his shoulder. "These are artifacts I have collected in my long years of study." "Amazing," Anna managed, marveling at the diverse array of gizmos and gadgets. He turned onto a side passage between towering shelves. "You think so?" he smiled. "Just wait till you see the map room." They walked for several minutes as the professor examined shelf after shelf, looking for a particular item hidden among the treasures. "Ah, here it is," he said finally, and stopped at a bottom shelf. Underneath a white sheet sat a long object that resembled the couch Anna slept on the night before. "Would you give an old man a hand?" Anna stepped forward and pulled one end of the item from under the shelf. Heavier than she assumed, it took considerable effort to flop the other end out onto the floor. The professor removed the sheet, revealing an ornate, extended plush chair. Bright orange fabric coated overstuffed padding that ran in a crisscross pattern along both sides of the recliner. At the end of the device, where the recliner's head might go, 2 large metal arms extended from behind the occupant to loop past each shoulder and meet in the middle. Below the arms hung an apparatus that resembled a sewing table Anna had once seen when she and her guardians tended outside the Habitat's clothing fabrication and restoration facility. Anna ran her hand along the fabric and smiled. "It's so soft." The professor returned her smile. Yes, it is." "What is it?" "It's a medical device of sorts. I found it on—" He leaned over to examine a white card hanging on the shelf. "Universal frequency 4287.5037. An amazing place, that universe. Very advanced technology." He noticed Anna's attention wandering to other, more colorful oddities arranged on nearby shelving. "Anyway," he continued, "it has several uses, but the one we are most interested in is that it can reconnect damaged brain synapse." He paused at her puzzled look. "It can help you get your memory back." At this, Anna turned, sat in the chair, and stretched out, snugly nestling herself in. The professor moved to the head of the device. "Good. Yes, just like that. Now these," he said, moving the arms toward her head, "come in a little bit. They are what's going to fix your memory." Anna tilted her head back against the cushion, looking straight up at him. "Professor, what if my brain isn't broken?" she asked with a smirk. The professor popped her lightly on the forehead with his fingertips, and they both laughed. She flopped up from the chair, moved to the foot, pursed her lips, and considered the chair's size and awkward shape. "How are we going to move it?" "Ah," the professor remarked, and lifted a finger into the air. "Stand back." Anna took a few steps back as instructed. The professor's body turned rigid, and his head tilted toward the ground. His expression changed to one of hard concentration. Moments later, a tiny black sphere spun into the gallery. If it had not zipped in front of the professor, Anna would have missed it. It moved effortlessly through the air without making a sound and appeared no bigger than one of her small breakfast strawberries. The black pellet swerved around the chair several times. It spiraled underneath it and looped around its ends, finally coming to a stop above the articulated arms at the head of the device. A translucent blue beam shot from the bottom of the hovering orb, arcing away side to side at a wide angle. Anna watched as the articulating arms vanished in front of her. The light swiveled rapidly back and forth from one side of the chair to the other, and with each pass, Anna saw less and less of the chair. "Whoa!" Anna exclaimed. The professor did not move. A few seconds later, the black orb's light flashed across the final slice of the chair, pulling it into the hovering ball. The light sank back into the underside of the tiny orb as it flashed past Anna and silently zipped out of the gallery. Anna turned to the professor. "That was incredible." A thin smile crossed his face. "Professor?" He held up a hand, cutting off her words. A few seconds later, he took a sudden deep breath and smiled at her. "Pretty neat, huh?" "What was that?" "One of my children," the professor answered. "Children?" Anna whispered. "I've sent it off to the medical section and told it where to put the chair. Follow me, I'll show you." The professor led her to another part of the laboratory, this one relatively Spartan, save for most of the long, chair-looking device. The black orb's blue light swung back and forth, laying down slice after slice of the device. Anna walked around the emerging chair as the probe swayed effortlessly toward the end. She marveled at its inner workings, visible due to the slice-by-slice materialization process. Under the orange fabric, a thick yellow cushion gave way to colorful wires and electrical components woven through shiny springs. Circuit boards clung to the inside of the chair's base, and colorful bursts of energy pulsed inside luminescent fibers like ants in a colony. "Don't get too close, dear," the professor warned. Anna backed away from the swaying blue light as the chair's footrest rematerialized slice by slice. When the sphere completed its work, the professor walked up to the chair. "Anna, we are going to start your memory regression treatment soon. Is that okay with you?" he asked. "I guess," she answered uncertainly. "It is important that in time you learn who you are and where you came from. This machine will slowly allow us to rebuild your memory. You do want to remember, don't you?" Anna hesitated. "Is it going to hurt?" "Yes." The professor sounded grim. Instinctively, Anna backed away from the aperture at the head of the machine. "Anna, I'm not going to lie to you. Restoring the memories could be painful, but they are part of you, and you need to have them." Anna walked around the chair, giving it a wide berth. "This process will take a considerable amount of time, and is very important, I assure you." "I do want to remember," Anna whispered, sliding a hand along the smooth metal arms. "That is a good start." "What will I remember?" she asked, looking up at him. The professor's breath hitched. "Oh, my dear," he managed. Finally he said, "You will remember all sorts of amazing things. I promise." Chapter 14. "Those are more of—" Anna exclaimed, watching the parade of dancing orbs. The professor smiled. "My children," he finished for her. "They're beautiful." "They're more than that. I dare say they're my greatest invention. I found something similar, albeit far less advanced in universe—" He trailed off while trying to remember the universe's frequency. "Well, I forget. It doesn't matter." Anna looked up at the swarming dark spheres in wonder, each one a tiny black dot of pulsing energy. "What do they do?" she asked. The professor walked to a nearby chair and sat. "They could do numerous amazing things. I use them to collect data, to record important events, and to bring me things." "Bring you things?" Anna looked at him. He laughed. "Yes. How do you think I filled my gallery? Right now, thousands of my children are scattered throughout the universes." "Wow," Anna remarked, trying to look as though she understood. "What is a universes?" she asked, slowly sounding the word out. The professor thought for a moment. "A universe is," he paused, "the totality of everything. It's everything you experience with your senses and everything you can't. It also extends outward infinitely." "Extends from where?" The professor smiled. "From you." Hannah looked down at herself. "Your universe is about to get a lot bigger." She looked back at the swarm of silently floating orbs. "How do they work?" The professor laughed again. "That would take a long time to explain. But I guess in time you'll have your own need of their talents." Anna walked below the cloud, looking up at them. "Can I touch them?" The professor smiled and nodded. Anna slowly raised her hand and stroked the underside of the flock. The probes pushed back slightly against her touch to maintain their relative position. The miniature globes acted as a single unit. As she applied pressure to one section, another section of spheres pushed aside, making room for their brothers and sisters. She smiled at the professor. "I can feel their energy. They are my eyes and ears throughout the many universes." "And you can control each one?" "A single one, or the collective whole," the professor answered. "I have an implant which allows me to direct them. Normally, I just have them collect information and report back. Obviously, they start collecting as they emerge from the machine into the new universe." "Incredible," Anna mused. "They have other functions as well, like retrieving or moving objects for me. These little guys are my construction unit. They dig, reinforce, and prepare the tunnels, storage facilities, and living spaces of my compound." Anna raked her hand through the swarm again. "So you send them out instead of going through yourself?" "Precisely. They either send information back to me or bring it back with them for download and eventual cataloging." "Cool," Anna said, turning toward him. "Can I control them?" The professor smiled. "I'm afraid not. They're only attuned to my brainwave patterns." "Dang." The professor smiled at her eagerness. "Think of them like bees. I am their queen. They only take orders from me." Anna laughed. "What?" "You're the queen probe," she said, giggling. After a moment, he snickered. "I never thought of it like that. But yes, I guess I am the queen probe." "What else can they do?" "All sorts of amazing and useful things. They are what cut all the corridors in my laboratory. I use them to move heavy objects and store vast amounts of data. They have tiny sensors that detect all kinds of atmospheric data and can even sniff out chemicals for analysis." "What was that blue light that moved the memory chair?" "Ah," the professor said, rubbing his hands together. "That is possibly their most useful function. Each probe is equipped with a submolecular scanner." "A submole," Anna tried. "Submolecular," the professor helped, sounding out each syllable. "In essence, it takes a bunch of tiny pictures of an object and stores them. Later, it can put the object back together from those images." "Like the slices of the memory chair?" Anna asked. "Yes, exactly. Mostly, I leave the objects in memory as sort of a repository of objects I've found. This specific technology I found on a dead world. The probes had a very different function there. But with some modification, I turned them into a very precise scientific instrument." "What was their original function?" The professor sighed. "They were weapons, and very good ones. Too good." "So you gave them new memories, like what you're going to do with me?" The professor did not immediately respond. Finally, he said, "I turned them into something good." "Like you're doing with me," Anna said, smiling. She circled the cloud of black orbs. "So they bring you things, she paused, searching for the right word, "data and show you things." That's a fair assessment. What kinds of things do they show you? Oh, all kinds of things. I've witnessed some amazing things within the universes. Well, amazing and terrible. Terrible is bad, right? Yes. Right now, in there. He pointed toward the device spinning away in another part of the laboratory. A war is raging. It will be hard for you to grasp, but this war is why you're here. It happened a long time ago and started with your real father. Father? Anna asked, unfamiliar with the word. The old man smiled. These are some of the things you're going to learn during your time here. Your father started something many years ago that affected countless lives. You and I are going to help him fix it. Anna did not understand. He clapped his hands and rose from the chair. I say we get some lunch, and I'll show you some other things that will completely confuse you today. Anna cocked her head toward him. Why would you want to confuse me? She started. It's a joke, honey, he said, and let out a bolt of laughter. Oh, sweet dear. Someday you'll understand. Maybe then you'll laugh at my jokes. Chapter 15. Happy birthday to you, the professor sang. Anna sat at their small table, marveling at the single candle plunged into the top of a small, dark cake. Happy birthday, dear Anna. Happy birthday to you, he sang joyfully, holding the last note in a lengthy exaggeration. He set the cake on the table with a toothy grin as Anna blushed. She looked up at him, smiling. What do I do now? You blow it out. She gulped in a chest full of air. And make a wish, the old man blurted. Anna let the air escape her like air flapping from a deflating balloon and turned back toward him. A wish? The professor sat across the table from her. Yes, think of something you want very much. Close your eyes and blow out the candle. Anna closed her eyes tightly, inhaled a deep breath, and blasted the candle. The professor clapped as the flame danced and finally winked out. Wonderful. Happy 21st birthday, honey. How does it feel? Anna smiled. Thank you for this. I've never had a party before. As far as feeling older, she paused. I don't really know. She laughed under her breath. If you say I'm 21 years old, then I guess I'm 21. She eyed the cake. The professor cut out a small piece, slid the slice onto another plate, and handed it to her. Her eyebrows wrinkled as he pulled the rest of the cake over in front of himself. He watched her expression with a cocked grin. She returned his smile, knowing by now his sharp sense of humor. It is customary to give a gift to the birthday girl, the professor said, and pulled a small box from inside his robe. Anna's eyes flicked from her meager slice to the cake on his plate, waiting for him to complete his joke and switch the plates. Watching her expression, he slid the box across the table. You're in training, he said. Anna's face deflated as she took the box and twirled it in her fingers. Something loose inside rocked from one side of the colorful box to the other. Well, go on, the professor encouraged with anticipation. She spooned a generous chunk of cake into her mouth, constituting the bulk of her thin piece, and pulled the small bowstring. In the box lay another box, this one made of wood with a bent piece of metal jutting from one side. She flipped it into her palm, considering it, causing the hinged top to open slightly. Anna put the box on the table and opened the cover fully to expose a shiny, bumpy cylinder. She looked up at the professor curiously. He twirled his finger in the air. Turn the crank. Anna held the small box with one hand and gently rotated the bent metal wire. A broad smile crossed her face when the first note of the music box sounded. She spun the crank as more tones emerged from the magical wooden box, filling the small room. The professor waved his hands in the air elegantly, as if directing an orchestra. It's beautiful, Anna remarked. It is, isn't it? A man named Beethoven composed it. He smiled awkwardly, as though a long-forgotten memory flashed through his mind. It once was the most played piece of music on earth. Anna continued to turn the crank as the old man hummed softly, lifted to another time and place by the music. She watched him, smiling. In between hums, the professor said, "I have another present for you, dear." Anna stopped twirling the music box and set it gently on the table. The professor turned toward her as his face became grave. "Anna, you've done very well in your studies, and have come so far in the last year and a half." He folded his hands in front of him. "I think it's time we work on your memory." Anna remembered the memory chair from the day she arrived. Each day on her way to the classroom, she passed it in the medical ward, just sitting there as if waiting for her. "I'd like to start your treatments today and work to get your real memory back." She knew this moment would eventually come, and she fought with herself about her next decision. Do I want my memory restored? Anna started. Sensing her angst, he smiled. "Anna, enjoy your birthday. I know you'll come to the right decision." He patted her on the hand, stood, and left the room, as Beethoven's Ode to Joy once again became the most played piece of music on the planet.
Chapter 16. "What's it like outside?" Anna asked over her bowl of cereal. The professor sighed. "Well, it's like most places, I guess." "Why don't you ever go outside?" He smiled. "Because my world is in here," he replied and waved a hand around. "Can I go outside?" The professor pursed his lips. "I don't see why not. Since you haven't shown me the way out, you'll need to come with me," she said and crunched down on another spoonful of flakes. He waved his own spoon at her. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to, young lady," he said and smiled. Anna liked it when he called her young lady. At 21, she put on her best childlike pouty face. "I want to go for a walk," she said, smiling, "and I want you to come with me." He turned back to his breakfast. "We'll see." Anna harumphed. She knew what that meant. "What?" Anna smirked. "When you say," she put on her best mocking old man voice, "we'll see," it means we won't see, and you're just stalling until it slips my mind. You know I remember everything, right? "Ha, how could I forget?" He sighed again. "You're right. Let's make a deal. We'll go outside this afternoon for a short walk," he said, emphasizing the word short. "But you better excel in your training this morning. Deal?" "Deal," she blurted, almost sending cereal and milk flying. The late afternoon sun hung low on the horizon, bathing everything in a pale orange light. After following the professor through a maze of tunnels, the pair emerged through a rough wooden door cut into the side of a hill. Anna emerged into the cool air and breathed deeply. The professor shuffled out behind her, squinting in the unfamiliar natural sunlight. He looked around at the state of the outside world and grumbled. She turned toward him. "What?" "I forgot what it was like out here," he said, and held his hand up to shade his eyes as he surveyed the sky. She took him by one leathery hand. "How long has it been since you've been out here?" They walked slowly away from the door, which he looked back at several times. "Well," he paused, "I don't remember." For the next several minutes they walked in silence, simply breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the wind as it whistled through the tree leaves. Anna enjoyed the moment more than the professor, and she felt him growing stiffer as they walked. A thin wood lay outside the door, with wide open clearings and swaths of colorful wildflowers. Anna picked several as they slowly walked along a wood line. The professor grew more anxious the farther their trek stretched from the opening. Noticing his apprehension, Anna asked gently, "What is it?" Realizing his own discomfort, he smiled sheepishly. "This is the farthest I've been away from the machine in decades. Shortly after turning it on, I haven't been more than a few steps from it." Cautiously he said, "Would you be upset if we started back?" "No, it's fine," Anna replied as they turned back toward the entry to his laboratory. "Can I ask you something?" Of course, dear, he answered more comfortably now that they walked toward the machine.
Why are you doing all of this?
The professor exhaled a deep breath. I knew you would eventually ask me that.
It's okay if you don't want to tell me,
Anna blurted. No, it's fine, honey. Without going into specifics, he cleared his throat. I have a lot to make up for, and you're my way of doing that. In a way, you are my way of putting the universe back in order. A silent moment passed between them as they neared the shoddy wooden door, and Anna decided not to press the question. Before entering, the professor stopped, turned, and looked at the setting sunlight. He drew in a deep breath. Anna, he said in a low whisper. Anna looked at him. He looked at the ground. There's more going on than you know. There is more at stake than just your father, honey. In a way, you are part of my salvation. I've done things, he said, trailing off.
I don't understand.
He smiled. I know, honey. He cupped her face in his. You are my gift to the universe. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and turned toward the reddening sunset. After a year of treatments in the memory recovery chair, Anna could not recall any memories of her father, her family, or her actual life. The professor continued to encourage her and teach her, but nothing surfaced in her eidetic memory of anything before her life in Habitat Zone 7. She trusted him and cared for him, as any daughter would. But she also knew in her heart he kept something hidden from her. To protect her? In time he will tell me, she thought, as she watched him watch the sunset. Chapter 17. Anna writhed as the electrical bolts bore into her skull. It felt like billions of molten razors ripping her synapses apart. Her arms and legs, bound by heavy leather straps, jerked as jolt after jolt exploded in her mind. Behind her eyelids, memories erupted into brilliant spots of light as new visions came into focus. Anna bit down hard on the black rubber puck in her mouth. Between ragged gasps, spit flew from an air hole in the guard. In the background of her mind, she heard the professor's cooing voice. It will be over soon, child. And, not too much longer, dear. And, trust me. Images streaked through Anna's consciousness like an arrow barrage darkening the sky. Faces, names, moments in her true past, all rushed past her eyes, halted for a nanosecond, then flew off, replaced by something new. The whirring of the device stopped, and Anna heard her pounding heart and blood rushing through her ears. Her chest heaved and drool ran down her cheek. Rivulets of sweat coursed over her body, which lay still, but for her deep, steady breathing. She released her clenched fists as the professor entered her view, unbuckling the straps. Well done, child, he acclaimed. Now, you need rest. Anna reached up, removed the bite guard from her mouth, and rasped between breaths. I can do more. No more today, the professor replied. Since joining the professor 2 years ago, Anna proved herself an apt pupil. She studied with a voracious appetite and gave everything she could at every training activity. Her physical ability improved with a well-regulated diet and exercise regimen supervised by the professor. No, I can do more. I want to remember everything, Anna repeated, placed the puck back in her mouth and tensed her body for the onslaught of electricity. Anna, the professor said softly, no more for today. I'm tired. When the professor said, I'm tired, she knew that meant no more discussion. Anna swung her legs over the side of the long chair and waited a moment for her mind to stop reeling from today's treatment. As she often did, Anna closed her eyes and peered deep into her memory, trying to pull any information she could from her past. In over a year of bi-weekly treatments, she only managed to bring forward a few fractured fragments. With each fragment, she pushed herself longer and harder for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to remember, and second, she did not want to let the professor down. Later that evening, Anna sat on the couch across from the professor who snored away in his chair. She stared at the old man,
his chest slowly rising and falling. Without warning, her body jerked, like waking from a falling dream. Her entire body spasmed, but only for an instant. She rested a hand on the couch to steady herself and jerked again. "Prof," she tried, her words cut off by the onslaught of the seizure. Anna rolled onto her side, violently shaking. Her fingers curled into claws, and her fists drew up to her chest as her eyes rolled back in her head. Images flashed through her mind like lightning bolts, and a geyser of spit flew from her mouth as she shook. The images cascaded incoherently through her vision like a dam failing violently under pressure. Colorful images of landscapes, sunsets, faces, buildings, animals, and much more flew around inside her cluttered head. Her face contorted as the visions assaulted her, and her head shook violently against the worn couch cushions. In her mind, girls played a game, a dark wolf prowled, water flowed, and fire raged. The disturbance roused the professor. "Anna!" he yelled and lunged for her convulsing body, trying to settle her. "Anna!" She managed through the tremor. "Remember." Anna blew at the surface of the hot tea, sipping some. When the fit finally ended, the professor took her to the kitchen, wrapped her in a blanket, and made her a cup of tea. "Professor, I remember something," she said, still shaky and uncertain. "Do you want to talk about it?" "I think I need to, unless I forget it again." He sat across from her with his own cup of steaming tea. "I doubt that will ever happen again, dear. What do you remember?" "A family. My family, I think," Anna said. "That's good, dear," the professor echoed. "What can you tell me about them?" Anna closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, focusing her mind before continuing. "I can see my father's face." The professor laughed. Anna opened her eyes and stared at him. "What?" The professor smiled and cut his eyes from side to side. "Well, that's an easy one. He should look just like me." He paused. "Only younger." A wry smile crossed her face, and she tapped her head. "In here, he doesn't look anything like you. I remember sitting in the garage with him as he worked on his inventions. He had a kind face." She saw him looking at her and smiled. "Like yours," she stressed. "There it is," he chided. "He was always working on one thing or another. Sometimes his inventions worked, but most of the time they didn't, and the neighborhood kids called him names. He didn't care. He used to say that he liked the moniker Dr. Doom." The professor smiled. "What else do you remember?" "Mostly things about my family. I remember my mother. She had long, dark hair and the most giving spirit, except with my dad." She laughed. "She kept him on a short leash. I remember my sisters, too, Jessie and Sam. Sam was the older one. She was the artist, always drawing something or making funny art from whatever she found in front of her." The professor nodded. "Jessie was my baby sister." "Is," the professor interrupted. "What?" "Jessie is your baby sister, honey. Sam is the artist." Anna smiled. "Sorry. It feels like they existed in another lifetime." "This is why what we're doing here is so important. You need to remember that they're out there somewhere. Everything we do here, we do for them." He paused. "And countless others." Anna huffed out a breath. "I wish I could remember more." The professor put a soft hand on her shoulder. "In time, honey." Chapter 18. Anna sat at her classroom desk and stared at the drawing on the chalkboard. The professor stood to the side, allowing her to see the complete work. She studied the intricate lines with her head cocked to one side. "Ah," she said. "The cone shows every possible future location of the object, and the graph is every possible location as a future time." "Very good," the professor remarked. "Each of these locations is called an event, while the path an object takes through this," he made quotations with his fingers, "space-time, as opposed to the ones it could take, is known as its world line." "Right!" She felt mounting excitement. That means this represents all possible world lines for a given individual.
Exactly, the professor smiled. In normal examples of our linear existence, the cone, he tapped the board with his chalk, is directed forward in time. This corresponds to the common case of an object or person moving through our linear existence. An easier way of thinking about it is that we can't be in two places at once. We also can't instantly go from one place to the next. There's time involved in the transition. Anna's eyes narrowed as she brought a hand to her chin, examining the diagram in depth. She slipped out of her chair and leaned her head to the right, almost toppling over, but never taking her eyes from the board. Suddenly she straightened, walked to the board, took the chalk from the professor, and drew another set of intersecting lines offset at 45 degrees from the graph the professor had drawn. She then drew a third set at 90 degrees. In a rush, she blurted, "The cone can be warped and tilted beyond 45 degrees. She stepped away from the board and examined her work. "Oh," she said, stepping back with a flourish. "It would then be possible for an object to move around this loop linearly while moving forward in time, yet return to its original starting point in its own past." The professor padded to the desk and sat, watching the young woman's mind work through the intricacies of his invention. Marvelous, he thought. Anna continued. An object in such a warped cone orbit could repeatedly return to the same point in space-time. Her hand flew over the chalkboard, drawing dozens of intersecting lines. The object's future cone would also include space-time points both forward and backward along its time axis. She moved to a complex set of equations on the right side of the board and began scribbling numbers and symbols. The professor watched in astonishment. This means it should be possible for that object to engage in multi-directional travel along the time axis and— She flicked her own fingers in the air. Time travel through a traversable wormhole. She stepped back from the board and caught her breath. From behind her, the professor clapped. "Wonderful," he exclaimed. "Absolutely wonderful. I wager you're now the second person in all the multiverse who understands how my invention works." Anna beamed at his affirmation. She turned to examine the board again, and her expression suddenly changed. She charged to the board and took the eraser, scuffing out some of the lines. Frantically, she scribbled more equations, pausing only momentarily to follow her own work. The professor read the equations as she wrote them, his elation slipping away. Anna pressed on with her calculations, sending chips of white chalk flying. Because the wormhole requires an immense gravity source, a microsingularity at its heart will bring in matter, converting it to energy in great quantities. If this energy is then fed back through the singularity— She paused as the professor's lamenting voice finished her sentence. "The universe will effectively cancel itself out, with the resulting antimatter imbalance." Anna stepped away from the board. "Resulting in universal annihilation," she whispered. The professor stepped forward and took the chalk from her. He placed it in the tray, turned, and took her by the arms. He smiled thinly. "This is what we intend to stop. Everything we do here is to prevent any more destruction and to preserve the multiverses as they are, as they were meant to be. This is why I have done what I have done. This is why you train, why I watch the universes, and why we must do anything to—" He trailed off, his voice sounding wistful. She looked into the professor's eyes. "I finally understand," she said. "Oh, do you?" he asked, returning to the desk. "Your machine. It does more than you intended. You built it to take advantage of the closed time-like curve, but eventually you found that it confirmed and bridged Everett's many worlds theory. What I found is that a group of insane madmen were using it to control people, while another group of insane madmen were using it to kill people. What I intended as a scientific breakthrough for mankind very quickly became my greatest disappointment, and trillions have paid the price for my ambition." Anna walked to the edge of the small desk and knelt. She took his hands in his. "That's why you never went through it. So you wouldn't become either of those." He sighed. "Almost the instant I turned it on, one of those bastards came through.
I did everything I could to stop them." "Father, you're not them. They made their choices, and they are responsible for their actions." "That doesn't remove my own personal guilt, honey." Anna stood, smiled, and kissed him gently on the forehead. "It doesn't affirm it either." Suddenly, she came crashing back to her knees in front of the old man. Her head rocked back, and her body started convulsing. "Anna!" He slid from the chair and caught her as she fell to the floor. "Anna!" Anna sat on the stairs that led to the kitchen. In the middle of the room, her father stacked shipping pallets. "Honey, can you give me a hand?" "Sure, Dad," she said, skipped across the room and knelt beside him. "Hold it here, really tight, while I nail it together." Anna grabbed the knotted wood and squeezed with all her might. With each hammer strike, the pallets shifted more and more out of position. She gritted her teeth together and held on. "Perfect," her dad said. He passed the hammer over to her. "Here, now you nail one in." Anna took the hammer awkwardly, unfamiliar with its weight. "I'll hold here and you hammer away. Just don't hit my fingers, please," he joked. After several attempts, 2 bent nails, 1 near miss of her own thumb, and countless dents in the pallet, the head of the nail sank home. "Nicely done," her father cheered. Anna handed him the hammer back and asked, "What is it going to be?" "This is a table to hold up the machine I'm making. On top here will be that plastic base," he said and pointed to his desk. "The tungsten spheres will ride in the cup when the machine is off and hopefully float above it when I turn it on." "Float above it? What does it do?" He sighed. "Well—" "Anna!" her mother's voice called from the kitchen. "Yes, ma'am?" "Come get your homework done, honey." "Yes, ma'am," Anna sheepishly replied, smiling at her dad. "Thanks for the help, honey," he said as she opened the garage door. "Any time, Dad." I remember sitting at the kitchen table working on my math homework. Anna sat in her desk chair, the professor kneeling beside her, intently listening. I was 14. I had just helped my father put some of the pallets together for the base of the machine. I remember enjoying the math homework. The professor smiled. My teacher's name was... Anna paused, closing her eyes, searching for information in her mind. Shellnut. Mrs. Shellnut. She liked to see all our work. Go slow, honey. Take your time. My mom asked me to take out the trash. I got the bag and went to the garage door when something hit me. It came through the door like an ocean wave. Mm-hmm, the professor agreed. He turned it on, didn't he? My dad had just turned on the machine, and what hit me was the initial Hawking radiation outburst from the singularity. Apparently. I remember feeling wet and cold for just a second, but had no idea of what it was. The same thing happened here, and given the data, everywhere the machine activated, but with various outcomes. In some universes, it did what it did in yours, changed the molecular properties of your body to allow transport through the device. In others, it destroyed all living matter. And in others, it acts as a protective shield around the machine. The feeling only lasted for an instant before dissipating. I took the trash out and went back to my homework. The professor smiled. And in that moment, you became the universe's greatest secret. Anna returned his smile, but said nothing. The more you remember, the more you'll see why what we do is so vastly important. Why you're so important. She put a hand on her head and closed her eyes. I wish I could remember more. I want it all to come back. He reached out and took her hand. Your full memory will return in time. Of that I have no doubt. Chapter 19. Anna's eyes fluttered open at the noise. Uncontrollably, she yawned into the dark morning light of her bedroom. Was it all part of a dream? She asked herself. What answered her sounded like a heavy thump from beneath her. She stretched under her covers, pointed her toes, flexed her fingers, and rolled to her side beneath the sheets. Strange voices echoed up to her from downstairs, just loud enough to discern men's voices, but muffled enough to not make out what they said. Another thump. This time the house jumped. She felt it, followed by a faint clang of metal and a hissing sound. Anna laid very still to make out the strange noises. Her thick covers provided a warm place to listen. Mary! Her father called for her mother. Something must be wrong in the garage, Anna thought, and yawned again. She rolled to her other side and pulled the covers to her chin. Just a bit more sleep, and she would be ready to face the day. "Mary! Fire!" Anna's eyes shot open. Did he say fire? She asked herself. She rolled to her back and lifted to her elbows. The thumping sounds from the garage stopped, replaced by a dull, rolling sound emanating through the floor. Her father called again. "Mary!" "Mom?" Anna called as she scooted to a sitting position under the covers. "Mary!" Her father's voice sounded broken and choked. "Dad?" A strange smell wafted into her room from under the door. The smell of burning. "Keep going," the professor encouraged. "This is a healthy response." I can't see it all clearly, but I think my dad was choking and I was trying to remember what to do. We once went through a fire drill, but I thought it was stupid at the time. The professor walked to the stove to refresh his cup. "More?" he offered. Anna shook her head. "Someone helped my family to escape the fire. I can't fix on their face no matter how hard I try." The professor took his seat across from her. When her memories came, the pair routinely ended up in the small kitchen. It took on a place of safety to Anna, and the professor did make good tea. "Tell me how you felt during the fire." At first I didn't really understand what was happening until the smell hit me. I kept watching under the door as the light changed from normal morning sunlight to the orange dancing flicker of fire. I remember watching the door change color right in front of me. It turned a sick yellow color. I guess from the heat in the hallway. Honestly, I froze in fear. He blew the steam from the top of his cup and took a sip. "Then what?" "Then my mother burst through the door, dragging Sam. She almost threw her into the corner of the room as I jumped off the bed." She paused, closed her eyes, and hugged her own steaming mug. "I can see the flames licking at her through the door. Then I remember—" She trailed off. The professor sat patiently, allowing her memories to restore naturally. Hannah's face contorted into an expression of pain. "What is it?" he asked. "I can't remember anything else. It's like something is blocking me. I want to see it. I know it's in there, but something is keeping me from it. Ugh!" she said, flustered, and put her cup down hard. "You can't expect it all to come back at once, dear. You've made amazing progress, and have to give your brain time as it heals." Anna's hand shook. "That's not it." She tapped her temple. "There's something in here." He did not respond. "It feels like something is working against me. I can't explain it. And I know it sounds crazy, but the memories are there. I just can't get to them. Like they're on the other side of a ravine or something." "They will come," the professor said quietly. "Anna, your ability to move between universes is what makes you special." Anna nodded. "I know." "But you don't truly understand the ramifications of that ability. You can't be the only instance of Anna Messer that can move through the machine." He paused and locked eyes with her. "Where are the rest of you?" He let the question hang in the air between them. Anna pondered the question but did not have an answer. "In all my time researching the universes, you're the only instance I've encountered. I've tried to comprehend this question and have yet to come up with a solution. The best I can manage is that you are indeed unique, the only other person that can move through the device. This makes you two things. First, it makes you an amazing coincidence." He laughed. "If you listen hard enough, you can hear the universe laughing at the rest of us. Second, it makes you a dangerous liability to those John Messers who would control or destroy our invention." The professor swallowed hard. "I'm trying to make you something new." Anna looked up at him. "I'm trying to make you the key to the whole story. Of the trillions of souls in the universe, you alone have the ability to affect John Messer's outcome in a way that keeps the universes in balance. Only you. If either side found out about you and what we are doing here, they would stop at nothing to destroy us." He took a sip of his tea and sighed. "The mission you're training for, if completed successfully and followed to the letter, will challenge you beyond your wildest imagination." Anna nodded. "I know," she whispered. The professor sighed again. Not completely. The figure in black, honey. Is me, she said on a breath, finishing his sentence. It's you. Chapter 20. What is this? Anna asked the professor. I call it a nullskin, he replied. It's something I developed from the inside of an object called a meroot. It bends light around the fabric, with 99.8 repeating effectiveness. I've worked for years refining its optical perfection to make the wearer nearly invisible. Try it on, the professor urged. Anna removed the black, silk-like material from its box. It felt very light and delicate, as though she barely held anything in her hands. It's so light. Yes, the professor agreed, but it's also very durable. The inner lining is a composite of silk and carbon fiber nanofilaments. I doubt a bullet could penetrate it. Anna looked at him. Let's not test that, shall we? He added with a wry smile. She returned his smile and walked into the hallway where she removed her clothing and donned the black material. It fit her perfectly, like a second skin. She re-entered the classroom, a little embarrassed at how tight the material fit her form, accentuating her hips and chest. I'm not used to wearing something so... She paused, looking down at herself. Revealing. I feel naked. The professor said, Pull the back part over your head. Anna reached behind her head and pulled a loose flap over her hair. It slid easily down her face to meet at the form-fitting turtleneck. Anna expected the covering to obscure her vision. Instead, she saw the professor's smile grow as the two ends of the material clasped, encasing her in the black fabric. Lovely, the professor said, admiring his invention, not her form. He clasped his hands together and brought them to his chin. There's a micro-switch between your right thumb and the outside of your index finger. Anna looked at her right hand and felt a slight bump in the glove at the knuckle of her index finger. She instinctively touched that part of the glove and her hand together. Oh, she said and jumped as her hand and forearm disappeared in front of her eyes. Ha! The professor exclaimed as Anna vanished completely. She looked down at herself and saw nothing. This is incredible. She paused and looked at the professor. You can't see me, can you? I assume that you will eventually gain an internal sense of where your extremities are in relation to objects around you. At first, you might be a bit clumsy. Anna walked around the professor. He did not move. I am particularly proud of the foot coverings I added. They dampen almost all noise from your footsteps and will absorb a great amount of kinetic energy, he said to the spot where she previously stood. You really can't see me or hear me, can you? The professor jumped as her voice came from behind him. No, he said, and let out a startled laugh. He turned toward the voice. This means you should be able to drop from relatively high places and land without making a sound. Like a cat, she said. Like a Cheshire cat, the professor agreed. Anna deactivated the nullskin, popping back into view in front of the professor. I love it, she said as she examined herself from every angle. Without warning, her expression changed. Prof, she managed and swooned. Oh dear, he said, and moved in to grab her before she toppled over. Not the best time for a mind quake. I've got you. Anna's body shook as he slowly lay her down to her side. There, dear, he cooed and patted her on the back. Her body quaked uncontrollably and drool seeped to the floor. There. Anna tumbled from the machine to the floor of the garage. She drew in a large breath as the transition sucked the air from her lungs. She heard a commotion in the kitchen. Mommy? She rasped and shakily stood. Stumbling toward the kitchen door, Anna met her mother coming the other way. What's going on in here? The woman's voice said as the door opened. Anna recoiled in shock. The lower left half of her mother's face glistened in the harsh overhead lights, metallic and silver. Anna stumbled back against the base of the machine. A voice called from the living room. Honey? John! The woman frantically called back. There's something wrong with Anna! Anna fell to the side of the machine, still scrambling away from the approaching monster. Honey, how did this happen? She asked in an alarming tone. Another metallic monster came through the door, this one parts of her father. "Get away!" Anna yelled. "Honey?" the man asked and approached. A look of shock flashed from the parts of him still human. "What happened to you?" Anna shook once, and something in her neck popped. The garage faded as she fell limp against the roll-up door. Anna's eyes flitted open to the white walls of a hospital room. She groaned, which caused several tubes to rattle against her arms. Slowly, she sat up. "Anna?" a woman's soft voice said from her side. "Mommy?" Anna asked. She knew the voice, but this one sounded different, metallic. "I'm here, honey." Anna rolled slowly and looked at her mother, relieved to be home. Seated on the couch below the only window in the room sat the half-human, half-machine monster that was Mary Messer. Mary stood, making the servos in her legs spin with a high-pitched whine. Each step she took toward the bed brought more strange noises as her mechanical body lurched. "Are you feeling better?" "What happened to you?" Anna asked, a look of shock on her face. The robot woman laughed. "What happened to me? Honey, what happened to you?" Anna did not understand. "Thank the designer we found you when we did. The doctor scanned you and found nothing." She sounded alarmed. "Thankfully, they replaced the MEMS unit in your cortex, and now we can start your healing process. Don't worry, honey. We'll get all your upgrades back, I promise." The door opened, and in walked several more robotic humans, one in a long white lab coat. "Doctors?" Mary asked expectantly. The robot in the coat approached the side of Anna's bed. "Ah, I see her MEMS unit is already back to normal." He looked at the woman. "Don't worry, Mrs. Messer. Once we remove her vulnerable organs and reinstall her upgrades, she'll be right as rain." "Thank you, Doctor." "Doctor?" one of the nurse attendants asked as she studied a bank of computer monitors. "Things look good for her next procedure. We can proceed whenever you're ready." "Thank you, nurse," the doctor remarked. "Wait," Anna said, and rolled to her elbows. "I have no idea what's going on, and you're not doing anything to me." She paused and her voice hitched. "I just want to go home." Tears welled in her eyes, and the robot closest to the window placed a cold metal hand on her forearm. "Oh, honey, we'll go home once your upgrades have been reinstalled." "No," Anna protested. "Anna," the doctor said, and stepped forward. "It's going to be all right, I promise." The nurse stepped away from the monitors and withdrew a syringe from her smock. Anna tried to wrench her arm away, but the weight of the metal hand pinned it to the bed. The doctor moved to the opposite side and pressed lightly down on her other forearm. Anna tugged and kicked her legs. "Anna," Mary said. "Honey, stop." The nurse stepped beside the doctor and with machine precision slipped the needle into the immobilized skin of her forearm. In one sweeping motion, she depressed the plunger and withdrew the needle. "No!" Anna screamed. "There's nothing wrong with me!" "It's going to be all right," the doctor repeated as the drug pumped its way to her heart and beyond. "It's going to be all right." "Anna?" The voice called softly as though from a cloudy dream. "Anna, wake up." "Awake," Anna managed. Her mouth felt dry and her tongue 3 times too big. She blinked several times and recognized her living room. "What happened?" she asked. Her voice sounded distant and muffled like the time she had her wisdom teeth out, and the dentist packed her face with gauze. "The doctors put you under to replace your upgrades." "Upgrades?" "Don't worry, they didn't do anything to you." Anna looked toward the voice. In the chair across from her sat her mirror image. Anna pushed herself to a sitting position, but never took her stare from the girl sitting in the chair. She rubbed her eyes, hoping the vision would go away. The girl laughed. "I'm not a dream or something." "Where am I?" Anna asked. "You're in our house. My dad brought you home from the hospital when he found out you weren't me. They gave you some of my clothes because you were wearing pajamas. Man, you really freaked them out." She laughed again. "I'm really confused." "So are we. Where did you come from?" the girl asked. Anna looked toward the garage. "I came through the machine in there. I'm trying to help my dad." The girl cut her off. "You came through my dad's invention? Cool." Anna looked around the house. "Where are those robot things?" The girl looked confused, then laughed. You mean my parents? They're upstairs with my sister. They realized that you were scared, so they wanted me to talk to you when you came around. They're your parents? Yeah, why? What happened to them? Anna asked. They've been upgraded, she curtly replied. I don't understand. The delicate, vulnerable, and unnecessary parts of their human bodies have been replaced with upgraded cybernetic enhancements. Anna looked up the stairs, then back to the girl. And you? The girl smiled. We've all been upgraded. That's why they freaked out when they saw you. They thought your upgrades had somehow been removed. She pulled up the sleeve of her blouse and smiled. The skin of her forearm melted into a shiny metallic tube that continued to the elbow. Perfectly milled threaded filament joints flexed as she reached her arm out and back. Microservers whistled within the metallic tube that scrolled to her upper arm into her flexing bicep. I hurt my arm horseback riding. Anna reached over and touched her own elbow. The girl continued. This is a much better elbow joint than my human one. I'm thinking about upgrading the left one next year. Mom says I have to wait until I'm a sophomore. So, you guys replace body parts when they get injured or something? Anna asked. Not just when they get injured. I can't wait to be able to get a full upgrade. I sure hope I can afford it when I turn 18, the girl said and put her hands together. It's going to be awesome. Anna turned as the girl's parents came down the stairs. They stopped at the bottom briefly, allowing her to adjust to their presence. How are you feeling, Anna? The man asked. Anna looked to the girl. He's asking you, she said and smiled. Fine, I guess, she replied. That's good. Once we figured out that you weren't our Anna, he said and smiled, we convinced the doctors to let us bring you home. He slowly walked to where his daughter sat. You came through my machine, didn't you? I came to help my dad. There was a fire. Anna stood. Is he here? The man sighed. As far as I know, you're the only person that has come through it. I didn't know people could go through, and since you're not upgraded, I suspect that you're not from our universe. Anna sat again. I don't know anything about that. I just came to help my dad. The woman approached and stood next to the man. On her hip clung a baby that looked just like Anna's youngest sister, Jessie. John, tell her. Anna sat up. The man sighed again, walked across the room, and sat next to her on the couch. Anna, he paused, when we thought you were our daughter, we thought something terrible had happened to you. He looked up at the woman. Anna's breathing increased with her anxiety, but she kept it in check. Yes? Honey, they installed a MEMS unit in your brain while you were unconscious. Anna put a hand to her head. He continued quickly. Normally, they're implanted in utero, so when they scanned you and found nothing, we all went into panic mode. Thinking the impossible happened, I immediately had them install a replacement to help with the reinstallation of your other upgrades. What is it? This MEMS unit? Anna asked while trying to keep her voice calm. It stands for Microelectrical Mechanical System. Again, Anna put a hand to her head. It isn't going to hurt you, I promise. Can they take it out? She asked in barely a whisper. At the sounds of her question, the woman put a hand to her mouth. No, honey, the man said softly. Once installed, it can't be taken out until death. That's why we panicked. What does it do? In our universe, it enhances memory and cognitive ability. Everyone here has one. I assume, since you haven't shown any ill effects, that it should do the same for you. How it will react to travel through the device, I can't even begin to speculate. Anna looked at him. Travel through the device? He looked at the woman who began to cry. Well, you can't stay here, the girl said. I mean, what are we going to tell people? We're twins? Anna, the man said to the girl, scolding her. He turned back toward Anna. We're not sure what to do right now. We won't do anything to hurt you. He looked at the girl again with a scowl on the remnants of his human face. Of course, you're welcome to stay with us, but we figured you'd want to go back through the machine, back to where you belong. Anna looked at the garage. She stammered. I don't know. how to go back there." Her words came slowly, painfully. She turned back to see tears welling in his non-upgraded eye. For several minutes they sat in silence. Then Anna stood and walked halfway to the kitchen. "I have to find my father." She put her hands on her hips and turned back toward them. "I don't know where he is or if he is even here, but I came through to find him, and that's what I need to do." The man stood, and Anna took an instinctive step away from him. He put his hands up. "Sorry," she said. "It's okay," he replied and smiled. "Let's start by trying to see if any other non-upgraded people have been reported lately." The girl in the chair stood and walked upstairs. "Thanks, Anna," Anna called after her twin. The girl turned with a grin on her face. "No problem, Anna," she replied, winked, and walked up the stairs. Anna and the John Messer cyborg walked to the small office across from the kitchen. He sat at the desk, punched keys into the computer, then pulled a thin wire from the side of the keyboard and raised it toward his head. He paused and looked at her. "Is this going to bother you?" he asked, and rolled the wire between his fingers. "I think I'm good," she replied. He inserted the thin wire into a small opening behind his mechanical ear and sat back. His eyelids closed and started to twitch. "I'm accessing local police records," he said in a voice that sounded more robotic than before. "Negative. Maybe the hospitals." Anna watched his eyelids jitter back and forth, imagining him flying through the networks like a scene from a science fiction movie. "Negative in the hospitals. I doubt the military would post anything, but let's—" He trailed off. After a few minutes his eyes opened, and he withdrew the wire, recoiling it into the keyboard. He turned toward her and in a voice that sounded human again said, "I'm sorry. There isn't anything out there about someone who isn't upgraded. I was sure that would have been the easiest thing to search." Anna's head sank. "I appreciate you trying." She turned toward the garage and sighed. "I guess I could go through the machine again. Maybe it will take me home." "Anna, there's no telling where it could take you. I built it to be a time machine, not take people to different universes." She turned back to him, her voice sheepish, and asked, "Do you have a better idea?" He took a deep breath. "Not really." She stood and began walking toward the garage. "You could stay," he blurted. She stopped and turned. "Oh, Daddy." He stood and walked to her, engulfing her in an enormous hug. "Honey, you are just as much our daughter as Anna is." The woman walked into the living room, and her breath hitched when she saw them. "Is she staying?" she asked, excited anticipation in her voice. Anna and John opened their arms to her. The three of them hugged and cried. Finally, Anna said, "I can't stay, Mom. I have to find my father. He needs my help." "But where will you go?" she asked, pulling Anna closer. "I don't know," Anna replied through her own tears. They broke the embrace and walked to the garage where the machine sat silently spinning. John moved behind the control console, regarded the settings, and looked up at Anna. "Do you have any idea where you came from?" She walked to the middle of the room and paced around the machine. "No," she answered absently. John began talking to himself. "If we set the destination timer to right now," he muttered, "then you will arrive at the same time you leave here." He placed a metal hand to his chin. "And to choose the universe, we—" He paused and looked up at Anna. "We—" he questioned, turning back to the controls, and pursed his lips. "I don't know how to set a destination universe. I assume it has something to do with the frequency, but without knowing where you came from, I hesitate to change it." Mary stepped up beside him. "What if you didn't change it?" "Well, she would just come back here," he answered. "Anna, you don't have any idea what to do with the controls?" she asked. Anna shook her head. "No." She sighed heavily. "Just change it to whatever, I guess." "If I do that, we won't know where you'd end up," John said. "But I don't see any other option." He walked to his desk and took a piece of paper from his journal. He returned to the controls and scribbled down the current settings before changing them. Smiling, he changed them to correspond to Anna's birthday. When Mary saw the numbers he entered, tears welled up in her again. "Are you sure about this, honey?" she asked Anna. I am, Anna said and turned toward the machine. John and Mary came around the control table to stand opposite the machine from her. These are the settings to bring you back here if you don't find your father. I put the timer down as an hour from now. His voice hitched. We'll be waiting for you. Thank you, Anna said as she took the paper, folded it and slid it into the pocket of her borrowed jeans. She gave a fake smile and reached for the middle of the shimmering balls. Anna, Mary said softly as her hand sank into the glassy area between the spheres, elongated and spun her out of their world with a loud snap. An hour later, John and Mary heard a loud crack in the garage. They looked at each other and scrambled for that end of the house. Anna! Mary called. They swept through the garage door, anticipating wrapping Anna into a hug and showering her with kisses. Instead, a hulking black figure stood next to the machine. In his hand, he held a piece of torn journal paper. Chapter 21. Expecting to see her father's garage, young Anna straightened as her body transitioned to the new universal frequency. The crack that accompanied her into this new world echoed in the immense chamber she materialized into. Surrounding the machine stood tall silver cylinders like coffins arranged after a battle. At the foot of each tube hung a small tablet and a control station with buttons, flashing lights, and dials. Rows of shiny tubes extended everywhere she looked. Overhead, long trusses supported a massive expansive roof that rose into darkness past dim lights that hung from rafters. The bulbs cast a pale light on the rows of metal cylinders. Am I in a warehouse? She wondered. Anna walked a few steps away from the machine toward the control console on its faded folding table. Thick ropes of wiring led away from the console in every direction. Hello? She called and waited for a response. Daddy? She examined the controls and tried to make sense of the flashing lights, bouncing needles, and spinning numbers. Frustratingly, nothing on the table made sense to her. With no recourse and no response to her calls, she moved back to the device. In the distance, she heard a faint whirring sound growing steadily louder. Anna ducked behind the nearest tube. I should have gone through the machine to escape, she thought. Her body jerked as her muscles urged her to sprint for the machine, but her mind held her in place. The whirring grew louder until a small cart appeared at the end of the long row of cylinders. Atop the cart sat a hunched old man, his eyes scanning from side to side as he slowly inched his way down the row. He pulled the cart to a stop near the control console and gingerly stepped down from his vehicle. He stretched, yawned, and painstakingly walked to the control table. From his pocket he withdrew a worn notepad, flipped it open, and dabbed a pencil to his tongue before writing something on the paper. He said, and bent over the controls again. He flipped back a few pages in the notepad, pursed his lips, looked over the tops of his glasses at the device, and said, What have you been up to, Anna watched him from her hiding place. He looked very old and not threatening at all. She cleared her throat, which made him jump. Gods above, he remarked, steadying himself on the control table. Anna stood from behind the silver tube and stepped out of the row toward the machine with a sheepish smile on her face. I'm sorry I startled you. The man breathed heavily and looked from side to side, then right at Anna intently. How did you get out of your pid? You're not supposed to be out of your pid. He closed the notebook and stepped around the control console toward her, squinting. She paused. I just got here. The man pulled up hard before reaching her. Ah, he said. You're one of those, are you? Well, leave me alone. I don't have time for you and your friend outside. He cleared his throat loudly and walked back to the cart. Excuse me? Anna tried. The man ignored her. He turned a key on the ancient-looking cart and continued his drive down the long row. Anna followed. The pace of his vehicle was not much faster than her walking pace, and she kept astride him as he scanned the rows from side to side. At the end of the row, he turned the car left and swerved into the adjacent row, repeating his trip to the far end of the building, swiveling his head from side to side as he went. Anna peppered him with questions. Excuse me, but can you tell me where I am? Can you help me? Sir? The old man ignored her questions and drove along oblivious, examining the tubes. At the end of the row, he turned again toward the next row. This time he stopped the cart and stared into the distance. Anna heeled up next to him, anticipating an answer to her questions. The old man sighed, and without looking at her said, "Go away." His foot pressed the accelerator, and the little cart whirred off again down the row. Anna watched and caught her breath. About halfway down the row, the cart stopped, and the man stepped down to examine one of the shiny silver tubes. Anna jogged up to him as he bent and looked over the monitor at the end of the cylinder. The man said, and scrubbed his ashy chin. "What is it?" Anna asked. "This PID unit needs a replacement motivator," he said, and marked on the tablet with his pencil. "Sir?" Anna tried again. "I'm not really sure what's going on, or what these things are, but if I could ask you some questions, I'm trying to find my dad." The old man regarded her with a quizzical expression. Finally he said, "I am not opening the door. I'm not letting your friend in. Nope, not doing it. So just go away and let me get back to my rounds." He walked past her towards the cart. Anna reached out and gently took his arm, hoping to continue their conversation. When her hand scuffed the sleeve of his robe, he recoiled. "Ah!" he said, and stepped backward, bumping into the cart. Anna stepped away from him. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to." The old man huffed a breath, cutting her off. You're real," he said in astonishment, and touched his arm where her fingers scraped his sleeve. He trailed off. Anna smiled. "I am," she said softly. The old man stepped toward her slowly with his hand outstretched, as though reaching for something that could hurt him. Anna met his hand with her own, and when they touched, he pulled his arm away sharply as though expecting a shock. "Gods above," he whispered. "I never thought—" "Anna," she said, widening her smile. The old man scrubbed at his eyes with his sleeve. "Aldrin," he said. "Where did you come from? How did you get out of your pit? We need to get you back there at once. This is wrong." He took her hand and moved her to the cart. "No, please," Anna managed. He paused. "You can't," and trailed off again. "Aldrin, please," Anna said. "I didn't come from one of those things." Aldrin grunted and stepped into the cart. He turned to her. "You didn't come from the outside, did you?" Anna saw the look on his face go from astonishment to fear to relief when she replied, "No." He pressed the pedal, and the cart lumbered down the row, now carrying a heavier load than expected. Anna continued, "I came through the machine, where you found me." "Ah," he replied absently, ignoring her statement and focusing only on his own thoughts. "Can you tell me where I am?" "What?" Anna tried again. "Where am I?" Aldrin wheeled the cart out of one long row toward the far end of the massive structure. With practiced grace, he pulled the cart into a waiting receptacle. The cart clicked into place, and a dull red light illuminated behind the worn steering wheel. He stepped down from the cart and padded toward a small room at the corner of the building. Anna left the cart and followed the strange man into a small living area with a tiny kitchenette. In one corner sat a low metal cot and a wooden dresser that looked repeatedly mended. Opposite that, running along the entire wall, stood rows of shelves holding thin books. Anna approached the shelves and read the spines as she ran her hand along their bumpy ends. Calendar dates spanning hundreds of years passed beneath her fingers. "How long have you been here?" she asked, turning toward him. Aldrin sat at a small table set in the middle of the room as both a dining table and a kitchen work area. He looked up at the dark ceiling. "Oh," he drew in a breath. "I've been caretaker here for—" He paused and laughed. "For as long as I can remember. When the previous caretaker chose me, I wasn't much older than you, I'd imagine. What are you, 16, 15? 14, Anna replied. "And what is this place?" Aldrin looked out at the rows and rows of gray tubes. "This is where the last of humanity lives." Anna followed his gaze through a small set of windows onto the rows of mechanical coffins. "There are people in those?" "All but a few," Aldrin answered. Just before the end of a caretaker's life, he must choose a successor. This is the hardest job of a caretaker." His head sank. Anna joined him at the small table, sitting across from him. "Why?" she asked softly, keenly aware of his remorse. "Because it is a death sentence for whoever he chooses." Anna turned and looked out at the vast sea of cylinders. Aldrin continued. "I should have chosen years ago, but I couldn't bring myself to make the choice. I know I must, but I just can't make myself do it." "Are they all asleep?" "Something like that. The PIDs keep the people alive almost indefinitely. Of course, they require constant monitoring and sometimes repair." "That's what you were doing earlier?" "Yes. I make daily rounds throughout the facility and check each PID unit." "PID?" Anna asked. "It stands for Potential Immortality Dieternal Unit." "And why are they all asleep?" Aldrin groaned as he stood and walked to the leftmost shelf. He removed a thin binder from the top shelf and handed it to her. The cover of the binder read, PID Facility Operations Manual, Facility, followed by a blank line. The number 23 stood out on the cover in faded red marker, hastily written in the blank. She opened the cover as Aldrin spoke from across the room. He stood at an exterior window looking out. "The world died. It's all in that manual. A brief explanation of what we did wrong and why we had to go into the PID units. There are 3 more volumes that each caretaker must read and understand." He paused. "Before the previous caretaker dies." He said this last part in almost a whisper. Anna stood, walked to the bookshelf, and replaced the manual. "Aldrin, if I wanted to go outside, could I?" An alarmed look crossed his face, and he wheeled on her. "No, nobody goes outside, and nobody comes in." She joined him at the window and looked out at the world. Thick plumes of rolling yellow clouds roiled on the other side of the thick glass like a pungent, choking mist. The shallow dirt just below the window stretched away like the bumpy, gnarled skin of an old potato. Shiny rivulets of reddish-brown liquid oozed from holes in the earth, forming puddles and veiny streams that reached out where the land would allow. Anna looked up and saw the roof of the building stretched out high above them. It disappeared into the yellow clouds. "You've never been out there?" Anna asked in a whisper. "No," Aldrin replied. "How are people supposed to leave this place if they ever wake up?" Aldrin turned away from the window and the sickly world beyond. "There's a door." He padded to the small kitchenette, opened a cabinet, and removed a small chipped mug. "May I see the door?" Aldrin's head sank. "I don't go there anymore." Anna didn't respond as the silence in the room grew between them. Finally he said, "I see things." Anna walked up behind him and placed a soft touch on his arm, steadying his shaking hand. He looked down at her hand, placed the tea strainer on the counter, and turned toward her. "When I first saw you, I didn't think you were real." He sighed and continued, embarrassment lacing his words. "I've seen other people before, but they weren't real. I thought you were another one of those. I've been alone for so—" His voice trailed off as tears of shame welled in his eyes. Anna's heart wept for the old man. Softly she said, "I'm alone too." For a long moment, neither of them said anything. In a shallow voice, Aldrin said, "Now that you're here, I no longer have to choose my successor." His tone betrayed his fleeting hope. "Aldrin?" He looked in her eyes. "I'm an old man, and I have much to teach you. You can take over for me, and I can die, knowing that I didn't fail." Anna took a step away from him. "No, Aldrin, I can't." Deflated, Aldrin moved to the small cot and took a fitful nap, wary of the girl that came from nowhere. When he woke, Anna sat at the table reading the manual. She skimmed the pages quicker than she ever imagined. The information flew into her, and she found that once she read a page, she instantly remembered everything about it. During his nap, Anna had ingested the entire operations manual for PID Facility 23 and several of the other journals going back 217 years. Aldrin rolled his legs off the cot and groaned while he stretched. "I want to see the exit doors, Aldrin."
"If you must," he relented. "Would it ruin your master plan if an old man were allowed a cup of tea first?"
A cup of tea turned into several, along with small sandwiches made from a canned spread Aldrin retrieved from an immense storeroom wedged between two large wafers he called bread. After the sparse lunch came cleaning the small room, cart maintenance, and drawing water to launder the linens. All the while Anna protested. "When are we going to the doors?"
"I have duties to perform,"
Aldrin repeated. Eventually his stalling tactics abated, and the pair boarded the cart bound for the only doors to the facility, Aldrin moving slower. According to the manuals, an inner set of safety doors secured the PID facility from the inhospitable outside environment. A building within a building, Anna understood. "Have you ever gone outside these doors?" Anna asked.
"Gods, no,"
Aldrin remarked, his eyes darting around as though awaiting peril from every direction. Anna walked to the inner set of doors and peered out. A tunnel wound away from her, free of yellow, billowing clouds. Windows lined the tunnel into the distance. An airlock. "Aldrin, it's an airlock." She turned back to look at him. "Do you have monitoring equipment to check the outside environment?"
"Why would I do that? Look at it."
Suddenly, a ghastly, gaunt face appeared behind her in the glass of the door. Aldrin gasped and stumbled backward. Anna rushed to him. "What is it?" Aldrin hid his face.
"No, go away."
What? What did I do, Aldrin?"
"Not you,"
he screamed.
"Him,"
and pointed toward the glass. Anna turned. On the other side of the safety glass stood a shriveled skeleton of a man. His skin, pockmarked with lesions, stretched taut against his frame. He scratched on the glass with bony fingers, and his eyes, sunk deep in his head, shrieked of torment.
"Go away!"
Aldrin screamed again and again.
"Go away!"
Anna rushed to the man as he raked his fingers over the glass and clutched the outer handle of the door. Anna turned to Aldrin. "Who is he?" she asked, her voice frantic. Aldrin looked at her, his mouth agape.
"You can see him?"
"Of course I can see him!" Anna shouted.
"But,"
Aldrin rocked forward,
"he's not real. He's a siren calling us to our death."
Anna turned toward the door, grabbed the handle, and furiously tugged at it.
"No!"
Aldrin called and rushed forward as fast as his old legs would allow. He crashed into the door, holding it closed as though the large crossbars running along the top and bottom would give under her strength and will. "What are you doing?" Anna yelled. "He's real!" The monstrous figure on the other side of the glass leaned his face against the window. His mouth opened and closed until a croaking sound penetrated the glass.
"Help me."
"Aldrin, we have to let him in."
"No, the outside will kill us."
"It hasn't killed him!" Anna yelled and pointed at the starving man. Aldrin slinked away from the door.
"He's not real. He's not real."
He backed into the cart and spilled over onto its seat.
"He's not real,"
he repeated. Anna yanked at the door, rattled the crossbars. She reached up, removed the locking mechanism, and slid the long bar from its holders. The metal bars scraped as they drove free. First the top bar, then the bottom. Anna retook the handle and wrenched on it. The man turned on the handle, too. "How does it open, Aldrin?" She turned and saw him leaning against the cart with his knees against his chest. "Aldrin, how does the door open?"
"If you open that door, we're all dead."
"No, look at him. He's not dead."
"He's not real,"
Aldrin repeated without looking at the man. "Then why can I see him?" She paused. "Aldrin, he needs our help." The old man looked up at the emaciated figure and whispered something Anna could not make out. She leaned in close to him. "What?"
748992,
he whispered. Anna scanned the door and saw a keypad just to its left. She sprang forward and pressed in the code. The door latch clicked and the huge metal door scraped open. The man crashed through the opening and sprawled on the floor. He scampered forward toward Aldrin, who recoiled. Automatically, the door swung slowly closed and locked. The putrefied man rolled over, his chest heaving. "Thank you," he croaked. "Water." He moved his fingers to his mouth as though grasping for an unseen cup. "Aldrin, he needs water." "We're all dead," Aldrin droned. Anna moved to the cart and opened each compartment. In a small opening above the battery housing, she found several small bottles. 2 were lubricant, but one, filled with a clear liquid, turned out to be water Aldrin used to clean the PID monitors. She moved back to the man still lying on the floor and handed over the bottle. He clumsily dumped the water on his face as he attempted to drink it. Anna took the bottle from him and slowly dribbled the water into his mouth. He drank greedily. "Aldrin," Anna said. He didn't look at her or the man on the floor. "Aldrin," she said again, louder. He turned his head and considered them both. "We're not dead," she said, and smiled at him. She turned back to the man on the floor. "Who are you?" "Gavin," he said in between gulps of water. "Gavin Woolley. I'm a farmhand for Mrs. Pritchard on the Rolling Jack." Anna looked at Aldrin. "Do you know what he's talking about?" Aldrin didn't answer. Gavin continued between longer and longer drinks. "I took shelter from a firestorm in the cave at the end of the tunnel. I tried to stay at the mouth, but the storm drove me deeper into the cave. My horse tripped down a steep embankment and broke its leg. I shimmied down to it and realized I couldn't get back up." Anna helped Gavin sit up. He shuffled over to where Aldrin leaned against the cart and sat next to him. The old man turned his head away. "I put the horse out of its misery, and for the first few days I called for help until my voice was gone. I knew the cave was pretty far from town, so I ate what I could of my horse before it turned. I tried to climb out countless times. I even tried using the horse's bones as climbing tools. That's when I fell and broke my ankle. After a while, I figured I'd be down here for some time and started using the powder from my shells to light fires. I ate anything I could find, drank what little water trickled through. Hunger kept me moving deeper and deeper into the cave." He took another long pull from the almost empty bottle. "Aldrin, we have to take him back to your living area," Anna said. Gavin looked at Aldrin. "I don't know how long I was down here when I found the first door. It took me weeks, heck, maybe months to make a space in it big enough to crawl through." "Outer door?" Anna asked. "Yes, ma'am. About 100 yards down that tunnel," Gavin said, and raised a gaunt arm pointing. "I couldn't believe my luck when I found the inner door and saw you," he said, and gestured toward Aldrin. "I beat on the door to get your attention, but you ignored me." Anna gave him a forgiving smile. "He didn't think you were real. He's been alone for a long time." Aldrin turned his body away and muttered something under his breath. "Gavin, what's outside?" Anna asked. Gavin's sunken face looked perplexed. "It's the outside. I don't understand." "Devastation," Aldrin said louder. "He believes the world was devastated and the people went to sleep while it healed itself." I don't know nothing about that," Gavin said. "Do you have any food?" "Choking clouds," Aldrin said, and turned toward Anna. "Blood rivers," he said, his eyes wide. Gavin looked at him, then back to Anna. "The world's fine." With some coaxing, Anna got Aldrin into the cart and helped Gavin ride on the back above the battery compartment. She took the wheel and piloted the now groaning cart back to the living area. Anna gave Gavin some food and explained again why Aldrin ignored him for so long. Gavin turned to Aldrin, who finally found the courage to look at him when they spoke. "You live in a mountain, friend. The world outside this cave is fine." Aldrin managed. Anna found some clothes in the footlocker and wrapped Gavin in them. "Thank you for the food and water," Gavin said to both of them. "I must have been in the cave for months." He held up a piece of the food. "I don't know what this is, but it's damn sure better than cave spider. he said through a mouthful and smiled a gritty smile. Anna put a hand on Aldrin's shoulder and sat on his cot. Do you realize what this means? Aldrin turned toward her. You can wake everyone up and go outside. He turned, looking at the bookshelf with its rows of journals, then out at the sea of PIDs and rested both arms on the table. I will be the last caretaker, he said in an astonished whisper. We still need to make the climb at the end of the tunnel. When one of us is out, they can bring help from the others. Gavin turned toward Anna. You're the youngest and strongest of us. He did not finish the rest of the sentence. Aldrin stood and shuffled out of the living area. Aldrin, Anna called after him. He did not turn back. She looked at Gavin before following, who returned to the food in front of him. Aldrin stood at the monitor of the nearest PID. Anna ambled up beside him. Are you okay? At first he didn't answer. Finally he said, I want to verify his story. But if we can wake the people, and they could live again in the fresh air of the world. He trailed off. That's not what's bothering you, though, is it? No, he whispered. He turned and took her gently by the arms. I was alone for so long that every time I saw him, I told myself he was only in my head. I yelled at him to go away, just as I did you. Here I was, so worried about choosing a person to live out their life as a caretaker, that I ignored the pleas of a man right outside my very door. He paused. I'm a poor caretaker. No, Aldrin, you're the caretaker that will lead the people outside. Later, Anna stood at the control console watching cylinder after cylinder slowly open as Aldrin and Gavin worked the whirring cart row by row. She dug the journal paper from her pocket and whispered the numbers, burying them deep in her now upgraded memory. She worked the controls but did not enter that frequency, choosing instead to enter numbers at random, not knowing what lay on the other side of the machine. She moved around the table to the side of the device. In the distance, she heard people milling about, talking in low tones. A smile crossed her face as she reached for the middle of the vortex. That sounds like an interesting universe, the professor remarked. Anna smiled, thinking of the people walking out of the mouth of the cave. It could be fun to go back there and see their progress. The professor returned her smile. I'm sure they're getting along famously. He chuckled. Even then you were helping people. I guess it's in your DNA. Anna harumphed. At least I know now why my memory is so good. Indeed, the professor agreed. Are you feeling better? Anna nodded. Good, because you're not getting out of your training that easily. Do your worst, old man, Anna mocked. Do your worst. Chapter 22. Anna activated her nullskin, bending light around her form and vanishing from sight. She moved silently to her left and crouched in an open corner of the room. The dimly lit room looked like an office building from one of her study books. The professor's probes worked on it for months in secret, and today Anna endeavored to infiltrate it without being detected. As more of a game than a test, Anna and the professor had also used these exercises to intellectually jab at each other. Are you ready? The professor's voice boomed from speakers in the ceiling. Your objective is to reach the far room undetected. Should you achieve your goal, we'll go for another one of those walks you're so fond of. Should you fail, he paused, well, I'll come up with an appropriate punishment for you. Inside her invisible shield, Anna laughed out of breath. The professor's punishments usually consisted of extended periods of training. We're going for a walk in the fresh air, Anna yelled. And you're going to enjoy it this time. Ha! Okay, enough messing around. There's no countermeasure in the initial room. You have 10 minutes. Begin when ready. Anna stood and slinked against the wall toward the only door in the room. She knew better than to trust the professor's statement regarding the entry door's countermeasures, so she inspected the threshold, running her hand slowly along the door casing. On the top left corner, she felt a bulge protruding from the casing. Anna hopped on a nearby chair and peered through the crack in the door frame. A wire ran along the top of the door connected to a micro-sensor positioned inside the lip of the frame. Nice try, she thought, and removed a thin piece of metal from the pouch on her hip. She inserted the now visible flat wire through the door frame toward the magnetic contact. When it clicked, she plopped down from the chair, eased the door open, and slid through. Anna closed the door behind her and knelt in the empty room. Set into the wall on the opposite end of the room stood a sliding door with a digital keypad to its left. Anna stood, took a step forward, then froze. High on the wall, embedded in the ceiling, she caught sight of several small depressions. She returned to the door, removed the piece of metal from the frame, and dug it into the wall near the floor. She rubbed the debris together in her hands and blew the dust into the room. From behind her null-skin mask, her breath blew just enough for the dust to float across the room, illuminating nothing. An infrared laser net, she thought and smiled. Clever, old man. Clever. She knew the lasers would detect her null-skin. Although light bent around her form, directed energy pulses could detect her mass. Anna dug into her perfect memory and pulled forth detailed information on the operation of her null-skin. It worked by bending certain frequencies of visible light around its exterior. She went deeper into her mind and remembered her physics lessons, specifically optics and light emission. Lasers emit light coherently, spatially, and temporally, the professor taught her. Spatially focused to stay in temporally narrow pulses of varying length. The visible color of the laser is determined by its wavelength. Outside of the visible spectrum are infrared and ultraviolet. Anna rubbed more dust together in her palms and blew again. Gotcha, she thought. She opened a concealed flap on her palm and started adjusting the frequency on her null-skin. Somewhere between 700 nanometers and 1 millimeter should do it. Each adjustment of her invisible shield caused it to ripple around her. She folded the flap, closed, and slowly moved her hand toward the invisible lasers crisscrossing the room. She grabbed another handful of chalky dust from the small hole in the wall and comfortably walked to the other end of the room. There, she crushed the debris into powder and sprinkled it on the keypad, revealing the entry code. Before punching in the code, Anna reset the frequency of her null-skin to the visible light spectrum, again making her shield briefly flicker. She punched in the code and stepped through the door as it slid out of her way. Inside stood several mannequins positioned in various poses, as in an office setting. Anna slid against the wall and studied the obstacle. Enough space existed between the figures for her to easily slip through to the next door. Centered above it, affixed to the wall, sat a visible sensor. Not a motion sensor. That would be too easy, she thought, and examined the figures a second time. Heat. Anna scanned the room. She found the temperature setting next to the sliding door behind her. She input normal body temperature, 97 degrees, and waited for the room to heat up. While she waited, Anna concentrated on the people, planning her route to the opposite door. She turned toward the temperature indicator's digital display. Wait, my null-skin emits more heat than body temperature, Anna smiled. He would know that. If these were real people, they would set off the alarm at normal body temperature. She reached for the display and increased the temperature setting to the emission temperature of her null-skin. A few minutes later, she slinked between the figures in the now sweltering room, opened the door, and stepped through. At the center of the next room sat a small table covered in a white linen tablecloth. On the table sat 2 settings, ready for lunch. The professor entered the room from a small nook to her left, padded to the far chair, sat, and clicked his stopwatch. 9 minutes, 12 seconds. Not bad, he said. Anna deactivated her null-skin, pulled the head covering back, and sat opposite him. He opened a tray in the middle of the table, revealing sandwiches, cut vegetables, and 2 chocolate chip cookies. Anna smiled, grabbed a sandwich, and took a bite. I didn't think you'd make it past the infrared laser room. He nodded. Through a mouthful of sandwich, she asked, When are we going for our walk? The old man answered her with a genuine smile. Anna dropped the sandwich and grabbed the edges of the table. She gritted her teeth and bared down against the impending seizure. With each mind quake, Anna's ability to withstand the memory onslaught increased. She no longer lost consciousness when her brain linked the newly formed synapses with the conscious parts of her enhanced mind. Although unpleasant and unpredictable, the quakes brought forth a mountain of new memories, slowly filling in parts of her past she desperately wanted to recover. In her mind, the memories flowed. Anna could almost feel the restoration happening, and from the farthest reaches of her mind she felt something else. That unknown something that kept her memory from full recovery changed and morphed. No longer a shapeless mass, it appeared as a crevasse stretched to a bottomless chasm, a cavity, a well of darkness. Inside that inexplicable emptiness, a storm raged. A storm that grew more powerful and more present as the memory treatments brought back her lost past. With each mind-quake, the storm grew stronger, yet Anna fought against it, each time feeling a part of herself slip away as the thundering nothingness greedily absorbed it. "Is this why my memory was erased?" she pondered. "To hide this sickness inside me? To cure me of it?" When the initial battering of the quake subsided, the professor leaned forward. "Tell me," he calmly ordered. The world spun around young Anna as she materialized from the machine with a crack. She took a knee next to the pallets to let the feeling inside her dissipate and her body adjust to the new surroundings. She knelt in a thick red puddle surrounding the machine, and her movements sent out undulating ripples across the pooled liquid. She looked around the room. Bodies lay strewn around the machine, streaked and splattered with blood. Anna gasped and put a hand to her mouth. "Who's there?" a harsh voice called from behind her. She stood and turned toward the voice. A huge, dark figure stood behind the control console, pointing a large black pistol at her. The pistol lowered abruptly. "Anna?" The dark man holstered the weapon and moved around the table. Anna stepped back and tripped over a corpse, slipping on the rivulets of blood that drained to the floor. She landed on another body, cracking its ribs. Anna screamed. "Anna!" the man yelled, rushing to her. He took her by the arms and pulled her to him. "My God!" Anna pushed away from him and looked up at him. Although his face needed cleaning, she instantly recognized her father. "Daddy?" "Oh, Anna," he said. "What? How?" He stammered. "Daddy?" Anna said again, this time questioning her own eyes. He pushed her to arm's length and knelt before her. "How did you get here? I thought I was the only person that could go through." He pulled her to him again and hugged her tightly, smearing blood on the back of her shirt. Anna tugged away from his embrace and looked around the room. "Daddy?" He followed her gaze and realized the devastation and gore they sat amidst. "Anna, look at me." He reached a gloved hand to her face and turned her toward him, leaving a smudge of blood on her cheek. "Honey, he said and trailed off. The look on her face turned from surprise to questioning horror. "You did this, Daddy?" "Honey, I can explain." He took her by the arms. "How did you survive the earthquake? I saw you fall. Are your sisters alive? Your mother?" Anna shook her head. "What? There was a fire and—" She turned and looked around the room again. "Honey, look at me. Where are your sisters?" "We got out of the house under a wet blanket. We were supposed to meet in the garage." "No, honey. The house shook. A sinkhole opened beneath the house. I saw you fall. I couldn't get to you." "The entire house was on fire. I was in the garage, but you weren't there." Realization set onto the dark man's face. "You." He turned away and breathed heavily. "You're not my Anna," he said in a deep, gravelly voice. He stood and stepped away from her. Anna looked up into his eyes. "What?" He looked down at the girl in front of him, saw the paper in her hand and reached for it. Anna did not move. He snatched the paper from her hand and read it. "Is this where you came from? How did you go through the machine?" He paced back to the control console, stepping over bodies as he went. Anna watched him. With one fluid motion, he drew his pistol and wheeled on her. "Who are you?" he bellowed. Daddy?
I'm not your father, he shouted. And you're not my Anna. He pulled the hammer back. Anna reached for the center of the machine as an explosion flashed from the end of the gun. As if in slow motion, she watched the bullet, the yellow-orange plume, the corpses, and the dark man's angry face spin away from her. The professor sat motionless as she recounted her memory, a painful look on his face. Anna thought of her mission ahead. Should I tell him? I'm sorry you experienced that, the old man finally said. Fanatics are often, he paused to find the right word, unpredictable. He took the frequency to the cyborg universe, Anna said softly. You'll know what he'll do. Reluctantly, the professor nodded. All the more reason we must complete our mission. Chapter 23. Anna controlled her breathing and slowed her heart rate. She lay motionless, eyes on the distant target. Through the scope, she made nearly imperceptible adjustments to her sight alignment, breathed in slowly, held it briefly, and let it out. At the bottom of the exhale, she slowly squeezed the trigger. The rifle recoiled against her shoulder as an explosion filled the training range. Anna controlled her breathing, returned to her sight picture and motionless posture. Through his spotter scope, the professor watched the far, nearly invisible target fall. Hit, he said quietly. In a single fluid motion, Anna pulled the bolt back, ejected the large brass casing, and inserted another round into the waiting chamber of the long rifle. She rested her cheek against the smooth stock and took a long, deep breath. In a soft, melodic tone, the professor serenaded, You will become a weapon unlike any other. A weapon of defense and stealth, as well as lethality, but only if the need arises. Always remember who you are and where you came from. Never let your power and ability go before your humanity. The rifle roared again. Hit, the professor repeated. You've been practicing. Anna smiled. The rifle's bolt slid back smoothly, and she removed the spent casing, deftly inserting the final round for this training period. She slid the bolt forward, locking it to the side of the weapon. I'm going long, she said, and leaned into the butt of the rifle. If you insist, the professor chided, and shifted his scope to the highest magnification. He pulled away from the lens, rubbed his eyes, and leaned forward, straining to see the target even with the aid of the powerful scope. Anna took another long breath, held it for several seconds, and adjusted the reticle on the tiny speck in the distance. She focused on the sound of her blood coursing through her ears, exhaled, and waited for the instinctual break in her heartbeat. The muzzle flashed. Anna waited, peering through the scope. After several heartbeats, Hit, the professor said. Well done. Anna removed the final casing and rose to her knees, leaving the breech of the long rifle open. Clear, she said, and let out a long breath. That last one felt good. The rifle is just an extension of you. Remember, the firearm is just a tool. Completing the mantra for him, she said, I am the weapon. Don't forget that, young lady. Anna rolled her eyes. The professor stifled a laugh. Very soon, you're going to put all this training to the test, and eventually you may need these skills to complete your mission. There's only so much I'll be able to do to help you. When you leave here, you'll be on your own. I know, Anna reluctantly acknowledged. I do take it seriously. It's just that you keep saying the same things to me. Have you forgotten that I literally remember everything? He laughed. Indulge me, will you? Anna tried to smile, but her face jerked as another mind-quake brought with it fresh memories of her past. She rocked away from him, arching her back, then forward onto her knees and clenched her hands in tight fists. You've gotten stronger, Anna. Endure through it. Handle! Pain! Anna managed. Flashes! Darkness! Wolf! You're ready for the wolf, Anna, the professor pressed. Stronger than the wolf. Control it. Something didn't feel right. Anna felt something hit her when she materialized.
It felt like being pressed against a wall so hard that her body passed through the spaces between molecules. She groaned, opened her eyes, and realized she lay against gleaming white flagstones. In the distance, she saw the edge of perfectly manicured green grass. Anna rolled onto her back, and her shoulder flared with pain. Above her, the sky blazed a brilliant blue, partially blocked by the underside of a giant animal. It looked as if a magnificent golden horse jumped directly over her, blotting out the sky. After a moment, she caught her breath, rolled onto her knees, and looked around. She knelt in a park. Above her, a massive statue of a man on horseback cast long shadows around its base. She could not see the machine or the control console, just the shining pedestal of the statue, the loveliest grass she had ever seen, and a few people milling about the park. Anna rested against the pedestal and pulled her legs to her chest, noticing the blood on her sleeves. She scrubbed at the reddish-brown streaks, but the stains remained. She got up and walked to the edge of the park. Roads bordered the grassy area, but no cars ran along their length. Anna turned and walked down the street toward a group of people waiting at the corner. They huddled near the curb without a car in sight, watching the light opposite the road. Anna looked up and down the street and wondered why they did not cross. "Excuse me," she quietly interjected. At the sight of the young girl with the blood-smeared face and arms, the people recoiled. Anna looked down at herself, reacting to the revulsion. "No, I'm fine. I just need some help." "Help!" a woman screamed. The people stepped away from her as she approached. "Peacemakers!" Anna heard running feet and turned to see two large men coming through the park. They wore black uniform tops with too many pockets. Loose black pants ended at the tops of shiny boots, and each carried a round club the length of Anna's forearm. "Are they police?" she thought. The gray-clad people continued to back away. Most turned and hid their faces to show no affiliation with the girl. The two men trotted up, surveyed the group, and with shocked looks on their faces approached Anna. Each held a club in one hand, the other outstretched toward her. She backed against a row of bushes and raised her own hands. "I didn't do anything wrong. I'm okay." "Look at her hair," a woman said from the crowd. "And her attire," said another. One of the officers stepped forward. "Calm yourself, citizen. You are in violation of numerous habitat codes of conduct. Please, do the right thing and surrender yourself willingly." "But Anna said, her eyes darting from one of the men to the other. "Calm yourself, citizen," they repeated. Anna moved left, then right, searching for a place to run. "Citizen, remain calm," the man said. He grabbed Anna by the shirt. She struggled, writhing to break free. "Remain calm, citizen," the other man repeated, stepping in the fray and taking her by the other arm. Gathering Anna together, one of the men held her arms and clutched her to him, continuing to urge her to remain calm during the confrontation. The other produced a syringe from a protected pocket on his uniform chest. Anna fought with all her might. A third peacemaker rounded the corner of a nearby building, saw the commotion, and ran toward the crowd, yelling, "Citizen, remain calm!" The syringe plunged into her arm with sharp pain. As the world closed in around her, Anna focused on the bright, shiny button on the chest of the peacemaker. Worn like a medal over the left pocket, it displayed a broad-chested man, his arms crossed, standing proudly in front of a dark blue flag with a single white, gleaming star. Anna awoke to a croaking, muffled voice, which became clearer as her eyes focused and the haze of the drugs wore off. "And you had on funny clothes," a woman's voice said through the fog in young Anna's head. "I did?" Anna asked groggily. "I saw when the peacemakers brought you in. You were wearing non-standard attire. That's not good. You're going to be in trouble for sure." Anna rolled onto her elbows. She wore a light blue hospital gown. "Where are my clothes?" Loud voices came through the walls in a muffled, jumbled cacophony, like 100 people repeating the same thing just at different times. "Austin!" they all roared. The woman laughed incredulously. "They took them." She shook her head. "Non-standard attire." Anna swung her legs over the side of the cot. Seeing Anna sit up on the cot, the woman said,
"Oh, of course they will let you roam around free. Must not consider you a danger to yourself or others."
She said it almost a shriek and let out a choking cough.
"What is this place?"
Anna asked.
"How should I know? I'm just a—"
She paused and licked her lips repeatedly.
"A driver. No, a dealer. No,
She paused again.
It's one of the D jobs."
She jerked against the restraints holding her to the cot.
"I can't. Remember."
"Oh, good, you're awake," a friendly voice said from behind her. Anna turned as a smiling nurse entered the room, wearing a pristine white smock over light blue medical scrubs and pushing an empty wheelchair.
"Nurse,"
the woman called above the din.
"I'm not supposed to be here. I'm a—"
"Miriam, 3938. You're not well. But don't worry, honey." She placed a gentle hand on the woman's shoulder. Miriam snapped her teeth at the touch like a rabid dog. "Now, Miriam," the nurse said and turned toward Anna. "Ready, dear?" Anna sat in the wheelchair. "What is this place?" In a cheery voice, the nurse said, "This is—" Her words ended abruptly, cut off by a tone that filled the hallway. The nurse stopped walking, as did everyone in the corridor. "Austin," blared from behind every door, blasting into the passageway from every angle. "Census," a droning voice said from speakers in the walls and ceiling. The tone sounded again. "Census, citizens," followed by, "Austin." "Stand up, dear," the nurse said without moving. Anna stood as red light scanned the hallway. She watched it trace to the floor and reverse its course until it reached the ceiling. When the light vanished, the nurse took the handles of the wheelchair, pushed it against the back of Anna's legs, making her flop into the seat, and continued down the corridor as though nothing interrupted them. "This is the nurse started, only to be interrupted by a second tone, different from the previous one. The nurse stopped again. This time, a different, live-sounding voice emanated from the speakers. "Citizens of Habitat Zone 7, a census anomaly has been noted in the most recent census. Please remain where you are for further instructions." Everyone in the hallway complied. From behind, Anna heard the woman screaming about not being able to stand during the census and where she believed they could find the anomaly. Anna stood and wheeled on the nurse. "Where are my clothes?" "What are you doing?" the nurse asked frantically. "I need to get out of here," Anna replied as she cut her eyes from side to side, searching for an escape route. "Calm yourself, citizen," the nurse said. "The peacemakers will rectify the census anomaly, and we can proceed with your treatment." "Treatment? I feel fine." Anna scanned the hallway for an exit and pushed around the nurse, who made no move to stop her. "This will be another infraction, citizen," the nurse called after her. "Your reconditioning will take longer than normal if you keep up this abnormal behavior." Anna ran to the end of the hallway, stopping briefly at a nurse's station to look for her clothing. The nurses regarded her with horror for not remaining still as instructed. She opened the door at the far end of the hall, only to be met by two burly men coming the other direction. "Anomaly identified," blared from the speakers above each door. "Please remain where you are for further instructions." Anna retreated from the two men. She turned as two more entered the hallway from the other end, closing in on her. "Remain calm," each of them repeated as they took her by the arms. "There's nothing wrong with me," Anna said through tears. Fear filled her chest, and her breathing came in great ragged gasps. They muscled her into the wheelchair and securely strapped her hands and feet. "There you go, dear," the nurse droned. "What are you going to do to me?" Anna asked, her pulse pounding like a wild animal trying to escape her chest. "You'll be fine, dear," the nurse cooed as she wheeled her into a dim room at the end of the hall, trailed by the orderlies. In the room sat two neatly arranged beds. In the left bed lay an older man with tubes jutting from a limp arm. A bright light flashed just above his head, and a booming voice roared, "Austin!" The man jerked at the pronouncement of the name. "Ready, dear?" the nurse asked pleasantly. The peacemakers entered the small room, released her hands, and forced her onto the bed. "No!" Anna yelled. "No!" They secured her to the bed and left the room. "Really, dear," the nurse said. Is all that really necessary? It's just reconditioning. Anna tugged against the restraints, desperately wanting the nightmare to end. The nurse lifted a clipboard from the side of the bed. Now, you've been assigned to Block 17, Street 8, Domicile 5. She skimmed down the clipboard. Oh, you're a tender dear. Isn't that nice? Please, Anna begged. I'm not supposed to be here. The light over the man's face flared again. Austin! Boomed the speaker, as fresh doses of an unknown liquid pumped through tubes into his arm. Hold still for me, okay? The nurse said, and slid 2 needles into Anna's arm. Please, please, she pleaded. Don't do this. The nurse flicked the adjustment nozzle on the hoses running to Anna's arm. She lowered a silver lamp housing a single white bulb to just above Anna's face. Rivers of tears streamed down Anna's face as she begged the nurse. Please! The nurse closed the door as she left the room. Anna jerked and cried as the lamp over the man's head flared again. Austin! Slowly, Anna's breathing eased, and her blood became rhythmic coursing in her ears. She felt groggy, struggling to keep her eyes open as her mind floated on drug-induced clouds, and her skin crawled up her arms. The tips of her fingers tingled. In her mind, she floated down to a vast blanket of blue. The closer she flew, the more she made out an endless ocean stretching out in all directions as far as she could see. Directly below her, a small island popped out of the water. Anna floated down to the island, gently landing on the soft, warm sand. She squinted at the bright sun overhead and felt its warmth on her face. Her dream self let out a sigh as a wave of contentment washed over her. From nowhere, a booming voice roared in her ears. Austin! Anna covered her ears against the authoritative voice. Hello? She called. In the blink of an eye, the world spun sideways, swirling around her. The warmth of the island morphed and blended into darkness. Anna craned to see the world around her. The air turned cold, and in the frosty distance, she thought she saw the outline and gleaming eyes of a great, dark wolf. Anna's chest heaved as she finished recounting the newly healed memories to the professor, and the emotions of what happened to her subsided. They took everything from me, Anna whispered. He held one of her hands in his. Now you know the truth. Now you know what happened. Anna took her hand away, closing it into a tight fist. I hate them, she hissed. The professor said nothing. I want them to pay for what they did to me, she said. Uncontrollably, her head jerked to one side. Had the professor not been watching her intently, he might have missed the movement. In the dark places of Anna's mind, hate bristled. The anger slowly took form inside the rift and reached out to her, called to her. The professor watched her struggle against the almost imperceptible telltale movements on her face. And how would you do that, honey? He asked. She locked eyes with him. From the abyss, a voice arose, a horrific, nightmarish shriek of pain, anger, and unbridled violence. Anna grappled to cope with the thing wailing inside her. Behind a veneer of calm, she said, by setting them free. Chapter 24. Anna ducked and spun, whirling kicks and punches at a wooden combat dummy. Her hands and feet moved in a blur, flashes of energy that crashed against the inanimate foe. Each strike landed with perfect precision on targeted vital areas. Don't hold back, Anna, the professor yelled as he watched from a small bench against the far wall. Between rapid breaths, Anna retorted, I'm not, and grunted with the next volley of blows. In her mind, Anna pictured a large man dressed in a long trench coat, his arms crossed over his barrel chest and his chin jutting triumphantly toward the sky. Austin, they will stop at nothing to stop you. You must be able to defend yourself in every situation, to kill if necessary. Anna's blows slowed as her mind took up the thought. I will have to kill someone. I don't want to kill anyone, she said as her rain of hands and feet resumed their previous ferocity. What you want is irrelevant in a fight for your life, the professor pressed. Why do you hold back? I'm not, she said and winked at him. Anna, I know there is more in you. You are faster than this, stronger. Her fists moved like jackhammers against the hard wood. She spun around the dummy, ducked under one arm, sprang against the next with slashing and arcing, devastating blows. The professor stood. You can't stop, he shouted. You can't quit, and clapped his hands loudly, rapidly together. Anna fought on, punching and kicking the wooden enemy through the pain in her hands, arms, and legs. The professor's march continued. You can't fail, he yelled. You have to let it out, Anna. Stop holding back. Anna looked deep within herself and felt what the professor yelled about. She felt it, like a spot in her mind, devoid of her personality, eager to be loosed into the real world. What lived in that abyss felt like the power of 1,000 ferocious storms, and that frightened her. Instinctively, Anna fought against releasing it, as she had many times. She pushed back against it, like plugging holes in a dike. She spread around it, against it, her consciousness like a floodgate surrounding the chasm in her mind, holding the raging darkness at bay. Her vision returned to the battered wooden dummy. She said and bashed her fist against the wooden target, her teeth clenched. Not, she said louder, her brow furrowing hard on her forehead. Holding, she spat between the thundering blows. Back, she shouted as one thick arm of the training dummy snapped away and flew into the far corner of the room. Anna bent over, placed her hands on her knees, and heaved several large breaths. She stood as the professor slowly walked toward the hallway. I broke your practice dummy, she said after him. It's not mine, he said absently, and left her alone in the training room. Anna pushed back the storm in the chasm. There may come a time when you need to kill to keep your secret. The professor's voice echoed softly in her mind as the raging storm in the void subsided. From just outside the doorway, the professor called back to her. Get cleaned up and meet me in the classroom. We're done here. After a shower and a brief lunch, Anna walked into the classroom, slowing when she saw the professor standing in front of a blank chalkboard and no books stacked on her desk. After 10 years of this daily morning routine, she did not know how to respond. Slowly, she slinked into her chair. The professor simply stared, carefully gauging his next words. Breaking the silence between them, he said, Today, we put your training to the test. Anna sat up. Today, you will go through the device to universal frequency 173.886 and retrieve an artifact for the gallery, he said, sounding official and direct. Anna slumped. What? Just send the probes like you always do, Anna said. Annoyance tore at the edge of his voice. I'm sending you. Now pay attention. You will infiltrate universal frequency 173.886. Once there, you will need to gain access to a high-security facility and remove a sequence of artificial DNA. Anna grew more interested as he spoke. This will require expert use of your null skin, as well as infiltration and evasion tactics. Once you have secured the sequence, you will destroy the lab by the most efficient means possible. Anna narrowed her eyes and thought about how to destroy an entire building. No casualties, Anna, the professor added. Do you understand? Anna nodded. Good. Here is your mission brief, the professor said, and began writing on the board. After memorizing the mission brief and acquiring supplies, Anna stood next to the device. The professor sat behind the control console. Are you ready? He asked. Anna heaved out a breath. Yes, and reached for the machine. Anna, he blurted, you've memorized how to come back, right? And the rest of your mission specifics. Anna withdrew her hand. Inside her null-skin hood, she smiled. Yes, Father. I know how to return and the frequencies for a dozen other universes. I'll be fine. The look of concern remained on his face. You've trained me well. The professor sighed and cleared his throat. I will see you back here momentarily, and my children will monitor your progress. Anna activated her nullskin and vanished. "I'll be all right, Father," she said, and plunged into the simmering vortex. The world spun around her until, with a loud crack, she emerged into a wide room with computer monitors circling the machine. At the sound, everyone in the room turned to look at the device. Anna crouched, waiting for someone to approach her. Rows of technicians manned their monitors in concentric circles along platforms running around the central dais. Each platform rose away from the device like amphitheater seating. Dim overhead lights gave the room an oppressive feel. "What made that noise?" a voice called. A tall woman emerged from a high bank of monitors and inspected the area around the machine. "You there," she called to a nearby technician. "What caused that pop?" The technician, dressed in a long white coat, hunched his shoulders. The other technicians turned back to their work as though fearing the wrath of the tall woman. She turned back to the machine and walked around it. Anna skipped out of her way as she passed. The woman proceeded to the control console, inspected the settings, looked around the room at the technicians, and sighed. Anna walked closely behind the woman as she left the room through a security door. Anna stopped directly outside the door and examined an electronic keypad set into the wall adjacent to the door. She balled her fists and struck the door, causing another loud bang. The woman wheeled with a stern look on her face and muttered to herself. She punched the code into the security panel, as well as Anna's perfect memory. The tall supervisor burst into the room with the technicians, and Anna heard her screaming at them as she made her way down the long outer hallway. The facility housing the machine resembled a busy office complex. Sharply dressed men and women moved from office to office on official business, carrying stacks of papers, clipboards, and attaché cases. Among them, usually against a wall or tucked into a corner, moved less sharply dressed people working to sweep the floors, empty trash receptacles, or move lumbering trolleys from place to place. They worked hard to stay invisible to the people in their surroundings, always jumping out of the way when a taller, better-suited person passed. Anna followed overhead signs to a large, ornate foyer which led her to the front of the building. In the sunshine and fresh air, she breathed deeply. Unprepared for the smell of the city that pierced her nullskin, she almost sneezed. Quickly, she found a secluded area in an alley and released a swarm of tiny black spheres. During her mission briefing, Anna memorized the location of the genetics facility she needed to infiltrate in relation to the building housing the machine. The professor sent several probes to this universe in preparation for her incursion and to aid her if necessary. The data they collected made up much of the information she took into her perfectly organized, recallable mind. The probes effortlessly lifted off her hand and vanished into the sky. They allowed the professor to monitor her activity during her mission in near real time. Behind the protective layer of her nullskin, Anna slinked through the alleys on the predetermined route prescribed in her mission profile. On the outskirts of the city, at the gates of the high-security facility, Anna paused to catch her breath. The professor timed her arrival at the gates as most of the facility's day employees ended their shifts. She slipped easily past the outer guard station and crouched next to a vehicle obscuring the view of the inner guard station. She jogged beside a lumbering vehicle, further hiding her movements from any electronic surveillance capable of penetrating her nullskin. Once outside the building, Anna surveyed her objective, a massive stone building with an expansive foyer. She counted numerous guards behind a row of security entry lanes and stairwells on each side of the building. A young man walked up the stairs and opened the door. Anna slipped in behind him, tucking herself just inside the door. He walked to one of the entry lanes, produced a badge, which he showed to a waiting officer while exchanging pleasantries to another of the guards, and passed through an illuminated metal detector. Anna crouched next to the door, huddled against a large trash bin. On the opposite side of the security lanes, a wide area stood open for employees to exit the facility. Anna made her way around to this area, noticing only 2 guards who leered at passers-by. She slithered along the wall behind one of the guards and entered the heart of the facility. Anna's eidetic memory recalled the layout of the building and the location of her objective. She scampered up several flights of stairs, heading to the laboratory section of the facility. This section contained a clean room with ceiling-to-floor-length windows and long experimentation tables piled with glass tubes, burners, and colorful liquids. Scientists pulled samples from various containers, dropped them into waiting test tubes, and recorded the results. Anna entered the first door on her right. A silver placard to the left of the door read, Records Room 3. Inside, long rows of computers butted against tall cabinets packed with brown medical folders. Round wheels jutted from the ends of the tall, movable shelves. "Hello?" a voice called from within the rows of files. Anna froze, forgetting for a moment her null-skin armor. A shuffling noise came from behind one of the cabinets, and a bespectacled man's face popped out, eyeing the door. He rolled around the cabinet on a rolling desk chair, scanned the room, and scooted back around the tall cabinet. "Next, I'll be talking to myself," he muttered. Anna reached around her back and removed a small syringe from a concealed pouch in her null-skin. She cupped the tranquilizer in one hand, effectively shielding it inside the light-bending material of her glove, and moved behind the seated worker. The device contained a small vial of liquid tranquilizer that caused almost instant loss of consciousness. The mechanism felt like a bee sting designed to leave no marks on the skin of the victim. Anna checked to verify she had the tranquilizer syringe, not the lethal version. She pressed it lightly to the back of the man's neck, activated the plunger, and caught him as he fell unconscious. Leaving him slumped against a filing cabinet, Anna moved to the bank of computer consoles, pulled out a chair, sat, and activated the databanks. She accessed the system using information obtained from the professor's previous probe missions. The door opened, startling her, and a man entered carrying 2 cups. "I saw Janet in the break room again," he said, and set one of the cups down on a desk to the side of the door. He turned toward the cabinets, holding the cup. "I have your coffee." Anna watched him walk behind the cabinet, gasp, turn, and rush back toward the desk near the door. She stood quickly as he moved to the desk, grabbed the telephone handle, and jabbed at the number pad. Sirens blared throughout the building, and yellow rotating lights flashed in the ceilings. Anna backed against the wall. The man slammed the phone down and turned back to see after his coworker. Before disappearing behind the cabinet, he turned toward the computer console, a questioning expression crossing his face. He approached the machine and read the screen as the door behind him burst open, allowing several armed men to enter. "It's Sean," the technician said, and sat in front of the computer. "What the?" he whispered. "He's okay," said a voice from behind the cabinet. "He's just unconscious." One of the security guards by the door looked at the technician at the console. "What is it?" he asked, and stepped closer to Anna, who flattened against the wall of the small office. "Someone was trying to access the secure database." "Okay, this room is on lockdown," the guard announced. He clicked a switch on a receiver clipped to the lapel of his uniform and spoke into the radio. "Operations, this is Muller. We've had an incident." He lifted his thumb. The radio clicked twice in acknowledgement. He looked at the technician. "How much did they get?" It doesn't look like they got very deep." He typed codes into the keyboard. "Yep, they were definitely after the NBH DNA." The guard clicked the microphone again. "Breach, breach, breach," he called. Speakers in the ceiling blared. "This facility is now in Stage 4 lockdown. Please remain where you are and prepare for 100% identity check. Again, this facility is in Stage 4 lockdown." Anna inched toward the door. She grabbed the handle and slowly opened it, just wide enough to squeeze out. "What the hell?" another guard said, still tending to the unconscious record keeper. He watched the doorknob turn and the door slightly swing open by itself. The lead guard turned, a perplexed expression on his face. Voices blasted from his radio. He clicked the button. "Yes, sir. The non-bellical information." He looked over his shoulder at the technician who nodded. Anna slid into the door opening. Charging his weapon, the lead guard marched toward the door, released the radio, and pushed the door closed. To his surprise, it didn't close. Instead, it lodged against something, stuck open. He looked at the floor, expecting to see a doorstop. Anna turned her face at the last minute as the door pressed against her chest, forcing a breath from her. The guard took the doorknob, ripped the door open, and stepped into the opening. He scanned the hallway, listening. Had he heard something when he tried to close the door? Like a person being squeezed, a person exhaling deeply. Anna fell to the floor when the door opened. She scrambled against the opposite wall and watched him sweep his gaze from one end of the hallway to the other. She placed an invisible hand on her chest. The guard returned to the technician sitting at the computer console. More men in dark body armor flooded through doors at either end of the hallway. They stopped at each cluster of people, scanning identification badges with handheld machines. Anna stood, her chest heaving. "I need that information," she said to herself. Men closed in on her from both sides. "This facility is now in Stage 4 lockdown," the loudspeaker repeated. Anna moved to the end of the hall and slipped past a group of lab coat-wearing scientists. The door did not open. "Every security door must be locked," she thought. From the other side of the door, soft tones chimed. The door clicked, and 3 more uniformed men stepped through. The last man to exit the stairwell wore black goggles strapped to his head. He swept them toward Anna and froze. Anna did not move. "Can he see me?" "Hey!" the guard called to his companions. He raised a hand and slowly stalked toward her. "There's something—" Anna moved like a flash. She darted for the door, sliding for the stairs and bounding silently down them, several at a time. "Whoa!" the man yelled and swept his goggles toward the stairwell. "E-signature!" he yelled. "Moving fast!" Moments later, the speakers changed their warning. "This facility is now in Stage 5 lockdown." Anna never slowed. She descended the staircase to the bottom level, bursting through the doors and emerging into a dirty, gray factory. A foul stench filled the entire cavernous room. Machinery belched and churned as long conveyors ran the length of the room. Short people in dingy coveralls milled about, operating or maintaining the machinery and paying little attention to anything else around them, especially the blaring speakers warning of deadly force being authorized. On the conveyor belts rode naked, motionless bodies, sliding slowly along the rollers, disappearing into the maw of a distant, towering machine. Long, hanging tracks ran along the ceiling, with dangling bodies moving along, draped from large metal hooks waiting to be disgorged onto the rumbling conveyors. At the initial shock, Anna backed against a wall, her mind trying to process what her eyes took in. Expressionless workers ignored the bodies that floated by on black rollers. Their coveralls, printed with large letters across the shoulders, read NBH. Anna searched her mind for the acronym, pulling a memory from the records room several floors above. The lead guard's radio call echoed in her memory and tied the pieces together. NBH. Non-bilical humanoid. The information the professor sent her here to retrieve, the artificial DNA sequence, created these workers. Anna looked at the long, black strips of conveyor moving the bodies of non-bilical humans into a furnace at the far end of the factory floor. Nothing more than fuel for the machines. Deep within her mind, a shrieking grew from the void. Anna fought against it, but the screaming cascaded in her mind and echoed around her skull. It grew louder until in her mind it droned out the rumbling of the heavy machinery. The screams of rage filling her mind made it hard to think. "You failed to collect the data," said a familiar, deranged-sounding voice in her head. "Unleash me, and I will destroy this abomination!" Anna took a deep breath, looked at the inhuman factory again, closed her eyes, and allowed the rage in her mind to come forward. She dropped her inner guard completely, and the weapon inside her burst forth, moving like a nuclear explosion across the factory floor. Anna's rage spared nothing. Within her null skin, she moved like a wind, wreaking havoc as she went. From the perspective of the workers, buttons pressed themselves, knobs rotated to maximum in front of the workers' eyes, and levers flipped without being touched. It appeared as though the factory machinery had suddenly become alive and tried to kill itself. Alarms blared as workers abandoned their positions for safety. Whistles blew, gears ground together, and the conveyors buckled and crumpled, spilling corpses to the floor. The building shuddered and lurched as something far below the laboratory level exploded. "Evacuation protocol," blared the speakers throughout the building. "This is not a drill." "There!" a man called from the other end of the factory. Anna turned to see 4 men, all wearing goggles, pointing at her. She flashed through a doorway at the opposite end of the gruesome factory as more explosions sounded behind her. Up the first level she bounded, bumping into people skipping down the stairs in the opposite direction. Anna paid no attention to who she struck or bowled over. Anyone and anything in her path moved to her will. She blasted through the exit security gates and out the front door with a multitude of screaming, running workers. None saw the shadow of a trim young body slink down the front steps, through the exterior fence guard position and into the city. None, except for the 4 men with heat-sensing goggles who watched from their positions outside the front doors. Attuned to the frequency of her nullskin, they watched her slither through the crowd, not hiding her escape in the least. "I have the target," one said into his radio. "Roger," his radio chirped back, converging on position 1 and deploying drones. Behind her, Anna heard several more explosions and sirens from emergency vehicles heading to the nondescript building on the edge of the city. She ran as fast as she could, ducking through alleys, hopping over stopped cars, and pushing aside anyone in her path. In her mind, raging energy coursed. "Run!" the voice screeched. "Run!" Overhead, a small aircraft tracked her movements through the city. Anna rounded the corner of the device building and crashed through the front door. She slid to a stop as a line of guards stood arms locked, each wearing goggles. A large, black van skidded to a stop in front of the building. Anna turned to see 4 men step out and rush into the building. She slipped to the side and flattened against a nearby wall. "Clear the area!" one of the men yelled. Those without goggles quickly left the building. Anna tried to stay behind anyone she could find. "How can they see me?" she asked herself. Pulling up from her perfect memory her training about the nullskin. "Heat! They can detect my heat dissipation." She slipped behind one of the guards by pressing herself against a large man, one of the last people to exit the foyer. Her head pounded like a raging animal kicking its cage to be let free. She snatched the goggles off the nearest man, causing him to call out in surprise. The others turned toward him, and he whirled on the invisible person behind him. "There!" one yelled and pointed at her as she moved. Without making a sound, Anna attacked, sweeping the legs from one guard, leaping into the air and connecting a foot with another. "They can't see me completely," she thought. "I must just be a glimmer of movement." She slid into the legs of one, delivering a punch to his groin, causing him to double over, then bursting up and driving her elbow into his nose. He went down, opening a hole in the linked guards. A swift punch to the neck of the man on her right, while pushing off his chest with both legs, sent her flying through the air toward another. The ranks of men quickly disintegrated under the onslaught. Anna saw her chance as the guards fumbled around trying to grab her. She darted for the stairs behind the reception area and ran up them 2 by 2. Inside the device room, the workers monitored their screens without a care to the commotion happening throughout the building. Anna ran to the control console, deactivating her nullskin to see her hands on the control console as the door behind her burst open and guards poured in. She bounded over the control console and lurched for the center of the device as grasping hands scraped along her head, arms, and body. Chapter 25. "Who are you?" a cold voice asked from behind her. Anna stood, instantly recognizing the voice, and rechecked the security of her null-skin face covering. "Where the hell did you come from?" The voice pressed louder. She turned to see a hulking, dark figure approaching the machine. The dimly lit garage she spun into offered no cover as a means of escape. She began. The World 1 agent moved his dirty, dark coat away from the butt of his pistol. "I'm going to ask you one more time. Where did you come from?" "Don't even think about it," the man said. "You came from the machine, didn't you?" Anna did not reply. Her hypersensitive awareness took in every detail of the encounter. In a flash, she examined the familiar room, identified obstructions to her movements, assessed objects that could be used as weapons, and saw in her mind a multitude of possible outcomes to the current scenario. "How are you able to come through the machine?" the World 1 agent asked, stepping forward. His hand rested on the handle of his gun, fingers splayed. He looked at her form intently in the dim light. "Say something, damn it!" In her mind, she played over her training scenarios. Only one had prepared her for this moment, hand-to-hand combat. Rendering this agent unconscious and continuing her mission was not an option. She had to maintain the secrecy of her ability to travel through the device. "I'm going to have to kill him," Anna said in her mind. "Yes!" came the reply from the abyss. The thought made her stomach twitch. The professor trained her to take life, but as of yet she had avoided the necessity of killing another human being. The dark figure advanced on her. Anna took a step back. Instinctively she said, "I don't want to hurt you." The dark man stopped, cold. "Anna?" His voice wavered. Anna activated her null-skin suit, vanishing right in front of him. He yanked his gun from inside his coat and waved it around the room. Anna silently moved around the man to the opposite side of the machine. Her movements, perfectly executed after years of training, allowed her to slip from one spot to the next without a sound. "Where are you?" the man thundered. "Come back here, now!" Anna removed her small stun syringe from inside her nullskin and deftly stepped up behind the huge man. Feeling her behind him, he spun wildly. "I swear I'll find you!" he roared, and spun around again. Anna reached up behind his head, pressed the small syringe to his neck, and activated the injection mechanism. "What the?" he said, before dropping his weapon and crumpling to the floor. Anna disengaged her nullskin and moved his weapon away, even though he would not regain consciousness for quite some time. She rolled him onto his back and moved the dirty black hair. She looked at his face, a face she knew from the professor and her memories of her own father. This agent's face looked different. A long scar ran from his forehead to his chin, down the left side of his face. His cheeks and eye sockets sunk in further than she saw in her mind. This was not her father. He coughed, and his eyes rolled open. Anna sank backward. The tranquilizer should have kept him out for hours. "You used it already!" her inner voice weapon screamed. He groaned and rolled to a sitting position, reaching for his empty holster. He locked eyes on the shimmering dark figure. "What?" he began and rubbed his neck. She sprang to her feet. The World 1 agent threw out a hand, latching onto her ankle. "What did you?" he managed, his voice slow and slurred. Anna tried to tug her ankle free, sliding away from him inches at a time. "Come here," he roared and yanked her foot toward him, pulling her along with it. Anna landed on her backside as the man rolled up onto his knees and lurched toward her. "Gonna kill!" Anna's conscious mind stepped aside for the weapon inside her to emerge again. On instinct, she swung her free leg toward the man's face, connecting squarely with the scar with a dull thud. The man's head bent to his right, and his hand ripped free from her ankle. He flopped to his hands and knees. She slid her body sideways, using the momentum of the kick to spin her legs up and around the man's shoulders, straddling his back. She wrapped her powerful legs around his forearms and pulled them tightly under her. The agent's face slammed onto the ground as she pinned his arms in her legs. Anna reached forward, took his head, and tugged straight backward, bowing his neck. The man writhed as his back arched. "The mission first," she thought, as she reached one hand under his chin and in a snake-like motion ripped his head from one side to the other. A muffled crack echoed lightly off the walls of the garage as the agent's skull bones separated from his neck. Instantly his legs stopped kicking, and Anna felt his entire body relax between her legs. She let out the breath she held. "All too easy," the weapon inside her said softly, and shrank back to the chasm. Anna came back to herself, shocked that she held a man's head in her hands. Gently, she lay the agent's head on the floor, relaxing her legs. A final breath escaped him in a gurgling and popping spew of spittle. Anna stood over the man for a moment, looking down at him. She had killed a person in her pursuit of her ultimate goal. but not any person. She had murdered an instance of her own father. She staggered to the desk and flopped in the chair. For several minutes she stared at the lifeless body next to the machine. I'm a killer. The thought rocketed through her mind until it reached the dark place she dare not look. I'm a killer. Another voice entered her thoughts. There may come a time when you need to kill to keep our secret, the professor's voice echoed. The mission, she said aloud. Realization and rationalization hit simultaneously. This World 1 agent had killed countless people and would have killed an untold more had they not inadvertently crossed paths. The secret of her ability to move between universes gives her an advantage over both World 1 and Citadel. Any knowledge of her and her mission would be devastating to ultimately helping her father. She stood and moved to the control console. She set the destination to return to the professor's laboratory, then hesitated. She felt like she needed time to process this, to understand the thing that lay within her, the killer. She had done everything in her power to not harm anyone. She used all her strength to hold back the thing in the darkness, and yet it shocked her how easily her training emerged, and the devastating weapon inside her took over and did what needed to be done. Anna needed more time to come to terms with her actions, so she set the controls to a neutral universe she memorized from the professor's map and walked to the machine. Making a conscious effort to stay opposite the machine from the agent's corpse, Anna reached for the shimmering center and vanished through the portal. Chapter 26. Anna chose to clear her head in a forest universe she randomly picked from the professor's ever-expanding map. As her enhanced memory stored the frequencies for almost 24 universes. She emerged from the machine, and the fresh scent of mountain forest filled her, clean and crisp. Massive trees grew so thick that the higher overhead they reached, their tops appeared to grow together. It looked like a thick, translucent green roof stretched over the entire forest. In all directions, she saw thick tree trunks, so close together at their base it would take several people to reach around the smallest one. Anna stood for a moment, absorbing the silence of this place, allowing the precious sunlight that worked its way through the canopy to rinse over her face, and the breezes that wound through the trunks to wash over her. She lifted her face toward the sky, as the almost overwhelming emotions of the encounter with the World 1 agent slowly cleared from her tense body. Her current emotions may dissipate, but the event would be with her forever, locked away in her perfect memory. Anna took a deep breath and walked a few steps away from the machine. The quiet of the thick forest, broken only by the sounds of distant birds and the rustle of the wind-blown canopy, filled her with a sense of peace. She suddenly felt tired. In this universe, the Messer garage sat as a crumbling ruin, a long-forgotten husk of a house where a family, not dissimilar to her own, might have lived. How long ago? She mused. Could there be a John Messer from this world moving through time, destroying universes? The only visible remnants of that long-ago structure were the low walls that traced around the device in the control console. Anna walked to one of them, sat against it, and pulled her knees to her chest, allowing the continued silence to wash over her. She killed a man. She used the tools and training given to her by the professor and evolved into the weapon he knew she would always become. And what of that other her, the one inside that dark abyss of her mind that lived only to destroy? That intensely tormented, rage-fueled monster that terrified Anna to the core. What of her? Anna closed her eyes, and memories assaulted her. Not memories like those of a mindquake, but peaceful memories. She saw her father, not the scarred face of the agent she had just made a corpse, her real father. Somewhere in all the universes he existed, lost in time and space just like her. The only difference, Anna had a mission to complete. You don't know how special you are, the professor's voice said in her mind. His ancient face came into focus. She saw him in the classroom, in the training facility, behind the console, and asleep in his chair. Then her mind turned back to the lifeless body of the World 1 agent lying next to the machine. A bolt of energy ran her length, and her eyes shot open. She tilted her head to look at the floating silver balls of the machine as a colorful stream emerged from it and danced around the forest floor, making pine needles, flakes of bark, and pine cones twirl. Anna stood and activated her nullskin. A crack dissipated into the forest, and another World 1 agent stood next to the machine. He looked into the trees, allowing his body to acclimate to this new world. Anna froze, coiled like a snake ready to strike. Would she be forced to kill this one as well? Would he destroy this universe? Behind the light-bending shield of her nullskin, Anna moved slowly to the device, her eyes locked onto every movement of the World 1 agent. He paced around the machine, looking for signs of life or activity, and walked to the control console. He cleared away pine needles and began changing the settings. Anna moved around the device to watch him manipulate the controls. He set the control to feed energy back through the machine, but hesitated to flip the final switch. Instead, he looked around at the forest and drew in a deep breath. Anna tensed and looked at the machine. Instead of throwing the last switch that would send the machine into a catastrophic energy loop of total destruction, the agent walked to the edge of the garage and looked out into the trees. Anna followed at a wary distance. The wind whistled through the high, thin pine needles, causing the branches to sway and groan. What is he doing? Anna thought. This was like no World 1 agent the professor had told her about. They were bent on total destruction in their murderous hunt for World 1. How many universes have you destroyed? Anna silently asked. The brute took another deep breath and stood there. Anna looked back to the device. With his attention on the forest, Anna could easily slip through the machine, and the only knowledge this agent would have of her passing would be a sharp snap dissipating quickly into the forest. Anna shook her head. Then he would have the universal frequency of where I went, only giving him another universe to potentially destroy. As she slipped to the device, the World 1 agent stepped off the garage floor onto the soft dirt. He took another deep breath and held it before huffing it out. Anna stopped, mesmerized by how different this agent appeared from the man she had just encountered. He wore similar clothes, but undeniably she sensed something different from this one. His heavy boots sank into the soft underbrush of the forest, and his dark coat scrubbed the forest floor. But his movements were not that of a single-minded terrorist. He moved as though reluctant to destroy this universe. Perhaps as someone who toyed with the fairy tale idea of staying here, or ending his part in the conflict. Anna jumped at the sound of the man's voice. If this is the price of saving them, then so be it. He turned with a purpose back to the control console, walked across the garage, and took the final switch in one gloved hand again. Anna stepped forward, reaching her hand for the center of the device, as a large yellow and black butterfly fluttered down from the trees. It gently landed on the edge of the control console, flexing its colorful wings. The agent stood frozen, his gaze locked on the butterfly, on Anna. She pulled her hand back as a memory flooded her. In her mind, she saw a large yellow butterfly drawn by her sister hanging on the refrigerator with letter magnets. How many times had she walked past that crayon drawing? The butterfly opened and closed its wings a few more times before lifting off the edge of the table. It flew right for her, as though drawn to her. It meandered across the garage, floating back and forth as it flew to her. She stepped away from the device. When the butterfly flew over the machine, it plummeted, as though its will to stay aloft suddenly ripped from it. The World 1 agent moved from around the console, walking right at Anna. Has my nullskin failed? She tensed and readied for another fight to the death. The militarized side of her mind instantly took notice of her momentary lack of composure and leapt forth, preparing for work. The butterfly flew toward the event horizon of the device. Before spinning into oblivion, the agent's large gloved hand gingerly pushed it aside to safety. "Not today, little friend," he said. He stood for a moment, watching the butterfly dance on the air as it left the garage, disappearing among the thick trees. Anna never moved as the butterfly flew right past her head. She stared deep into the agent's eyes. This man was no killer. He walked back to the console and reworked the controls. After another deep breath, he moved to the center of the garage where the machine endlessly churned. He closed his eyes and inhaled his biggest breath yet before plunging his hand into the device. With a crack, he spun out of the forest. Still, Anna did not move. After a few minutes, she moved to the control console and set the destination to the professor's laboratory. She had a story to tell. Chapter 27. Anna emerged into the professor's laboratory moments after she left for her training mission. She deactivated the nullskin and pulled the hood back from her face. The professor looked over the controls but said nothing. With a sigh, Anna said, "I failed." "In a manner of speaking, yes, you did." Anna looked at him, confused. "What?" He smiled. "Your mission was never about collecting DNA." An expression of guile grew on his face. "I have no desire or need to create artificial people." Anna walked to the desk and slumped in the chair. She ran a gloved hand through her hair and sighed. "You knew." "I knew," he agreed a moment later. "You knew about the crematorium beneath the labs. You knew they had technology that could detect the heat dissipation of my nullskin." She laughed pitifully. "You knew how I would react." "Yes," the professor softly confirmed. His reply lingered in the space between them. "In that regard, your training mission succeeded. I monitored your progress until you jumped." She looked at her hands. Dryly, she said, "I killed a man." He sighed. "That's unfortunate." "A World 1 agent." She paused. "An instance of my father. I was forced to choose between his life or the mission." "You chose wisely, Anna. Whether in defense of a single person or an entire planet matters not. Your father's journey is all that matters. He must succeed or fail, depending on your perspective." She looked up at him. He inhaled and released a long breath, looked deep into her eyes and began, "I've known for some time you were holding back during your training and not reaching your full potential." Anna protested. "But I passed every test. I fulfilled every scenario. He cut her off. "Yes, you've succeeded brilliantly, but you've always held something back." Was that a statement or a question? Did he know? Anna questioned in her mind. "You never took the next step. You never relinquished control, did you?" "He knows." "You never came to terms with what's inside you." "How?" she whispered. "From the moment you sat in the memory recovery chair." He paused. "It does more than just repair damaged synapse. I knew you would excel, but I also knew that you needed something more, something deadly." Anna's gaze pierced the old man. "Through your treatments, I've been building something inside of you, like a master watchmaker, piece by piece, a wound spring here and a gear there. I've been putting together the ultimate weapon in there," he said, pointing to her head. "Why?" "Because where you are the skill and determination, she is the passion and power. With your ability, coupled with her rage and my technology, you are the most formidable soldier in all the universes. The weapon that lives within you will be essential to completing your mission, as well as your life after." "I don't understand," she said. "You put something in my head?" "Not something per se. Someone. Think of her as your sister. She is part of you." Anna sighed. "I thought something was wrong with me. I can hear her thoughts." "Oh, no, honey. She's an asset. and you control her. She is there to help you do the things you normally wouldn't be capable of. Where you are the benevolence, she is the vicious. Where you are the calm, she is the rage. Where you are the surgical strike, she is the weapon of mass destruction. After a moment, Anna said, I see the logic in it, Father. I just wish you would have told me. Anna, taking a life is sometimes required, as you just learned. He smiled. The trick is to never let it get easy. I'll have to unleash her again, won't I? Anna asked. The professor shuffled past her and placed a soft hand on her shoulder. Your training is over, he said, and left her alone with her thoughts and the device silently spinning away. Tempus fugit. Time flies. Anna sat in the classroom staring at the chalkboard. The professor cleared his throat and began. I've done the calculations and have broken your mission into 6 phases. Completing these phases will be completely up to you. Anna nodded. You have everything you need in your equipment packs? He inquired. Anna nodded again. She fought the urge to speak. I have everything I need and more, she thought. Good. Let's begin. We'll send that through to your staging universe first. Please refer to the opening pages of the mission brief. Now, Phase 1, the professor began, is to make sure the device at universal frequency 1812.9373 is set to bring young Anna to my laboratory. This will be your first jump to a place you've been before. Don't get distracted by the familiar surroundings. Get in, set the frequency, and get out. Understood? Concentrating heavily. Yes, Anna answered. Phase 2 is the setup phase, where you will stage your equipment. I have selected an appropriate universe for the staging. The information is in your mission packet. He pointed to a thick stack of paper in front of her. Memorize every detail. Yes, sir, Anna repeated. Phase 3, he sighed, is potentially the most difficult. You will infiltrate a high-security medical research facility, find your father, and administer the X-25B solution. This will counteract the injections over time and should increase his pain tolerance slightly. Anna nodded. Anna, I can't stress enough not to get overwhelmed by emotion when you enter this facility. Remember the factory. Focus on the mission and don't get involved. Get in, complete the assigned tasks, and get out. Anna shivered, remembering the crematorium. I understand, she said coldly. Phase 4 should be relatively easy. Your mission packet has the layout of the monastery. Have you been practicing getting into character? I have, Anna replied, sounding like an old woman. The professor smiled. Good. Stay on schedule. The rejuvenation cream will keep the sun from doing permanent damage. Concealment is going to be crucial during this phase. Return here before continuing. Anna turned a page in her packet to a blank sheet, save for the words, Phase 5, the fire. She swallowed hard, vividly remembering that night. In her eidetic memory, she saw the flames and heard her father yelling. Anna, the very existence of the universes hinges on this next part. Phase 5 and 6 are critical. You must get your father out of the house and convince your younger self to go through the machine. But, she began. Yes, he finished for her. This means sending her to have her mind wiped. It means putting her through everything you've been through. It also means saving the entire map of universes in there. He raised a pointing hand toward the huge expanding map room at the end of the corridor. Without this happening, your father can't complete his journey. He must return to his universe, and he must ultimately fail. But he's coming here, she said, tapping on the stack of papers. Why don't we just tell him the truth? End it right here. The professor sighed heavily. Honey, we can't. Everything must occur in its proper order. Remember your training. Right time and right place. But, she tried.
When he gets here, I'm going to lie to him, give him instructions I know he can't complete, and force him to realize the only way to save you is to sacrifice himself."
Anna slowly nodded. "He has to die," she whispered. The professor nodded. "He has to die. And he has to live, honey. Quantum mechanics." Neither said anything for several moments. Then the professor returned to the mission brief. "Timing is critical, Anna. You must be," she cut him off, "in the right place, at the right time. Do not deviate from the mission parameters," he said, pointing to the papers. Anna's face turned stony. With her ability to recall every detail of every day of her life, she breathed heavily, recalling the instances of her life she wanted to change. Focusing on one in particular, she smiled at him innocently, betraying nothing. "And then I return here." He smiled. "If everything goes according to plan, he will realize the solution on his own, and the universes will be saved." "What will you do?" she asked. He put the chalk on its shelf and sighed heavily. "Oh, I don't know. I haven't given it much thought." He turned. "You?" Her heart ached for this man, her father. "I wish I could tell you," she thought. Anna gave the old man a bittersweet smile, knowing her true answer would destroy him. "I haven't given it much thought either," she said, lying. Chapter 28. The professor's lab swirled around her, morphing into a blue-green spinning bubble. She steadied herself against the machine and looked at the garage within the air pocket. An intense feeling of déjà vu flooded her from deep within her memory. The air tasted damp, musty, and old, just as she remembered. She moved to the control console and entered the destination frequency for the professor's laboratory, 10 years in her past, and the same day for her younger self, as prescribed in the mission parameters. Anna moved to the desk. Something in her memory itched about her time here as she looked over the scattered papers. She sat in the desk chair and swiveled around the room. On the other side of the water bubble, grass waved in the gloom and small animals swam. She looked up. Above her, the sun's pale light shone down through the depths. Just within view, something splashed along at the surface. Anna let out a deep sigh, stood and activated her nullskin. She stepped to the far side of the air pocket and watched the slender shadow paddle toward the air bubble. The swimmer abandoned the log and dove directly at the top of the bubble. She reached the apex of the pocket and slipped from the water into the protected space around the machine. It looked like someone diving into water, just reversed, from the water to air. The girl plummeted, landing hard on the concrete floor of the bubble, and lay there for several seconds. Anna wanted to help her, but the professor's voice echoed inside her mind. "Don't get distracted." After a few minutes, the girl stood, walked to the control console, and looked down. Anna replayed the moment in her mind as she watched it play out in front of her. "I had no idea what I was looking at," she thought, and swallowed hard. The girl huffed out a breath, peered over the controls at the machine, and appeared to lock eyes with Anna inside her invisible shield. "Where will you take me next?" the girl whispered. Anna knew. Your life is about to change, she thought, as emotions welled within her. 19-year-old Anna moved to the middle of the bubble opposite the machine from her older, invisible self, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and inched her fingers into the machine. Within her nullskin, Anna let out a breath as memories flooded her. I was that girl, she thought. She deactivated her nullskin, moved to the control console, and set the destination to her staging universe. She moved to the middle of the air bubble and paused. Above her, pale light penetrated the water, casting a wan glow over the machine. She remembered the old woman, Gammy, and her dog, Livia. Anna turned and paced the room, thoughts crashing through her mind. Right place, right time. The professor's voice rang inside her. She looked around the ruins inside the bubble. When I was a girl, this was a mountain behind our house. Gammy's old voice played through her memory, as clear as the day she sat by the fire listening to the old woman. "No," Anna said, her voice echoing inside the bubble. She took several running steps, dove into the water, and swam hard for the surface. Following the path in her memories, she quickly found the stone arrow and scampered up the embankment farther up the beach. "Don't deviate from your mission," the professor repeated. She ran through the woods toward the fire circle, pulling up hard at the tree line. Anna paused at the pile of stones next to the smoldering embers. She turned toward the small cabin set into the woods away from the fire pit. She slipped beneath the caved-in roof, unsure of what to look for, tossing aside bundles of food, tools, bedding, and debris from the cave-in. Under the makeshift bed, which held the weight of the crushed roof, she found a wooden box, latched closed at the front. Anna sat back against the side of the bed, her memory racing. She recognized the box as a present given to her mother by her father on a cold, snowy Christmas day. A Turkish puzzle box. Following the intricate opening steps held deep within her repaired memory, inside she found what she looked for. Smiling faces of her family looked out from happy moments captured on tattered film. Family gatherings, picnics, and birthday parties all played through her mind just as they shone from the images. She looked from the front of the hovel to the fresh pile of rocks. "Jessie," Anna said in a cracked voice as tears broke down her face. "Do not get distracted by the familiar surroundings," the professor's warning streaked through her mind. Anna took a deep breath and rifled through the pictures. She took a shot of her entire family and slid it into her nullskin against her chest. She replaced the pictures inside the box and carried it to the fire circle. There she removed some of the stones, placed the time capsule inside, and reverently replaced the rocks. "Goodbye, Jessie," Anna whispered. Anna returned to the shore, swam down to the bubble encasing the machine, and remembered leaving here as a young girl. Right about now, 10 years ago, young Anna and the professor talked about restoring her memory and the mission she must undertake. Anna cleared her mind, closed her eyes, brought up the full text of her mission packet, and reviewed the details one last time. "Right place, right time," she said, and slipped her hand into the machine. The blue-green of the bubble evaporated around her, and the more familiar garage spun into reality. On the floor next to the machine sat multiple equipment bundles. Anna smiled. She opened the staged equipment, laying out everything according to her mission packet. According to the professor, this universe met all the requirements for her to stage her equipment and return to during the mission. On the garage floor before her, Anna laid out each bundle, one for each phase of her mission. With the first phase complete, she turned to the small bundle for phase 2. This contained a single item, a syringe with the mysterious compound X25B, which the professor did not go into detail about. Anna pulled the mission docket to the forefront of her mind, moved to the control console, and made the appropriate adjustments. She slipped the syringe into the pouch at the small of her back and moved to the machine. Thoughts of her disastrous training mission crept into her consciousness. "No," she urged herself. "You can do this." She activated her nullskin and slipped her hand into the shimmering center between the shiny spheres. Chapter 29. A loud crack resounded around the room as Anna squinted against the intensely bright lights surrounding the device. As if from nowhere, 2 men clad in black uniforms appeared. She backed away slowly as they approached the device. Keeping her eyes on the guards, she stepped away from the machine, feeling the floor rise behind her. She reached out a hand, feeling as she went. Her hand hit a barrier, a wall. She scanned the room around the machine, an illusion of intense whiteness brought on by the lighting and the shape of the room. A cyclorama, she thought. "What was that?" one man asked. "Could have come from the power spike," his companion replied. They circled the machine, inspecting it for visible signs of damage. Anna circled the men. When she came level with them, the wall behind her slashed open, startling her. A gust of air from hidden ceiling vents blasted her head. The two men turned toward the door, expecting to see someone enter. Quickly, Anna stepped aside. The doors closed in a flash, sealing the room and disappearing in the endless whiteness. "Door malfunction?" one of the guards questioned. "Better get maintenance on it." "Understood," the second guard answered, and walked back to where they had first appeared. Anna watched the man vanish into whiteness. She slinked around the curved wall until she saw the thin entrance to the control console. Clever, she thought. The control console, the entire room, had been constructed as an enormous optical illusion with the device at its center. Only by standing at the precise angle could someone see into the small room that contained the control table. Anna moved back to the door, causing it to once again abruptly slide open. Both guards turned to see who entered the room. Looking into the empty hallway, the first guard said, "Yep, door malfunction." She slipped through the door into a long hallway resembling a hospital wing, turned and read the sign next to the sliding doors. Core Room, Section 7 entrance, authorized personnel only. In front of her, nurses moved from room to room and worked several stations along the hall. Each wore identical uniforms and sported identical hairstyles, their only distinguishing attribute subtle changes in hair color. Anna moved slowly through the ward, taking in every detail of each conversation, remembering each room number, and absorbing every minute piece of information. She slinked to one of the closer nurses' stations. "Yes, ma'am," a slender blonde said into a phone. "We'll have the room ready." The nurse scribbled a note before continuing. "Of course, ma'am," she said and hung up. She called over two other nurses working nearby. "The director will be here shortly. He wants prep room 3 ready immediately. This is top priority, ladies." The nurses nodded at each other, broke their huddle, and each moved to their prescribed duties. Anna followed one of the nurses to prep room 3, entering behind her undetected. The room measured no more than the size of a single bed against the wall. A rolling stool and a small sink filled the remainder of the space. Anna looked for a place to hide. Too small, she thought. The nurse checked the wires and tubes positioned at the head of the bed and the straps attached to the frame, then slid the stool from one side of the small room to the other and straightened the instruments next to the sink. Once complete, she checked it all a second time, moving the stool back to its original position for apparently no reason. Satisfied, the nurse left the room, returning to the nurse's station with Anna in tow. Behind the curved chest-high counter, several more nurses emerged from a nondescript door, took up positions beside the counter, and proceeded to straighten their uniforms, flatten out their skirts, and adjust their name badges. A small placard aside the door read, "Utility 4B." Anna moved to the utility door and entered, locking it behind her. Inside, a row of lockers presented Anna an opportunity. Picking the lock on the lockers presented no obstacle, and she quickly donned a free uniform. A commotion in the hall pulled her to the door. Peering out the small window, Anna watched two guards wheel an unconscious man through the throng of nurses. Hushed comments from the crowd included, "He looks just like him," and "It can't be him." Quickly, Anna moved to the long mirror beside the lockers, deactivated her nullskin, pulled back the face covering, and tucked it inside the collar of her blouse. She scowled at the red and black swastika pin affixed to the uniform. She adjusted the nameplate above her left pocket and scrubbed a gloved hand through her black hair. She stepped back and looked at herself in the mirror. "No, the hair isn't right," she thought. She pulled her hair into a tight bun behind her head and secured it with the band from the locker. She stopped at the utility door, huffed out a breath, put on a plastic smile, and marched into the hallway. The two guards who previously pushed the gurney now stood outside the door to prep room 3. Two additional guards stood astride the entrance to the room marked Core Room, brandishing menacing weapons. Anna stepped behind the nurse's station, picked up a clipboard, and made a show of inspecting it. She scanned the desk, looking for her break to enter prep room 3 and administer the X-25B. In an instant, the energy level in the hallway changed as doors at the far end opened and in marched Field Marshal John Messer. The guards throughout the hallway snapped to attention, as did all the nurses. Everyone stopped to acknowledge his presence, else find themselves the target of his legendary wrath. He swept past the nurses' station without a second glance, disappearing into prep room 3. When the door closed behind him, the hallway again filled with activity. Most of the other nurses moved off to continue their normal activities and to not be caught dawdling at such a crucial time as this. This allowed Anna exclusive access to the desk. Behind the lip of the counter stuck several handwritten notes, lists of government office phone numbers, and encouraging propaganda posters. An idea sparked in her mind. She picked up the phone and dialed the number listed as ADAHQ Logistics.
Arbeitsgemeinschaft Deutsche Aufbereitungsunterstützung Reynolds speaking. How may I help you, sir, ma'am? Said a pleasant voice in a practiced cadence.
Anna did not respond. Hello? The young man said. Abruptly, she hung up the phone and went back to her clipboard. A few minutes later, the desk phone rang. Anna answered it in a similar practiced tone. Yes, she said too loudly and looked up and down the hallway. Of course, sir, she blurted, trying to sound rushed, and intentionally made eye contact with one of the two guards. Immediately, sir. Anna put the phone down, put her hands in the pockets of her smock, and walked to the guards at the door of Prep Room 3. There's an urgent call for the director. The guards looked at each other and slowly nodded. Anna stepped into the room and froze just inside the door as it closed behind her. Strapped to the bed lay her father, John Messer. Her mind flooded with recovered memories of this man, though Anna barely recognized him strapped to the bed. Mission details flowed through her consciousness as she briefly looked at him. The burns on his face and arms had almost completely healed as the next phase of her mission briefly flew into focus. Anna smiled inwardly as the professor's voice echoed behind the vision. Quantum mechanics allows an event in your future to occur in your past. Next to the bed stood another instance of John Messer, this one wearing a crisp, black Schutzstaffel uniform. 2 silver lightning bolts and a shiny Totenkopf gleamed from his collar. There is an urgent call for you from Berlin, sir, Anna said, snapping to attention. I'll be right there, Dr. Messer replied without turning. He bent in close over his patient's face. Don't go anywhere, John. I'll be right back. You might be able to talk by then, and believe me, you will tell me everything I want to know. He straightened and marched out of the room. Anna stepped to the bedside, withdrew a syringe from her smock, checked the needle for air bubbles, and injected the compound into one of the tubes connected to John's arm. She withdrew the needle, put it back into the pocket of her gown, and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. This will help, she said serenely, walked to the door, quickly stripped off the nurse's uniform, and pushed it under the bed. Anna pulled the hood of her nullskin over her head, activated the invisibility shield, and crouched beside the door. Muffled voices floated through the door before it swept open just inches from her face. Director Messer rushed in, expecting to see a nurse. He turned toward the guards. Find that nurse that was just in here. Jawohl, the men said, and clicked their boot heels together. Anna slipped out as the door closed behind them. Armed guards spilled into the hallway from each end, further cutting off any easy escape routes. She moved back behind the nurses' station and into the utility room. 2 nurses, sitting at a small table against the far wall drinking coffee, turned as the door opened and closed, apparently by itself. He looked just like the director, one said as she returned to her cup. Well, he's not the director, and I'm not getting involved, said the other. Anna tucked into a corner, running through the mission brief in her mind. Although the professor laid the mission objectives before her in perfect detail, the actual events in each universe remained up to her. How she approached each objective and the millions of variables were not a foregone conclusion. Anna's eyes swept the small room, ignoring the 2 nurses. Her hypersensitive photographic memory pulled in every detail. Above the door, a tiny black object caught her attention. Perched on the door trim sat an almost invisible black sphere. Within her nullskin, Anna smiled. Not long after, a pop echoed down the corridor, followed by blaring alarms. Right on time, Anna thought. She moved into the hallway, which again bustled with activity, and tucked in behind the nurse's desk as guards ran in all directions, getting to their assigned positions. She looked to the end of the hall at 2 guards flanking the door marked, Core Room, deadly force is authorized beyond this point. The guards turned and entered the room. Anna followed them at a distance. She hunched low against the wall as the guards entered the brilliant white room. A short series of gunshots sounded, and a large man in a long black coat emerged through the opposite door. Anna tensed. The World One agent stalked away from her as nurses and attendants scattered throughout the far hallway, desperately seeking shelter. Intruder, Section 5. I repeat, Intruder, Section 5. All units proceed to core security positions. This facility is now Code 9, blared a speaker above the door. The core room doors slid shut. Gingerly, Anna made her way along the wall, inching closer to the core room and the safety of the machine beyond. She slipped into an open broom closet doorway at the end of the hall nearest the sliding door. Intruder, Section 5, the speakers roared, accompanied by more distant gunfire. Anticipating when to make her break for the core room, Anna waited. Moments later, the doors slid open, revealing a gruesome sight. A guard fell toward her with a large red stain spreading under his shirt, his lifeless remains holding the door from closing. Beyond this, bloody streaks and uniformed-clad corpses littered the core room, breaking the illusion of endless white space. Kneeling in the doorway, Anna watched the dark figure move past her. He fired at guards as they took positions at the opposite end of the hall, hunkering behind the nurses' station. She flattened herself against the wall, staying low as bullets ricocheted around her, just outside the small room. The agent moved from room to room, firing at the end of the hall and reloading as he went, seemingly careless of the onslaught of gunfire. At a lull in the exchange, Anna slithered from her closet through the doorway and into the core. Inside, medical personnel tended the unconscious and wounded. Opposite the machine, 2 guards knelt behind hasty fighting positions. Behind her, the dark man emerged from Prep Room 3, raised his weapon, and fired twice with deadly accuracy. In front of her, both guards dropped dead to the white floor, splattering the walls with a fine red mist. Anna slid between the corpses, avoiding the smears of blood, and stepped into the hidden side entrance concealing the controls. She watched the World One agent march through the hallway with John Messer in tow, heading for the door held open by the dead guard. She set the controls for her staging world and moved out toward the machine as John Messer entered the control room from the opposite end. He and 4 more guards took up firing positions as the World One agent advanced toward the core. Intruder now in Section 7. Deadly force is authorized. Level 4 weapons authorized. A speaker boomed. From her mission brief, Anna knew the ultimate devastating outcome of this encounter. She took a last look into the Section 7 hallway and saw her father supported by the dark figure. Anna sighed and sank her hand deep into the time machine as Director Messer opened fire. Chapter 30. Anna stood next to the machine in her staging universe, her breathing labored and heavy. Seeing the World One agent brought forth memories of her unfortunate previous encounter. "They are not my father," she said in her mind. "They are not my father." Her thoughts turned to the universe's impending destruction. In the darkest places in her mind, she did not care. "Those bastards deserved it," a voice said calmly from the void. Anna knew that in just moments, her father and the World One agent would escape through the machine, and the mission would continue. She took another steadying breath and moved to her duffel bag. Anna moved aside a pair of gray pants and removed a brown cloak, a silver wig, false teeth, and the packet of rejuvenation cream given to her by the professor. She donned the wig, slid the yellow teeth in her mouth, and wrapped herself in the threadbare wrap. "Sister Annie," she said, adjusting her voice to pitch slightly louder. "Sister Annie," she repeated, getting closer to her character. Moving to the next small bundle, Anna pulled a thin black suit from the bag and laid it over the control console. As she practiced her movements, Anna ran a hand along the material as brief flashes of the fire entered her mind. "Don't be distracted by familiar things," the professor's voice said. She cleared her throat, hunched her back, bent forward slightly, and repeated, I am Sister Arnie. I am Sister Arnie, young man. She walked around the machine in a practiced, labored gait, moved to the desk, sat in the chair, and briefly reviewed her mission notes. I am Sister Arnie, she said softly, as in her mind the next part of her mission played out in perfect order. Slip in, deliver the cream, and slip out. She looked over at the black suit draped over the controls and huffed out a heavy breath. The more she accomplished, the closer the fire came. Anna closed her eyes to the memory. Through the eyes of a young girl, Anna saw the black figure standing across the machine from her. You know what I'm thinking right now, don't you? A young girl's voice asked. Anna shook herself free of the memory and cleared her throat. Sister Arnie, she tried again, looking at the black suit with a furrowed brow. I am Sister Arnie. A loud crack echoed through the halls of the monastery. Several monks studying in the common room looked in the direction of the chapel. One of the monks stood, took a candle from the table, and with a, "By your leave, brothers," headed down the passageway. As he approached the locked door, a second bang resounded from within the chapel. Led by the soft light, the monk padded along the empty corridor, stopping outside the door to the sanctuary. Stealthily, he placed his ear to the door, listening. Through the wood, he heard someone clumsily knocking about in the latched sanctuary. Slowly, he removed the clasp and opened the door. Is someone there? If you're a burglar, show yourself or flee. Either way, you're coming out of this sanctuary. Anna heard the old man's call from her hiding place. Appearing in the room moments before John Messer, Anna slipped behind the black curtain running along the back wall, the length of the room. I'm not a burglar, another voice softly replied. Then out of this holy place at once, whoever you are, the old man said. Why, you don't appear to be a thief. Anna smiled as her mind played through the scene on the other side of the divider. The young man's voice said, Thank you, sir. I know I must look strange. I'm sorry for any inconvenience. Ha! Inconvenience, he says. The chapel is off limits to anyone not of the orders this time of night. How did you sneak in there without anyone seeing you? The voices trailed off as the two men left the small room. Anna produced a faint light from her utility bundle and looked over the control console. A layer of dust enshrouded everything on this side of the curtain. Nobody's been in here for a while, she thought. That suited her needs perfectly, as she would need to wait for the right time to deliver the ointment. Her father's desk, the desk belonging to the instance of her father from this universe at least, sat opposite her, also behind the curtain. Quietly she moved to the chair and sat. Nothing on the desk looked disturbed for centuries, so she made no move to touch anything. Well-preserved papers lay strewn across the calendar blotter, and dusty ends of pens protruded from the number 1 Dad mug in the corner. Anna reached to open a drawer, but thought better of it. The noise might bring attention. Instead, she huddled against a wall, closed her eyes, and played the mission throughout her mind, looking for anything she might have missed. Her restored memories quickly turned to her family, as they often did. Her real father, who just materialized on the other side of the curtain, bounced from place to place on a journey of his own. Anna's entire mission revolved around him and helping him complete that journey. One way or the other, depending on your point of view. He will succeed or fail, the professor's voice rang through her mind. Trillions of lives depend on you, Anna. You must be in the right place at the right time to complete each stage. She scrolled through the mission, advancing each phase like a projector moving forward frame by frame. Abruptly, the fire erupted in her mind, and the light behind her eyes grew orange and hot. Anna took a deep breath, calming herself. She stalked to the machine, affirming in her mind the tasks that lay ahead. Her thoughts slipped from the images of her mission to those of Domicile 5, Street 8, Block 17. The faces of Stephen, Meredith, and Joseph floated in front of her. A Sisyphean smile crossed her lips. The faces turned to sharp scowls, then into masks of fear. Burning red eyes, shiny black fur, and gleaming white teeth emerged from the darkness and rushed toward her. Anna's eyes shot open. She jerked from the memory as if electrically shocked, and her breaths came in short bursts. From deep within her mind, the now familiar voice of the weapon shrieked, "You know what's next!" Anna calmed the storm within herself, suppressed the terrible, violent willingness of her sister, the professor called the monster he put there. "You know what I have to do!" the maniacal voice wailed. Anna knew, but she pressed closed her eyes, quieting the shrill voice and sending it back to the abyss. Hours later, as light leaked over the top of the curtain, Anna heard the latch slide and the door open with a crack. "Did you hear the commotion last night?" a voice asked. "I did," a softer, feminine voice responded. "Was it another burglar?" "I don't think so," the man said. "No one was in the penitentiary." Anna sat still behind the curtain, breathing slowly into her cloak. The man's voice resounded through the room. "Mesra, we beseech you today to accept our toil as we open your sanctuary to our fallen world. May those seeking your light be drawn to this holy place. In Mesra's name," he finished softly. "Blessed day, sister." "Blessed day, brother," she responded. Anna heard their footfalls grow faint in the hallway. She peeked out from the curtain into an empty, familiar room. Long pews ran from one wall to the other, facing the device. Recognizing the layout of the room from her perfect memory, she stood beside the control table, looking at the garage side door, which the monks now used as the main entrance to their chapel. She slipped out from behind the curtain, hunched her shoulders, shortened her gait, and walked to the machine. A voice from the doorway startled her. "Blessed day, sister." Anna turned to see an old man standing in the doorway. She walked toward him, exaggerating her shortened steps. "Blessed day, brother," she said in her practiced voice. The man smiled. "I too come here often and think about the cool waters of heaven." "By Mesra," Anna said as she passed the man and headed for the corridor. "Mesra the Creator bless you, sister," he said. Anna did not respond. In her mind, she pulled forth the map of the monastery collected by the professor's probes and walked quickly in her jerky gait through the kitchens, stopping to take a bowl from the side of the basin. Outside John's cell, she squeezed the pale yellow lotion into the bowl, wrapped it in a swatch of linen she previously snatched from a table in the common room, and tapped lightly on the door. "Are you awake, young sir?" she called in her meek voice. "Yes," John answered. Anna opened the door and entered in her labored shuffle. Her father stood next to his cot. In hindsight, the memory of him strapped to the gurney flashed through her mind. Quantum mechanics. "My name is John," he said, and leaned to one side, trying to see her face. Anna kept her shoulders bent forward and her chin tucked to hide her face. "I am Sister Arnie," she said. "By Mesra, I have brought something you will need, young man." She crossed the room and placed the small linen-wrapped bowl on the stool next to the cot. "You will need to apply this to any exposed skin. It will help protect you." "Protect me from what?" John asked. "The painful rays," Anna answered. She turned and crossed quickly to the door. "Mesra the Merciful be with you. Mesra the Creator bless you. Mesra the Servant bring you peace." "Thank you," her father blurted as she left the room. When the door closed behind her, she let out a deep sigh. "Blessed day, sister," a monk said as they passed in the hallway outside John's cell. "Blessed day, brother," she replied. As she turned the corner to retrace her steps through the kitchens and common room, Anna turned to watch the monk knock on John's door, open it, and enter. Other monks milled through the hallways as each roused for the morning. Anna entered the chapel, thankful it remained empty. She darted behind the curtain, quickly removed her disguise, and set the controls for the professor's lab, the next phase of her mission. She stuffed the disguise deep under the control table, activated her nullskin, and slipped out from the curtain as several monks entered the sanctuary. Anna slid against the wall as more monks entered and took their places among the pews. They quietly chanted in low tones as still more monks entered the small room. They stood shoulder to shoulder, rhythmically humming in a press of bodies. Anna watched as her father and the older monk entered the chapel. They slipped into pews just inside the door as 3 more monks, these dressed in different robes, strode down the center aisle. The 2 flanking brothers peeled off, one taking a seat in the front row, the other positioning himself next to the door beside where she stood. "Through the will of Jehovah's and the power given to us by Mesra, his servant, may this day's ascendant be worthy," the leader thundered, then turned toward the door. Anna moved away, nearer the curtain, as the door opened and a young man entered, dressed in a single piece of thin white linen worn like a poncho. He strolled to the front of the room, flanked by an older monk. The leader spoke again. "We humbly send Brother Philion to stand by the cool running waters of heaven. By the power of Mesra, who will one day return, allow him entry to the court of Jehovah's, where he will make our plea." The leader placed a hand on Philion's shoulder and spoke louder. "In Mesra's name." "Mesra, the Creator," the monks echoed in unison. The young man stepped forward and said, "I commit my soul to the ascendancy. I will walk by the cool waters and lay in green meadows as the scrolls teach us. I will make our plea in the great court of Jehovah's. May Mesra guide me." He reached his hand into the device and spun out of the chapel with a snap. Anna shook her head, knowing he would never arrive on the other side, neither heaven nor the professor's lab. "Be seated," the leader said, and the monks squeezed into the pews. He continued, "Glory be to Jehovah's and his servant Mesra." Anna watched her father look around the room. Right now he realizes where he is, she thought. John stood, causing the room to fall silent. The man preaching acknowledged him. "Yes, my son." Several monks turned to glare at the stranger. The old monk seated beside him tugged at John's arm. "I'm sorry, brother," he said, pulling John back to his seat. The leader continued preaching as Anna watched her father deduce where the control table stood. He studied the large black curtain behind the device, his eyes darting around the room, sliding past where she stood several times. "And through his infinite wisdom, Jehovah brings us together, once lost, now found, and some day into the heavens with him. Through the power of the sacred altar and his servant Mesra, the Creator," the leader concluded. The monks stood. "Now go about your deeds today, with Jehovah's in your hearts," he said in benediction. Anna moved toward the device to slip out of this universe and prepare for the next phase of her mission. She slid her hand toward the machine, but stopped to look at her father, sitting on the last pew being scolded by the old monk for interrupting morning service. Anna smiled. She turned back toward the machine as the smile vanished from her face. She couldn't help but think of what came next for him. Strapped to a gurney, tortured at the hands of a madman. "Stick to the mission," the professor's mantra echoed in her mind. If I leave now, it would cause an unexpected commotion, she thought, moved away from the machine, and sat in the front pew. She forced herself to return to the next phase of her mission. As the remaining monks left the chapel, the door closed behind them. Anna turned in her seat as the head monk latched the door from the inside, turned and looked at the front of the room. "Why do you hide yourself?" he asked. Anna tensed. He walked penitently toward the front. "I know you're here," he said. "I know you can hear me." Anna stood, her hypersensitive muscle memory cranking into action. Like caged bars rattling in her mind, the tortured voice from the chasm rose from nothingness, begging for release. "You don't need to hide from me," the monk continued as he reached the front pews. Anna crouched, watching intently. Can he see me? Does he know I'm here? The monk walked to the device, circling it. "I ask for a sign," he said, and bowed his head. "Mesra, I beg for your return." Anna calmed. The voice inside her subsided, fading back into darkness. "Hear our plea, Mesra. Bring the cool winds and the rushing waters," the monk prayed. "Fill me with your spirit, Mesra. Give me a sign." A devious smile flashed inside her null-skin armor. "Stick to the mission," the professor echoed. Anna pushed him back and walked to one of the many shelves that ran the length of the chapel. They held artifacts from the garage. She reached up, turned toward the monk, and flicked a small green figure from its perch. The Yoda bobblehead hit the floor, decapitating the creature. The monk snapped toward the sound, eyes wide, walked to the shelf, and picked up the pieces of the short green alien. "By Mesra," he breathed. Anna could hardly contain her laughter. He walked to the chapel door, threw it open, and called into the hallway to the nearest monk. "Fetch brothers Stephus and Jaron at once." Moments later, the three monks stood in the doorway of the chapel discussing the broken artifact. "I was in private prayer to Mesra," the head monk said, and looked down the hallway, distracted. "Brother Josiah," he said, "I would speak with you and your friend in my chambers." "Of course, brother—" The voice of her father cut him off. "Brother Andrus, may I approach the altar?" Anna looked at the head monk. "Andrus," she thought. Brother Andrus looked bemused. "It is unusual, but I don't see any harm in it." The older man with her father entered the chapel. "Josiah," Anna committed to memory. Andrus looked at Josiah as they walked to the front of the chapel. John approached the machine and stepped beside it, heading for the curtain. Brother Andrus stepped around the other side of the altar to block him. John wheeled on him. "Do you know what this truly is?" Brother Andrus quickly answered. "It is the sacred altar of Mesra." John stepped around him to the small platform behind the machine. Anna watched as the monks in the chapel tensed. "It's not an altar," John announced to the room. The monks collectively gasped, and Brother Andrus shouted, "This is the sacred altar of Mesra, created to bring us to God in heaven. This is a machine, and I can prove it. I need to get behind this curtain," John yelled. "No!" Andrus roared and stepped up beside him on the platform. "It is blasphemy for anyone but the highest order of monks to enter the Holy of Holies. Mesra himself will enter when he returns." Several monks rounded the door to investigate the raised voices in the sanctuary. John stood directly behind the device, facing the growing crowd. "My name is John Messer, and I built this machine." The monks recoiled. Several fell to their knees, asking Jehovah's for forgiveness, others whispering prayers, Josiah one of them. "Save him!" a voice yelled in Anna's mind. She took a step forward as the shouting in her mind grew louder. "There is no need for him to suffer!" Deep from the void, a fire grew, begging for freedom. She took another step forward, but forced herself to stop. "I control you," Anna repeated to herself. "You claim to be Mesra? Heresy!" Andrus roared. "Brothers!" Andrus motioned, and several monks rushed to the platform, seizing John by the arms. The older monk Josiah knelt at the floor of the machine. "Andrus, please! Mesra, stop this!" Andrus wheeled on the old man. "You're a fool, brother. This man is using your faith against you. After all your time here, I would have thought you, Josiah, would see through the lies." John reached for the curtain. He grabbed and pulled, but it did not fall as the four monks wrestled John away from the machine. Andrus moved in closer, shouting louder. "See how he tries to violate the Holy of Holies, but Jehovah's protects his sacred place. Take him to the penitentiary." The monks pushed John into the hallway as he continued to yell. "Andrus! It's a machine, nothing more! Andrus!" Anna watched as they dragged her father from the chapel, his calls echoing through the monastery halls. Andrus turned on Josiah. "Your lack of faith will be your undoing, brother." Andrus spat the words. Josiah looked up with a stern look on his face. "As will yours." he said defiantly. "How dare you?" Andrus huffed. "You will remain here asking Mesra for forgiveness. I pray you find it, for you may join the blasphemer in the penitentiary before this day is done." Josiah lowered his head as Andrus stormed from the chapel. Anna followed Andrus as he marched through the monastery barking orders. His tirade ended at a heavy wooden door flanked by 2 large monks. One handed him a thick cloak while the other opened the heavy door. I could easily remove these 2 from the equation, Anna thought. "Brothers!" Andrus yelled through the door. Outside the door, one of the monks reached to unlatch it, but it burst open. The heavy door slammed into him, sending him flying against the far wall. Like a projectile, Andrus blasted through the door, propelled by John Messer. The pair caught the second guard by surprise, and the entire party fell to the floor. Anna squinted against piercing sunlight flooding the narrow hallway. One of the monks shrieked in pain as he flailed to cover his exposed legs from the burning rays. Anna backpedaled away from the mass of writhing men as John jumped to his feet and tore down the hallway past her. She flattened herself against the wall, took one more look at Andrus, and turned to follow her father. Running behind him, Anna watched as the chapel doors flew open. Josiah, the old monk, stepped into the hallway and waved John on. Anna barely made it through the doors before Josiah closed and latched the door. "I feared for you, Mesra. Few return from the penitentiary. I prayed, and you are delivered, just as the scrolls teach." The old man struggled to slide a pew in front of the door, barricading it. "This won't hold my brothers for long," he said, and turned toward the device. John tore through the black curtain shielding the Holy of Holies, exposing the control console, and Josiah reeled at the sight of the curtain rent from behind the device. Anna moved down the aisle, slipping to the side of the machine, returning to her previous vantage point along the wall. 1287 minus, John said and stabbed at the controls. Fists battered the outside of the chapel door as Josiah ambled to where Anna stood and shoved a smaller pew in front of it. "Mesra, hurry!" he called. "Harmonic frequency! Crap!" John said and looked up at Josiah. "I don't know!" The old monk moved to the center of the room, meeting John next to the altar. The main doors flew open and Brother Andrus marched in, followed by several large monks. "Blasphemers!" he roared and pointed at the black curtain shoved aside, revealing the Holy of Holies. Anna watched her father reach a sunburned hand for the center of the machine and whirl into the device as a crack echoed off the chapel walls. She stepped to the control console and checked the settings. The perfect recall ability of the MEMS unit accessed the professor's logs of her father's journey, bringing forth the Council of New Jordan. She smiled inside the invisible cowl. Quickly, Anna reset the controls for the professor's laboratory just as Brother Andrus stopped in front of the altar. His chest heaved from the run through the monastery. Anna looked up from the control console as Brother Josiah said, "I commit my soul to the heavens with Jehovah's." "No!" Anna said aloud as Josiah became a spinning whip pulled into the infinite by the singularity. Andrus and several monks turned toward the control table. "Did you hear that?" Andrus asked. The monks nodded and moved toward her, scanning the area behind the curtain. "Who's there?" Andrus asked. Silently, Anna slipped around the table and slinked against the far wall. "It sounded like a woman," Andrus said. Anna moved around the men toward the middle of the room, stopping on the opposite side of the device. As Andrus and the monks repositioned the curtain, asking Mesra's forgiveness for the unholy transgressions, Anna could only sigh at their ignorance and reach for the shimmering, calm center of the machine. Chapter 31. The professor shuffled around the control platform as Anna whipped out of the machine and deactivated her invisibility shield. She steadied herself against the side of the pallets momentarily. "You're doing well, dear," he said, greeting her. "Thank you, Father," Anna replied. "It's been—" She paused to find the right word. "Challenging." The old man nodded. "Sadly, the hardest part is yet to come. I know you'll be fine," he encouraged. The professor placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, while her body's subatomic frequency adjusted. He moved back to the controls and checked the gauges, dials, and switches. "Now, child, conceal yourself. Our visitor will be here soon." Anna watched the energy levels on the console dials rise as she moved deeper into the shadows. She activated her null-skin bodysuit as a thin black ribbon erupted from the center of the device. It whirled around the floor until, with a crack, a World 1 agent stood next to the machine. He stood quietly for a moment, also allowing his body's frequency to reset. Anna watched him from the shadows, studying his ash-strewn face, the younger face of the professor, the face of a life she was forced to take. This man's face, though, matched the one she saw in her dreams and restored memories, the face of her father. "Well," the professor said, "I was wondering when one of you would show up." The agent knelt next to the pallets, his hand on the butt of his gun. "Where am I?" he said in a raspy voice. "You're in my laboratory," the professor answered with his standard greeting. Anna watched the old man study the incoming power readings and scanned the past universal frequency reports indicating where this agent traveled previously. The dark man menacingly changed his posture. The professor peered over the console with a knowing smile. "Before you get any ideas, Agent, there is a projection of quantized molecular energy surrounding the device. You may take my word that you are quite well sealed in." The man stuck out his hand, sliding it along the surface of the photon shield. Anna shook her head. It always amazed her how similarly the agents reacted to the news of being trapped inside the photon shield. In her 10 years of training, many agents, both World 1 and Citadel, stumbled upon the professor's universe. None left this universe. This agent, though, would continue on with a singular purpose, as would Anna. "A force field?" the man asked. "Ha! Nothing so clumsy. You've watched too much Star Trek," the professor retorted and snorted out a laugh. Now he'll try to escape back through the device, Anna thought. Predictably, the man jabbed his hand for the center of the machine. The professor shook his head. "And you can't go anywhere, my friend. Hence the sealed-in part. By your dress, you're here to destroy the machine and move on, is that correct?" "Something like that," her father replied. "Oh, come on. Not something like that. That specifically. I've been watching your little war for far longer than I'd care to remember. You and those Citadel morons fumbling about the multiverse, fouling things up." The professor paused, watching the agent contemplate his predicament. "Oh, don't bother trying to find a way out, Agent," he mocked. "Fine, you got me. Now what?" the man shouted. "Well, that depends on you. I will not allow you to destroy my machine. Oh, and if you're wondering, this isn't the first universe. I don't know which one is, but I know it isn't this one." Anna shifted her gaze to the professor. With each incarnation of John Messer that traveled to the professor's universe, this exchange played out almost identically. In her heart and mind, Anna knew this man, and it pained her to see him so tormented and beaten. Under the black cloak and the body armor, her father's goal remained steadfast, to save his family. "Who are you?" the World 1 agent asked. The professor looked into the shadows where Anna stood, watching. He likes this part, Anna thought. "I'm an old man who knows more about our invention than anyone else in the multiverse. I'm you, or maybe you will become me. I still play tricks with the quantum mechanics of it all," he said, snorting again. "You may call me Professor Messer, or the Professor, whichever sounds more diabolical." He giggled to himself. "Or even Alan, if you'd like." "Alan? I never really liked our first name," the professor admitted. "How do you know so much about Citadel and World 1, the war?" "As though I'm going to answer that when we haven't established if you're safe or not. I can't have you free out here if you're a bad guy." Anna turned back to her father standing next to the machine. She examined his every move, read his body language, analyzed the inflection of his voice, all the while working to determine if he could complete his journey. Had she done her part? Had she done what needed to be done to aid him? If not, she knew what came next. Annihilation. The agent paused before saying, "I'm not a bad guy." With a renewed sense of hope, Anna took a step forward and glanced at the professor, watching his hands. In 10 years, no World 1 agent ever answered like that before. What seemed like ages ago in her past, she asked the professor if they could just tell John Messer the truth. Simply tell him the next steps he must follow to save his family. "Honey, we can't. Everything must occur in its proper order. When he gets here, I'm going to lie to him, give him instructions I know he can't complete, and force him to realize the only way to save you is to sacrifice himself. He has to die, and he has to live, honey. Quantum mechanics." "Oh no?" the professor questioned. "Am I supposed to judge that on how you acted in the forest of universe 347.87634? Or on the fact that you just destroyed universal frequency 6794.67342 in grid 432 by 27? "What?" Anna thought. "The forest?" "That world was doomed anyway," the dark man said. "I know that," the professor replied. "Do you want to know how many people you just snuffed out of existence? 3,231,000,000. Anna took a step back and lowered her head. "I failed. I missed something. Had I done it right, my father wouldn't have destroyed that universe." "Stop!" John demanded. Anna looked up. "Does it bother you to know you killed so many?" "Of course," he defiantly declared. "I don't want to kill anyone. I want to save my family. And if I, or one of the others, can find World 1, my family will live again." Anna took a step forward, her breathing hitching in anticipation. The old man looked into the shadows, then back to the World 1 agent. "Tell me about your family, John." "They died because of me. Because of this," he replied and kicked at the pallets. "I thought I had invented a time machine, but as I found out, it was much more. It's a story I don't want to tell again, but it led to a fire and their deaths. Citadel told me they would help save them, but they lied. My only hope now is to find the original world and put everything back the way it should be. By destroying the universe there? If that's what I have to do, then yes. If there were any other way to save them, I would do it. Will you help me?" The professor did not immediately answer. Finally he said, "No." "Then reset the controls and let me be on my way," John demanded. "No," the professor said, stood, and walked into the shadows with Anna. John stomped his foot against the pallets again and sat. "You're watching, right?" the professor whispered to her. "Yes," Anna answered softly to his right. He turned in her direction. "Honey, do you comprehend what this means?" "I do," she said, tasting the remorse on her tongue. The old man sighed, nodded, and turned back toward the control console. Emotion welled within her like hot lava careening to the surface, telling her to rush to this desperate man, wrap her arms around him, and say to him that his little girl lived. Other, stranger feelings held her back. In the middle of those conflicting emotions sat her mission, like balancing on the head of a pin. She would save her father and her family at the same time. The professor emerged from the darkness and sauntered to the center of the room as the agent rose. He stood taller than the professor, and even though Anna recognized this person, her muscles coiled, ready to spring into action to save the old man if required. One part of him used to be John Messer, her father. The other part, that now stood before the professor, towered threateningly as a World 1 agent with a singular purpose. Ruddy black stripes ran across John's face, and by the way the professor wrinkled his nose, he smelled terrible. The old man looked him up and down. "I don't completely trust you, young man. Not yet. But I believe you, and that is a start," he said, and offered his hand. Hesitantly, John reached for it and shook it. "John," he said from pure habit. "Of course it is," the professor replied.
Where did the field go? John asked.
The professor turned and padded back to the controls. He turned, smiling. Oh, I took that down when you got upset over the last universe you visited. That said a lot, John.
Anna smiled. I haven't made any mistakes yet.
John followed the old man to the control platform and sat at the desk. He looked off into the shadows toward Anna.
Who else is here with you?
Although invisible inside her nullskin, Anna stood motionless. Her father looked right at her. The professor noticed him looking into the shadows and spoke quickly, drawing his attention away from her. Saving your family is a lofty goal, John. I never had a family myself. I always dreamt of having a little girl, though. Now the professor glanced toward Anna. His voice turned soft and melancholy. Oh, the things I could teach her about the universes.
You did teach me, Father,
Anna thought and smiled. The agent turned back toward the console. I have a daughter. His throat hitched. I had a daughter. 3, in fact.
What were their names?
John lowered his head.
Anna, Samantha, and Jessie.
Anna remembered her sisters. She remembered long nights of family movies, vacations at the lake, and playing hide-and-seek with them throughout the house. Her jaw tightened as memories of the fire loomed in the back of her mind. The fire yet to come. The professor cleared his throat before continuing.
Beautiful names, John. I assume Anna is the oldest since you mentioned her first?
Brought out of her memories by the mention of her name, Anna smiled. Silently she moved around to the opposite side of the laboratory to see the man's eyes. They welled with emotion as he remembered his daughter.
Yes, she meant the world to me. They all did.
Anna watched him, her own feelings waging war within her. She looked from John to the professor. These men were both her father. She could not deny it. They each had given her something. The dark World 1 agent gave her life, and the old professor gave her a purpose, and much more. For a decade she trained for this moment and thought she had adequately prepared herself. However, after watching this World 1 agent save the butterfly, understanding flooded her.
The mission, she said in her mind. It's all for the mission. Nothing else matters.
I understand, the professor said. Anna heard the love in the old man's voice, realizing he spent the last 10 years with her, training her, caring for her, loving her as any father ever loved a daughter. This funny, sweet old man that saved her from the brink of oblivion. He loved her, and she loved him, the only father she truly knew outside of her restored memories. The professor cleared his throat as well as his emotions, knowing she watched the entire exchange. What do you know about the multiverse? And I don't mean what the troglodytes at Citadel told you, or the World 1 lemmings.
Honestly, only what I learned from them, John answered.
I'd wager I know more about many worlds than Everett himself. It took time and patience, but I sit here and explore the multiverse every day. I see its complexity, its beauty, and its nightmares. My inventions are designed to allow me to map it and gauge its health. John interrupted.
Is that how you knew where I just came from?
Yes, the professor answered. He looked again into the darkness where Anna previously stood. I can detect the frequency when the energy levels spike. By collating the various universal frequencies, I constructed an ever-expanding map of the multiverse. I knew where you had just been, and when the energy levels spiked upon your arrival, then went away, I knew you had overloaded the machine. But my inventions go far beyond what you might be able to comprehend. He paused. I have seen Jupiter rising.
How is that possible?
The professor laughed. As your friend Sylvester is fond of saying, all in good time, John. John stiffened.
How do you know about Sylvester?
There are many things here that will astound you, and like I said, many you won't comprehend. I use my inventions to see into the multiverse. That is how I knew about your little war.
Amazing.
A moment of silence passed between them. In almost a whisper, John asked,
Can you help me save my family?
The professor swapped glasses while simultaneously rubbing his eyes.
John,
he said with a sigh.
You can,
John said eagerly and stood. It is usually not my place to get involved. But, John said, finishing his sentence, but I feel for you. I feel for your daughter. John stepped beside the professor. Please, tell me what you know. I'm desperate to save them. Anna stepped closer, now in full light across the machine from the men. I will, on one condition, the professor continued. Yes, anything. The professor turned. You must promise not to overload the machine and destroy the universe. The agent took a step backward. He began. I don't know. Destroying the device in your universe will not save your family. It will just be one more world where you will murder billions of people. It will change nothing that has happened. I need to save my family. I'm asking you this because of your family. I'm asking for Anna, John. John looked up into the old man's eyes. What could he do? How could he respond? Finally he asked, Is there another way? There is always another way. Then tell me. Create an antinomy paradox. I was told that won't work. Of course you were told it won't work. Let me guess. Citadel? Yes. You're a logical man, John. Think about it. If you return to your universe and kill your previous self at just the right moment, then none of the things you have experienced from that point on will occur, and your family will be saved. No, that is the same as the grandfather paradox. If I kill myself, then I won't be able to go back and kill myself. Exactly, the professor said. Anna watched the professor's face. Over the years, she learned a great deal from him, about him. He shrewdly knew when and how to lie to complete his agenda. He used the desperation of her father against him, as he explained in her mission briefing. Anna recognized it as just another tactic of the professor to have people do what he wanted. He did it to her as an object lesson during her training, and she learned to use it as part of her arsenal as well. The mission. Nothing can stop you from completing your mission. Without notice, Anna's mind returned to the night she took her first human life. The mission. Anna shook the memory away and slithered back from the circle of light. What? John asked. Think, John, the professor shot back. The paradox would keep the events from continuing as they had. I won't fight Sylvester. John stood and paced the room, walking almost directly into Anna. There won't be a fire. I won't go to Citadel. His voice began to rise. None of this would happen, and I won't be able to go back and do it. The paradox itself becomes what holds the universe together. The professor clapped his hands. Bingo! Anna shook her head. John turned. What do I have to do? Step over here and let me get a tissue sample from you. It will sequence your DNA, then I can determine your natural state of frequency. That will tell me where to send you. John hesitated, finally asking, How will you know when to send me? That's a bit more difficult, but we'll take an educated guess, and I can assure you that my guesses are better than most people's facts. The professor took his DNA sample. Now, let's see where you're from, he said, and walked to another part of the garage. Ah, he said, looking at a screen. Apparently agreeing with himself. What? John asked. Almost there, the professor chided. Bingo! John stood as the professor returned to the control console. You have to promise me that you won't overload the machine, John. I can't stress that enough, and I'm going to believe that you won't. I won't. My only goal is to save my family, period. If killing myself and creating a paradox will do that, then that's what I will do. This has to end. Anna moved closer, watching the professor manipulate her father. The old man flipped switches, turned dials, and rechecked the notes to make it look like he had the correct settings. Ready? John took a deep breath and moved to the center of the room. Yes, I know what I have to do. Good luck, John. He reached into the center of the machine and spiraled into the machine. He's gone, the professor said. Anna switched off her null skin and walked into the light. Do you think he suspects anything? She asked. No, honey. He paused, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. The professor moved toward her. "You've been training for this moment for a decade, and I've taught you everything I know. You're ready," he said as a statement, not a question. "I know what I have to do," she replied. The professor took her by the shoulders and smiled broadly at her. She returned his smile as he drew her into a long hug. "I love you," he said softly. "I love you too, Father." Chapter 32. The black fire suit lay across the control console, right where she left it. Anna stood next to the machine for a moment, staring at it. "You've come this far," she encouraged herself. "This is the beginning of the end." Anna removed her nullskin, folded it, and placed it in her equipment bag. She slid into the utterly black suit as her mind briefly ran through her training with the protective suit. "This material is micron-thin layers of several composites. It forms a heat-resistant barrier and will be more than enough to protect you from open flames and radiant heat," the professor had said as Anna inspected herself in the lightweight black suit. "It doesn't give you 100% protection, so you'll still need to be quick and not dawdle." Anna's smile faded as she looked down at the settings on the control console. "Time to go," she thought, and slowly input the controls for her original universe. Anna materialized in her father's garage, as she had countless times. "How many times have I been in this room?" She took a moment to steady herself as her body adjusted to her home universe. Through the shattered door to the kitchen, a fire raged. With her thumb, she pressed the small button on the outside of her gloved hand, and her bodysuit began to shimmer, indicating the fire protection elements engaged. She took a deep breath and darted through the opening into the inferno. Anna sprang into the kitchen as the fire raged around her. She danced around objects in her path with practiced precision. The thick, churning smoke showed no sign of slowing her progress. Inside the suit, advanced detection optics allowed Anna to see beyond the infrared, making obstacles easier to avoid in the opaqueness of the black smoke. Enhanced filtration filaments scrubbed the pluming toxins with each inhale and exhale. Anna hurdled the coffee table, stopping at the base of the stairs where a man slumped in mid-climb, like a frozen climber on Everest, forever part of the landscape. She rolled him over, forced him to a sitting position, and slid her arms under his shoulders in one fluid motion. Anna stood, lifting with her sturdy legs, dragged him back through the kitchen, garage, and through the side door. "You'll be safe here for a minute," she said through heavy breaths. He slumped against the side of the house, unconscious. Anna ran back through the house and darted up the burning stairs, knowing precisely where to find the rest of her family. Huddled in the corner of her old room, her mother and sisters waited for rescue under a blanket. Anna crashed through the door, bringing screams from the girls as Mary threw off the blanket she used as a shield against the smoke. Anna advanced on the huddled group and grabbed the woman's free arm. "Come with me," she demanded, hauling the mother and her daughters to their feet. Mary hesitated at the sight of the stranger in black. "Come with me," Anna forcefully ordered. Mary stood, holding her crying baby close to her. "Crouch low to avoid the smoke," Anna ordered, and herded them one by one through the flames to the small bathroom across the hall. She threw back the shower curtain and crowded them into the bathtub. Anna turned on the shower, dousing them. "This will help as we go down the stairs." "There's too much fire!" Mary yelled above the roaring fire and the crying baby. "It'll be fine, trust me," Anna said, and tossed several bath towels to each of them standing in the shower. "Get these wet and put them over your heads." She bent to talk to her younger sister. "Hold it over your mouth like this." Anna pressed a corner of the wet towel to her face. "And you'll be able to breathe." She straightened. "Remember to stay close to each other, move fast, and stay low. Ready?" Mary put a hand on each of her daughters' heads, then nodded at the woman in the shimmering black suit. Crouching, they moved quickly from the bathroom to the top of the stairs. Flames rolled up the walls, seeking anything to consume. Before plunging into the roaring flames, Anna turned and yelled, "Stay in the center of the stairs, and don't use the handrail." 3 wet towels nodded, steam already billowing from them. Young Anna stepped to the landing. "Go straight downstairs and into the garage," Anna said to her under the towel before helping her take the first step. Samantha moved forward, shying away from any heat when she felt it. "Go straight downstairs and into the backyard," Anna said, replaced the towel from slipping off her head, and down the young girl went. Mary clung to baby Jessie under her towel. "Go straight downstairs and into the backyard," Anna repeated. Mary nodded. With their heads covered and only able to see a few feet in front of them, each methodically moved down the stairs. They bent low with their heads dipped and did not see the fireball that used to be their home. Outside, Anna gathered them at the edge of the patio. "Keep the towel on your heads," she said, and unrolled the garden hose from the back of the house. "I'm going to wet you again. Don't be alarmed." She turned on the cool water, spraying down the girls and their mother. Each gasped and spat as their turn came to get wet. "Move straight out to the back of the yard. There you can remove your towels and walk to the Greenlaw's house," Anna instructed. "Did my husband get out of the house?" Mary asked through negligible coughs. Anna lied. "I don't know." Mary swung the towel off her head, determined to find her husband. "Where's Anna?" she asked as panic took her voice between coughs. "Anna!" she yelled and took a step toward the house. "No," Anna said, pushing them away from the house. "I'll go in and find her. You go call 911. "You'll find them?" Mary begged. "Please find them." "It'll be fine," Anna said. Satisfied, the family moved away from the house. Anna turned back toward the inferno and her next task. Could she go through with it? Could she complete the final part of her mission? Could she do what had to be done? Halfway to the house, Anna stopped and turned back toward her mother and sisters as her mother raised a hand. Overcome with emotion, Anna sprinted back to the woman holding the crying baby, barreling into her embrace. Through tears, Mary managed, "I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving us." Through tears of her own, Anna said, "I love you, Mom," and ripped herself away, back toward the burning house, a difficult mission she had to complete, and an uncertain destiny she committed 2 years earlier. "Anna?" Mary called after her. Without turning, Anna slammed through the back door into the blazing living room, ran through the kitchen and the splintered garage door to the safety of the garage's protective field. Inside, young Anna stood alone in front of the machine. "Where is everyone?" she asked innocently. "Safe," Anna replied, and moved behind the controls, setting them to where her younger self needed to go first. Her hands trembled as she worked the dials and switches, recalling painful memories of her own past, lost in time and space. "Is my father in here?" the young girl asked, turning in circles to see under her towel. Resigned and resolute, Anna moved out from behind the console and stood opposite the machine from her younger self. "You can take off the towel," she said. The girl removed the wet covering and again looked around the garage, finally turning back to the woman in the black bodysuit. "We need to go get my dad." "Your dad's going to be fine," Anna said. "It's you." She choked on the rest of the sentence. She brought a hand to her mouth, cleared her throat as tears filled her eyes, and continued. "It's you who saves him." The girl looked perplexed. "He's not here," she said, holding out her arms to the empty garage. Anna pointed to the machine between them, at the center of the floating silver spheres. "He's in there." The girl stepped forward to peer into the shimmering stillness, as though she would see her father reflecting back at her. "He went through his invention, and now he's trapped in there. He needs you to go after him and get him out," Anna said, choking back emotion. From the cavern in her mind, Anna's other self wailed against this abomination, her tormented shrieks scratching at the black walls holding her at bay. The girl stepped away from the device, shaking her head. "I can't go in there. I don't know what you want me to do, but I can't do it." "You just walked through a burning house to save him. Trust me, this takes far less courage." The girl stopped. "Who are you?" "A friend. More than a friend. A person willing to give her own life for your family." Reluctantly, the girl stepped forward, again considering the shimmering stillness. "Why are you willing to do that?" "Don't do it!" blared the shrill voice from the prison in Anna's mind. Like metal grating on metal, the bellowing howls of anguish rose against her willpower. "Because when I was your age, I lost my family. I ended up in a place that took away all memory of them, and forced me to forget who I really was. It was a horrible life, but because of what they did to me, I thought I was happy. Now I have a chance to make it all right." "How?" younger Anna asked. "By telling you how to save your dad. You need to follow him. This invention is a time machine, and so much more. With it you can find him and help him along his way. Eventually you will help him come back here and make all of this—" She waved at the burning house around them. "Go away, but you must go now in order to save him. It will be hard, but you can do it." The young girl, who yesterday sat at the kitchen table working on her math homework, took another labored step toward the machine. "All I have to do is touch the machine to help him?" Anna choked on her emotions and fought against the urge to scream at the top of her lungs or fall to her knees and beg this girl's forgiveness. Her heart pounded inside her ribs, and in the back of her mind a tortured voice shrieked, "You're a monster!" "Yes," she managed. At the last moment, before the younger Anna touched the machine with her outstretched hand, she tried to look deep into the older woman's eyes behind the shimmering black skin. "You know what I'm thinking right now, don't you?" she asked calmly. Like a tornado of rage, the beast from the abyss railed insults at her. The monster battered against the walls, protecting the universe from its wrath. "No!" it shrieked. "Yes," Anna said, as tears welled in her eyes. "I thought so," Anna Messer said, before spinning out of her universe on her way to meet the wolf. Anna cried. She cried for the first time in over a decade and did not bridle her emotions. She allowed them to burst forth and released them into the inferno of the burning house. She fought against the universe, against the entanglements and the mechanics that forced her to this moment. Joining the rampage from deep in her mind, she screamed at what she had just done, cursing herself for condemning her innocent younger self to the life she knew awaited her. The torture, the reconditioning sessions, and the prowling wolf. She condemned her to the dreams of a forgotten family and the nightmares of this very moment, the moment when some other Anna lied to her and set her on the same path. How many times in how many universes had this event happened? How many more will it take until the nightmare of her existence finally ends? "Your mission is not yet complete," the voice of the professor, of her father, broke through her sobs. More work lay before her, and more tasks required completion before she could return and rest. Anna turned to the side door where her unconscious father waited, slumped against the outside of the house. She reached under both arms and dragged him through the gate, down the driveway and across the street, sobbing as she went. He felt heavier now. Anna rolled him over to his stomach in the dew-wet grass. "I love you, Dad," she said, and ran back across the street. In the garage, Anna deftly moved to the control table, dug deep into her eidetic memory, and pulled forth an image from her childhood. She punched in the setting for the actual last leg of her mission, a task even the professor did not know about, and slipped around to the machine. Regardless of knowing the consequences of deviating from her assigned mission, in her heart, one more task remained. Anna took several breaths to regain her composure, knowing she would soon have time aplenty for tears and reflection. Calling on the weapon in her mind, her sister, Anna took a final look around, reached into the machine, and spun out of existence. Chapter 33. An hour later, John and Mary heard a loud crack in the garage. They looked at each other and scrambled for that end of the house. "Anna!" Mary called. They swept through the garage door, anticipating wrapping Anna into a hug and showering her with kisses. Instead, a towering black-clad man stood next to the machine. In his hand, he held a slip of torn journal paper. Behind the hulking man, a black string emerged from the center of the device and spiraled on the floor. John and Mary stepped away, the servos and the mechanical joints whirring. The dark man drew his pistol as a thin black figure appeared next to the machine with a crack. "Anna, wait," he managed. Before he could react, the shadow moved on him with lightning speed. Like a snake, Anna slid sideways and spun around the device, crossing the distance between them in an instant. The gun fired, filling the garage with an explosion of light and sound. The bullet blasted plaster dust from the drywall near the side door, missing its target. Mary screamed as she and John crashed through the kitchen door to safety. "What the dark man said. The sleek black shadow flexed under his arm, and in a flash slid her own arm inside his coat. Searing pain flared in the man's armpit, and he dropped the gun from his now dislocated shoulder. He staggered away from this sleek attacker, falling against the desk. Anna caught his gun before it hit the ground and sprang forward again, closing the distance in one deft maneuver. With his free and only working hand, he reached inside his coat and withdrew a long knife. Anna pulled the hammer back on the pistol and reached behind the man's head. In a fluid motion, she pulled him close and rammed the barrel of the pistol up inside his body armor. The agent swung his arm at her, and the point of the knife slammed into her rib cage. As if in slow motion, the blow knocked the air from her lungs, and she pulled the trigger. The gun roared again, its explosion muffled inside the body armor. Pain erupted in Anna's side, and she heard cracking noises as she tried to catch her breath. The man's face turned from a mask of rage to a placid expression of confusion and exhaustion as wisps of gun smoke rose from the nape of his armor. The knife dropped away from her side, clattering to the floor, and his breathing slowed, joining with hers in unison. Anna reached behind her head, pulling the black fireproof hood free from her face. His eyes widened in realization. "I couldn't let you hurt them." "Thank you, honey," the dark man managed before slumping to the floor. Anna gently rolled his head against the desk and placed a hand to her side, grimacing. John came through the kitchen door cautiously when the fighting noises ceased. Anna stood and turned toward him. "Anna?" She smiled through the pain in her side. "It's me." John looked at the man on the floor, then back to her. "A long time ago he took the note you gave me." John looked at the man closer. "He's me," he whispered. "No," Anna said. "Maybe once." She lumbered to the controls and set her desired destination. "Did he hurt you?" John asked, noticing her labored movements. "He got me pretty good in the side, but the knife didn't penetrate my suit. Pretty sure I have a few cracked ribs, though." She reached down and took the corpse by the arm. "Help me." John moved in and took the man's other arm. Using his cybernetic components, they hefted the dark man toward the device, and Anna pushed his hand into the shimmering middle of the spheres. With a resounding snap, the device pulled him from the garage and the universe. Mary called through the door, responding to the loud crack. "John, is it safe?" He looked at Anna, who smiled and nodded. "It's safe, honey." Mary came through the door. She spread her arms, holding the younger kids back from entering the garage. She looked at Anna. "I thought it was you," she said and smiled. "I had to stop him from hurting you." "Thank you," John said and hugged her. Anna turned away from them and moved toward the device. Mary stepped forward, breathing heavily. "You're leaving?" Anna turned back to her. "I have to. My mission is over." She looked at John's mechanical face. "You won't remember this, and it may sound strange, but a few days ago this machine will cease to work. Don't build another one." She let the odd statement hang in the air and smiled at them a final time. "Quantum mechanics?" he asked. Anna did not answer. Instead, she slid her hand into the middle of the device and vanished. Chapter 34. A sleek black shape slid from the center of the machine as the professor watched from behind the control table, his arms crossed. A loud crack echoed from the walls, and Anna appeared facing him. Their eyes met as a bolt of admiration and understanding crossed the old man's face. "Welcome home," he said. "Home," Anna thought. "Are you hungry?" "No, thank you," she replied and moved to the desk's swivel chair. The professor huffed out a breath. "So now we wait." Anna just looked at him. "What is it, honey?" Her eyes dropped to the floor and her face went somber. "Father," she trailed off as emotion welled within her. The old man sighed in understanding. In recognition, he said, "I'd hoped you'd stay here with me, but I think I knew in my heart your mission would never really end. After all, it's what I taught you." She looked up at him. "It's more than what you taught me. It's what you made me." He nodded. "How much time do we have?" she asked. "I don't know, love." She stood, walked to him, and enveloped him in a tight hug. He felt her sobs begin deep in her chest. "Oh, dear," he said softly, and patted her back gently. "Not only did you save the universes, but you gave me a wonderful gift." With her face buried in his shoulder, she sobbed. "What gift?" "The amazing, brilliant, beautiful daughter I always dreamed of," he said, as his own tears rolled down his cheeks. This brought more tears from them both as they embraced. Anna laughed through the emotions and admitted, "I deviated from your mission parameters." "Of course you did," he replied dryly. She pulled away from him and shook her head. "You knew I would?" "No, honey. I know who you are. I know that you are a good and decent person that will fight for what is right, even at great cost and potential loss. I also know that within you is a terrible strength. After all, I put it there." "I never thanked you for everything you've done for me." The old man shook his head slowly. "No, Father, please," Anna asserted, and locked eyes with him. Solemnly she said, "Thank you for giving me my memories back. Thank you for teaching me who I really am. Thank you for helping me save my family. Thank you for making me the woman I am. Thank you for saving me." He stood there, unmoving. "Without you, none of this would have been possible. Without you, I would still be lost." "Oh, dear," he said in a whisper and sniffled. He straightened. "You're welcome. Thank you for bringing so much happiness to my life." They both smiled, allowing the moment to pass between them. Finally, the professor moved to the control console. "Well, it shouldn't be long now before all is made right, and that thing ceases to exist," he said, pointing to the machine. Anna walked toward the device, turning suddenly toward him. "When John completes his journey, what happens to you?" "Oh, I'll go on here for a while, I guess," he said, and waved around the laboratory. "The portal between universes will close, and I'll tinker about. More importantly, all will return to their respective universal paths." "Come with me, Father," Anna blurted. "You know where I have to go, and what I have to do. When this closes, you'll be trapped here." The old man sighed, shaking his head. "It's the order of things, honey." He smiled wryly. "You could always stay here with me and not fulfill your ultimate destiny." This time Anna sighed. "You know I have to go and what I have to do. I set that girl on this path, and before the end comes, I'd like to be there to see her take her first step." "I'm going to miss you, my dear," the professor said, setting the controls on the console. "I'll miss you too, Father," Anna replied. "Thank you." "You did well," he said, and nodded to the machine. Anna moved to the device, took up her equipment bag, looked around one last time before returning to the loving gaze of the professor. She returned his smile and reached for the machine. "Wait," the professor said suddenly. Anna jerked her hand away from the device's shimmering center. The professor marched into the darkness as Anna moved away from the machine and called after him. "Father, what is it?" "Just a moment," he called back through the passageways. Anna shook her head, a thin smile crossing her lips. He returned carrying a thick bundle wrapped in a tan cloth. "Here," he said. "Put this in your pack. It's fitting that it goes with you." Anna took the heavy package, instantly recognizing it by weight alone. "Oh, Father," she said, and unwrapped the cloth, exposing the gleaming face of an enormous lion. "Once a king or queen of Narnia," he said softly. "Always a king or queen of Narnia," she finished and hugged him. She carefully rewrapped the book, placed it in her pack, and moved to the machine. 2 hours enough?" he asked. Anna nodded. "I love you, Father," she said. "I love you too, Anna." Chapter 35. A distant, loud snap floated into the morning air when Anna emerged from the machine into a wide plaza. Cream flagstones led away to pristine swaths of manicured grass, and an instant, uncomfortable feeling of nostalgia blasted through her mind as torturous memories of this place assaulted her. Behind her stood a massive bronze statue held aloft on a wide concrete and marble base. She regarded the bottom of the monument where the concrete met the grass, and knowing right where to look, saw the beginning of a small crack in the fascia. Like everything here. Fake, she thought, and kicked at the crack, widening it. What her entry into this universe started, Anna's hammering foot completed. She took a deep breath, removed the pack from her shoulder, and in the park's morning solitude, slipped out of the fireproof suit. She donned her null skin, a wrinkled pair of gray scrubs, and plain gray tennis shoes. Deep in her memory, she heard the professor's voice ask, "You have everything you need in your equipment pack?" Anna had answered yes. Knowing packing the coveralls the day before solidified her resolve to return here, to make a difference. Anna sighed heavily, knowing the part of her life with the machine, the professor, and her mission had indeed ended. That here, in this gray, unhappy universe of despair, her true destiny waited. She tucked the face flap of her null-skin inside her loose shirt and pulled her hair up tight behind her head, securing it with several pins. The sun rose in the distance, casting the first of its light on the head of the massive horse statue above her. The gleaming metal statue reflected the light, showing a colossal man astride the mount, with his coat flapping behind him, his arm outstretched and his chin high. "Austin," Anna spat, and paced around the monument, stopping in front of the statue to look up at the underside of the leaping steed. Opposite the park, a rusty silver truck pulled to the curb. Several people, similarly dressed in gray overalls, approached the vehicle and removed the various shovels, trowels, and other implements. The back of the truck carried dark mulch, and brilliantly colored flowers lined the sides of its bed. Anna moved across the park to a sitting area far from the central statue. Her gaze fell on a girl in her late teens, removing flowers from the back of the truck. Anna looked back in her recovered memory for the day she accidentally escaped from this place. She watched her younger self as though watching a movie or a holodisc in the professor's laboratory. The young Anna took a bundle of flowers to an area that had been previously cleared overnight by another work crew. She placed the flowers along the flagstones and knelt in the soft tilled ground. With an old trowel, she molded perfectly aligned holes that awaited thirsty flower bulbs. She carefully, lovingly placed a thin flower in each hole, smoothed the dirt around it, and gave it a generous drink from a dented plastic watering jug. A man approached her. The girl did not look up from her work. Anna knew the conversation they would have. It flowed through her distant memory as perfect as the day this scene played out in her past. She mouthed along with the pair. "I trust we won't have any problems like we did last time." "No, sir." "That's good to hear, citizen." Anna shuffled her equipment bag into her lap, clutching it tightly as she watched and followed along in her mind. Deep within her consciousness, the weapon spoke in a dripping, wet voice. "I can't watch this." Jason, Anna recalled the name of the supervisor. He left the girl kneeling in the dirt and moved on to other tenders. The girl hid the pain in her mind well, Anna knew. A woman approached. Meredith, Anna thought and smiled. Stephen and Meredith had been kind to Anna while assigned to their domicile. In the only way they knew they cared for me, Anna thought. Her inner secret spat. In the only way they were allowed, you mean? The girl finished the row of flowers, gathered her tools, and returned to the truck. She placed her tools in the bed as Stephen patted the slabs of sod on his shoulder. Anna smiled. Even across the park, she could see the caring on his face for his wards. The girl pulled a bottle and a bundle of rags from the back of the truck, turned and strolled toward the massive statue in the middle of the park. Recreational area, Anna recalled. The bronze statue stood high on a gleaming rectangular white base, depicting the great Austin with one hand on his chest and the other outstretched as though reaching for something. His head looked skyward, and his chin proudly jutted out. Trailing behind him, as though billowing in the wind, were the tails of his iconic trench coat. With practiced movements, the girl moved to the base of the statue, this one not unlike numerous sculptures in the other recreational areas. Anna tightened her grip on the bag, remembering what this young girl experienced. In her mind, terror raged as she moved closer to the statue. She walked around it, inspecting the grass, flowers, and flagstones, stopping only once to put an instinctive hand to her temple to ward off the constant pain. Anna reached up and touched her own temple. "Fight it," she thought. The girl moved closer to the concrete and marble base, giving it a thorough inspection and cleaning. She rubbed the stone in small circles from top to bottom. Suddenly, her head shot up, and she looked from side to side. Anna played the scene in her mind. She knew the young girl's fear of another incident and fear of reconditioning treatments. The girl sprayed yet more cleaner on the rag and vigorously rubbed the bottom of the stone. Anna's breath quickened, almost in unison with the girl's intense rubbing. She looked up again, this time catching sight of the supervisor already intently watching her. She bent low, rubbing and rubbing. A loud crack echoed into the morning air. Anna's breath hitched at the sound, and her body jerked as if shocked. Jason hurriedly moved toward the statue with several other tenders. Anna stood, still clutching her bag to her chest. She walked toward the statue and the kneeling girl, almost in a daze. The supervisor rounded the pedestal's corner, stopped short. "What have you done?" he yelled. The girl managed. "No!" he exclaimed. "You!" Anna shuffled slowly toward the scene in front of her, clutching the bag to her chest. She told her feet to stop moving, but her will drove her forward. Her younger self pulled another chunk from the foundation. "It's fake," the girl said. The supervisor trembled away from the piece she held toward him. "How dare you desecrate a statue of Austin? Peacemaker!" he called. "Peacemaker!" Anna moved slowly to the front of the statue, where one tender fell to the ground in reverence as though to a deity. Stephen moved to the girl's side to inspect the damage. In shock and horror, he said, "What have you done?" The supervisor continued to call for the peacemakers. "Jason, we can fix it. We'll fix it," Stephen desperately declared. Anna watched as, without warning, the girl stuck her forearm inside the support and pulled the entire side free. "It's fake!" she yelled defiantly. Anna's heart pounded inside her chest. Within her mind, the weapon raged. Both knew what came next. Anna's memory swam with the movements of the peacemakers in front of her. Behind her, the woman on her knees prayed to the statue. "Austin, forgive us!" she droned. Meredith tried her best to shield the young girl from the destruction and the unavoidable wrath of the peacemakers, or worse, Austin himself. "What has happened here?" one of the peacemakers asked. The supervisor stepped forward, pointing. "This young girl has destroyed the statue of Austin!" Stephen moved in, repeating, "We can fix it! We can fix it!" "Did you do this, young lady?" the peacemaker asked the girl. "Yes," she replied. "There was a crack." "You see? She admits her crime!" "We can fix it! Peacemakers, please!" Stephen pleaded. Anna's eyes fell on the frightened yet determined face of the girl. "You have no idea what lies ahead of you," she thought. The peacemaker bent and looked inside the broken facade. "What's all this?" he asked. "I don't know, sir," the girl answered. "But you did this?" "I tried to clean the base of the statue and it broke." The peacemaker looked inside again. "And the wood?" "It was already in there." "As well as the other stuff?" "Other stuff?" the girl asked. Anna backed away slowly as her younger self moved toward the opening in the side of the foundation. She turned her back to the crowd and smashed the bag against her so ferociously the book corners pressed into her. She walked to the bench at the edge of the park as the concussion of a loud crack struck her. Tears streamed down her face. The memories faded and her breathing slowed. Slowly, Anna Messer turned back to the enormous bronze statue and the stunned crowd. The girl had vanished. The shocked peacemaker stepped slowly away from the statue as the supervisor moved in, looking under the statue for the girl. He too reached in, and another loud crack echoed through the park as Jason spiraled into oblivion. The crowd continued, backing away from the statue. Anna sat on the bench. This is where it all started, she thought, and sighed heavily. At the center of the park, a different sound erupted from the Austin statue. Several sharp snaps and thuds cascaded from inside the pedestal as silver balls shot into the inner lining of the fascia, bouncing around inside it. Several shot through the facade and hopped along the stones. A dreary silence filled the space as the tenders tried to make sense of what just happened under the statue. Only one person on the entire planet knew, and she sat on a bench on the outskirts of Recreational Area 2. In a distant universe, many years in the past, John Messer finished his journey. He made the ultimate choice to sacrifice himself and save his family. Save her. Anna closed her eyes in mournful silence to her father. Only in her mind could she see his face or that of the professor. In the silence of the morning, a groaning sound emerged from the statue. Anna opened her eyes to another loud crack from the statue's foundation. A traveler? She thought. Impossible. Austin's triumphant ride shuddered, sending tenders fleeing in shock and fear. The front half of the pedestal caved in on itself, bringing the front of the monstrous horse onto the flagstones below. Shards of metal exploded from the side of the great beast like shrapnel, and Austin's mighty outstretched hand crumpled as it sank to the ground. Gasps from the onlookers rose above the din as the statue buckled to a great heap of spars and flaking sheets of bent bronze skin. Austin's head blew into pieces as it smashed against the cracked walkway like detonating a bomb. A fitting beginning, Anna said and smiled. She stood and took a deep, cleansing breath. From her perfect memory, she pulled forward a pristine vision of her father's first lesson. This book is about a place called Narnia, the professor said. It is a country waiting to be set free. Anna pulled his gift to her chest again, smiled, turned, and walked away from the ruins of the plaza. No one in Habitat Zone 7 paid attention to the Narnian queen in gray scrubs and tennis shoes, quietly walking away from Recreational Area 2. Epilogue. Stop pestering your great-grandmother, young man, a woman's voice called sternly. It's okay, the old woman replied and patted the young boy, ruffling his hair. What can I do for you today? She tottered slowly in a well-used rocking chair, scuff marks showing its age. The boy's face glowed eagerly as he looked into her eyes. Tell me again how you fought in the war. The boy's mother moved in again. Jimmy, we talked about this. No, the old woman managed. The boy wants to know his history. It's fine. Okay, Grandma, but don't overdo yourself. The old woman gestured for the boy to come closer and join her in the rocking chair. When I was a young woman, the world was much different. When I was a young woman, the world was much different. There were no mommies and daddies like we have today, and smart kids like you were taken away from their mommies and sent to other people who raised them to do specific jobs. People did the best they could, but they didn't know anything different. Then a woman came and changed all of it. Nobody really knew where she came from or where she learned the things she knew. Some even said she could turn invisible right in front of you. She poked the young boy in the belly, eliciting a string of giggles. Well, she fought the peacemakers and showed the people a different truth. That they weren't free, the boy asked. That's right. The people only thought they were free because they didn't know any better. She showed them they lived under an oppressive government, and they could fight for true liberty. The woman smiled as though recalling long-forgotten memories. She and her band of rebels held secret rallies, and eventually grew bold enough to speak in the many parks we tended. The rebels mesmerized so many young people who started looking at their world and questioning the so-called freedom they actually lived in. For the first time in their lives, the people's eyes opened to the truth. How their guardians and wards worked the farms just to send most of the food off to somewhere they'd never been. How the peacemakers didn't actually help people, only served to keep them in line through ever more restrictive enforcement. How friends and family who broke even minor rules were severely punished, some even sent to have their brains toyed with. The woman gently drilled a finger into the boy's hair, sending him into another spout of laughter. The worst was how they were monitored every day, with counts and conditioning, to love a false leader. Each person spied on the other, looking for infractions to garner invisible favor with this fake champion. Her hands gripped the arms of the rocking chair so tightly they went white. She took several calming breaths.
"It's okay, Great-Grandma,"
the boy said, and put a soft hand on hers. The old woman smiled. "It's just the memories, young man. You see, the world was one big prison, and they didn't know it. Then Anna came and freed the entire world." Emotions welled up in the woman's eyes, and her voice cracked. "I lost many friends along the way, but eventually, against all the odds, we prevailed. The old systems were destroyed, and for the first time that anyone could remember, they were a free people."
"What happened to her, the hero?"
"She helped them establish a new form of governing themselves. She taught them entirely new ways of thinking and new words to use. Family, mother, father, husband, and wife. Anna was the first among them with 2 names. The woman laughed. "These concepts changed everything."
"And after the war, you met Great-Grandpa George,"
the boy said. "Yes. We were one of the first couples to be married in the new system. It took a lot of getting used to, let me tell you. But eventually, we learned how to live as a family, then as a community, and eventually as a society. All because of Anna Messer."
"Do you think we'll ever know what happened to her after the war?"
the boy asked. The old woman smiled genuinely. "I wager she met a handsome young man, married him, and lived out her life in peace and freedom." The boy sighed.
"I sure hope so."
The old woman took his arm gently, pulled him close, and whispered in his ear, "I know so." A broad smile crossed his face. Finally he said,
"Would you read me a story?"
"Of course, dear. What would you like me to read?" The boy broke free of her embrace, launched himself from the chair, and tore through the small house. He returned carrying a large bundle wrapped in cloth, and flopped the heavy book in her lap before scrambling back up one side of the chair. He nestled himself in the pocket between her hip and the chair and pulled a corner of her blanket to just below his chin. The old woman lovingly ran her hand along the surface of the cloth to the rough knot. He helped her unwrap the treasure to expose the gleaming face of a lion. The boy ran his fingers over the face.
"Lion,"
he said. The old woman's smile grew.
"He looks friendly,"
the boy mused. "Oh, he is," she said, and opened the book. The end. We hope you enjoyed this performance of Anna, a Paradox story, the sequel to Paradox. Written by E.G. Rowley, published by Jumpmaster Press, copyright 2018. Find more from E.G. Rowley and Jumpmaster Press at www.jumpmasterpress.com and everywhere fine books are sold.